Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Faux All For One. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name, Izuku Shimura, formerly Izuku Yagi. Alias Vigilante name, Faux All For One. Other titles, The False Demon, The Quirk Thief, The Broken Heir, The Street Phantom. Age, 16. Date of birth, July 15th. Height, 168 centimeters, 5 feet 6 inches. Weight, 59 kilograms, lean muscular. Blood type, Quirk, All For One, variant, Quirk absorption and redistribution. Affiliation, none, independent vigilante. Known family, Toshinori Yagi, stepfather. Inko Yagi, mother. Nozomi Estrella Yagi, half-sister. Nana Shimura, step-grandmother. Status, active, registered as a missing person by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Alignment, chaotic good protect the forgotten. Punish the corrupt. Combat style, adaptive theft fighter, Quirk fusion tactician precision countercombatant. Type of fighter, vigilante hybrid, a hero the law can't use. Biography. Izuku Shimura, better known on the streets as Faux All For One, is a teenage vigilante whose power and past have left him hardened and determined. He grew up in a family that, for a time, felt real. Toshinori Yagi married Inko after Izuku was born, and a few years later they had a daughter, Nozomi Estrella Yagi, a bright, golden-haired girl who adored her big brother. Izuku returned her affection, and for a while their household was close and normal. Everything changed after a clinic visit. Both Izuku and Nozomi were declared quirkless. At first Izuku thought they would face it together, but over time he noticed his parents giving Nozomi more attention. Eventually he overheard the truth. Toshinori planned to pass on One For All to Nozomi. Izuku was told he was too reckless and too emotional to be entrusted with that power. That revelation broke him. He reacted with anger, crying and shouting, and then he ran away from home. That same night his quirk awakened. When a group of attackers confronted him, something inside him shifted. As one assailant grabbed him, Izuku's hand glowed and he absorbed the assailant's ability, then redirected it in a sudden, overwhelming burst that sent them recoiling. He realized in that instant that his quirk allowed him to take other people's powers. He adopted the name Faux All For One, half a joke, half a dare, and began roaming the streets as a vigilante. He targeted criminals and corrupt figures, using his ability to take and redistribute quirks as needed. He was not trying to be a symbol of peace or vengeance. He simply wanted to prove that being labeled unworthy did not mean being powerless. Personality. As Izuku Shimura in civilian life, he presents a deceptively relaxed exterior. He appears polite, quiet, and unassuming, often lingering in small cafes or sketching quirk theories in a worn notebook. He is the kind of person who helps strangers without seeking recognition and makes light, awkward jokes to mask the tension beneath. Beneath that calm, however, is a sharp, analytical mind. Izuku observes patterns in speech, movement, and tactics, noticing details others miss. His intelligence is quiet and precise, driven by instinct and a relentlessness born from years of watching and learning. He cares deeply for others and will take risks for strangers without hesitation, though he avoids admitting how much he cares. His resentment runs deep. The sense of being left behind and dismissed fuels a bottled rage that he keeps tightly controlled. When it surfaces, he becomes eerily composed and focused, his demeanor cool and unsettling rather than loud and explosive. Vigilante persona Faux All For One. Faux All For One is unsettling precisely because he is not theatrical. He does not adopt a menacing voice or costume beyond a dark hood. He moves through the city with the same quiet confidence as his civilian self, dismantling criminal operations with surgical efficiency. In combat, he is talkative in a detached, analytical way, commenting on opponents' quirks and techniques as he moves. He sometimes thanks people for their quirks before taking them, an odd courtesy that only amplifies the unease he inspires. People underestimate him because he looks like a teenager, until their quirks fail and they are left stunned on the pavement. He never revels in cruelty. He follows a personal code. No unnecessary killing, and survivors are left to tell their stories. He wants people to fear the idea he represents an uncompromising response to corruption rather than fear him as a person. He is aware of the legacy tied to his quirk. Rumors say the original All For One acknowledged him and regarded him as a successor of intellect, even if not of ideology. That rumor only deepened the complex legend that has grown around him. Flaws and struggles. Izuku's buried anger toward his family and the hero system simmers constantly and can be dangerous when it leaks. His moral outlook is pragmatic rather than idealistic. He judges actions as right or wrong instead of adhering strictly to the hero-villain dichotomy, which makes established heroes uneasy. He keeps most people at arm's length, trusting few and guarding his emotions closely. Combat and methods. Izuku fights with adaptability and precision. He absorbs quirks, fuses them creatively, and counters opponents by exploiting openings he observes in their style. His actions in conflict are choreographed like an intense, high-energy anime battle, fast, decisive, and focused on disabling opponents rather than inflicting lasting harm. After a confrontation, he often exhales, tells incapacitated foes that they should have avoided trouble, and disappears into the shadows. Motivation. At his core, Izuku wants to prove that being written off does not define a person's worth. He protects those abandoned by the system and punishes the corrupt who hide behind titles. He is not seeking fame or a platform. He wants to create change from outside the law, on his own terms. Too many people have let him down. He was too smart for his own good, constantly overanalyzing even when he should just live. He was burdened by legacy. Every time he heard All Might's name he flinched, not out of hate but from the weight of what that name had once meant. Physical appearance. Izuku was somewhat short for his age. His round face was framed by a short mop of fluffy dark blue hair that curled up at odd angles, casting noticeable shadows. His eyes were large and circular, the irises a ruby red that usually made him look innocent and energized. He had a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, 1 on each cheek. Others often described him as plain-looking, not someone who naturally stood out. Once very skinny, he had gained toned muscles through months of crime fighting and had become more developed as he grew stronger. He had used a quirk to alter his natural green hair and eyes to make himself unrecognizable and distance himself from the Yagi family. As Faux All For One, Izuku still wore his Aldra Junior High School uniform shirt, a gray cape around his neck, and his signature bright red high-top boots with thick white soles and black laces. He also wore a metal, diamond-shaped respirator with a retractable blue-tinted visor he had made himself, which he used to track and identify people's quirks and to estimate their level of power. Powers and abilities. Izuku's quirk, All For One, allowed him to take other people's quirks and wield them as his own, and he could redistribute stolen quirks to others. His multiple quirks gave him a wide variety of options in combat, and he could combine them to create compound attacks. He could not copy the original user's mastery and was limited by his own skill with each power. To steal a quirk, he had to physically touch the original user. His known abilities included an eye laser that fired a concentrated beam from his left eye, capable of cutting through metal or piercing walls when precisely aimed. He had a strength enhancement that passively boosted his muscle power and striking force. A shapeshift quirk let him alter minor traits like hair color and eye shape for quick disguises. Repulsion rings generated luminous rings that emitted bursts of repelling force, useful for knocking back opponents, deflecting attacks, or propelling himself through the air with sharp, controlled blasts. A speedy recovery quirk accelerated his natural healing, letting him bounce back from injuries and fatigue quickly after intense battles. Grapple let him launch extendable, super-strong cables from his hands for grabbing or swinging through terrain. They retracted instantly for fast, fluid mobility. He could create invisible force shields to block or absorb incoming attacks and shape them from small personal barriers to wide defensive walls. He expected to gain more abilities along the line. Normal abilities and skills. His intelligence was quiet and predatory, the kind that did not need to prove itself. He could read a room, a fight, or a person like a familiar puzzle, building every move on careful observation of tone, weight, and focus. He planned like a chess player who had already played the game 1,000 times, mapping fights, rescues, and fallback routes in his head and adjusting instantly when things went sideways. He intimidated people not by force but by calmness. A steady stare and a polite, measured tone made statements of outcome feel inevitable. He would tell opponents to stop and assert that they could not win, and more often than not they believed him before testing it. He tolerated pain more than most, shrugging off blows and strain and continuing on. To him it was routine, not courage. His fighting style blended tactical precision and efficient brawling. Every hit had a purpose, every dodge set up the next move, and he could switch from grounded hand-to-hand to high-speed aerial maneuvers without missing a beat. His will was indomitable. He would keep moving forward despite isolation or deprivation, driven by defiance against a world that had told him he was not enough. There remained an ember of stubborn hope in him. His presence reassured others that they could stand back up because he had done it himself. He led not with speeches but by being unshakable, giving short, clear orders in crisis that people followed because he earned their trust in real time. Nothing slipped past him. He logged micro-expressions, flickers of movement, and half-second quirk activations and used those tells to his advantage. He had once thought life made sense. Work hard, be kind, and things would turn out okay. That was what his father, All Might, had told him. As he grew older and discovered how different things could be, he realized that advice might only work for someone who could literally punch through walls. When he had been little, he had wanted to be a hero too. Izuku helped because it felt right, not for fame or money. His little sister, Nana Estrella, wanted the same thing. She had a huge smile that could light up the whole street. The two of them ran around the house with towels around their necks, inventing attack names and pretending to save the world. Nana jumped off the couch and declared she was All Might Jr., and Izuku protested, tackling her onto the carpet. Their mother warned from the kitchen that if one of them broke an arm, they should not come crying to her, and they laughed. They were a team. Boys. At the doctor's office the air smelled like old paper and hand sanitizer. Nana kicked her legs under the chair while their father wore the proud smile he used when he already knew the ending. The doctor flipped through files, hummed, and informed them that both children were quirkless. Their mother blinked. Their fathers stopped smiling. Nana looked to Izuku in confusion and asked if that meant they did not have quirks. The doctor confirmed with a shake of his head. Nana squeezed Izuku's hand and reassured him that they could still be heroes. Izuku squeezed back and agreed. For a while they believed it. They trained together. They watched hero fights until the television froze. They wrote rescue plans in notebooks and pretended to save cats from non-existent trees. They called themselves the Yagi duo. It sounded cool then. Over time, the differences crept in. Small things at first, their mother asking Nana to set the table even though Izuku stood nearby, their father ruffling Nana's hair and telling her she had his spirit, a compliment never offered to Izuku. He told himself it did not mean anything. The adults were busy. Then they forgot to call him for dinner. He would come out of his room to find the family already halfway through eating, and their mother would look up surprised and say she thought he was sleeping. He said he had lost track of time. His 12th birthday passed without notice. He woke early, imagining balloons, cake, even a simple happy birthday, but the day slid by as if it were nothing. Their father was out, their mother occupied with her laptop, and Nana had homework. No one mentioned the day. At dinner there were no candles, no cake. That night Nana came into his room with a lopsided, half-falling-apart cupcake and offered him a quiet happy birthday. Izuku laughed and told her she had remembered. Nana explained that their parents had simply forgotten and that she had tried to remind them. She stayed for a while, talking about school and shows. When she left, Izuku stared at the cupcake and did not eat it. He wanted to believe they loved him, but a heavy feeling kept insisting that they had forgotten him. A year passed. At 13, things had not improved. Their parents were not cruel, but they kept forgetting Izuku existed. Nana drifted. She stopped knocking on his door to show drawings, stopped asking him to train, and stopped saving him a seat at the table. It was not sudden but came in diminishing eye contact, briefer conversations, and a way of looking past him as if she were waiting for someone else. It hurt. He tried to ignore it, to pretend it was only a phase, to pretend the Yagi duo still existed. One afternoon, on his way downstairs, Izuku paused when he heard their father's quiet, serious voice in the living room. He stopped on the stairs and realized they did not know he was there. Their father told Nana that it was time she learned about One for All. Izuku froze. He had heard the name before in whispers and forums, but his father had never mentioned it at home. Their father explained that One for All was a quirk passed down from person to person, that there had been 8 users before, and that he was the 8th. He said he wanted Nana to be the 9th. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Nana asked about Izuku. Their father replied that Izuku was not suited for a quirk like that, describing him as sensitive, emotional, and impulsive, and saying he would not handle the responsibility well. He told Nana that her heart was steady and her will strong, that she was the right choice. Nana smiled with a small, proud expression. The sound of those words cracked something inside Izuku. He stepped back up the stairs slowly and quietly, hands shaking and vision blurred by a mix of tears and anger. He could not stop hearing their father's verdict that he was not suited, that he would not handle it, that Nana was the right choice. Heat rose in his chest, not sorrow but a sharp, burning anger. He had thought his family believed in him. Standing on that stairwell, listening to them choose her as if he were irrelevant, he realized that perhaps he had been invisible for a long time and they had only now said it out loud. He did not stay hidden. Something in Izuku snapped, and he descended the stairs with stiff, unnatural movements, as if he were not entirely in his own body. Their father and Nana turned and froze. They had never seen Izuku wear that look before, eyes wide with pupils constricted, jaw clenched so hard it shook. He did not appear sad or hurt. He appeared as if another person had taken over, cold and focused in a way that made the room still. Dad started to call Izuku, but Izuku did not let him finish. At first his voice was low, barely a whisper as he asked if he was not suited, then not worthy. His voice cracked, still quiet and cold. Nana stood and told him they did not mean it. Then Izuku exploded in a shout, ordering them not to. He accused them of thinking he was stupid, of having forgotten him, and of pretending to care while leaving him behind. His fists trembled at his sides as he confessed how hard he had tried to believe they still cared. Nana began to beg him not to say such things. Izuku cut her off with a harsh command to be quiet. He pointed at her, shaking, and accused her of supposed betrayal, of going along with hurtful words as if he did not matter. Nana stepped back as if struck. Izuku turned to his father and asked if that was really what he thought of him after everything, after all the effort he had put in. Toshinori All Might opened his mouth but could not find words. Izuku laughed in a broken, ugly way and told them not to deny it. He said he was done pretending. He stared at them with an expression of twisted fury they had never seen from him, breathing unevenly, his eyes glassy and wild. He told them he hated them both and their mother, insisting none of them ever cared. Nana reached for him, sobbing and pleading, but Izuku recoiled as if her touch burned him. Then, with a cold finality, he told Nana he hated her most of all. Her breath stopped and her knees buckled. Izuku did not wait for apologies. He turned and ran. Their voices called after him, his father's booming pleas and Nana's sobs, but he did not look back. He burst out the front door into the pouring rain. Cold water soaked him instantly, but he did not slow. He ran down the street and into the dark storm until their voices faded behind him like they had never existed. He ran without thinking where he was going, tears mixing with the rain. Each breath felt raw, his legs burned and his chest ached, but he pushed on as if stopping would let the pain crush him. Eventually his body gave out. He stumbled into a narrow alley and collapsed against a wall, hands slapping the wet pavement. He stayed on all fours, soaking and shaking. Everything he had been holding in finally broke. He cried in loud, messy sobs that shook his whole body, rain, tears, and snot mixing on his face. His fingers clawed at the ground and his voice lost itself in the sound of grief. When he could not hold back anymore, he slid down the wall and drew his knees to his chest, letting the rain wash over him. The crying slowed until only a hollow emptiness remained in his chest. He wiped his face with the heel of his palm, but new tears came immediately. He felt pathetic and furious that the people who had made him feel this way were his family. He hugged his knees and pressed his forehead against them, thinking his love, family, and hope had been ripped away in a single day. He was 13, soaked in the rain, and sitting in an alley like he had no home left. He did not know what came next, only that he could not go back. The alley was quiet except for the rain. At some point he tried to pull himself together, wiping his face with his sleeve and taking a shaky breath. Then he heard footsteps. Several men stepped into the mouth of the alley, large, older, rough-looking, the kind people avoided. One of them commented on what had wandered into their spot and another cracked his knuckles, calling the kid a trespasser. Izuku did not move. He did not have strength to answer. The closest man grabbed him by the collar and hauled him to his feet, demanding he leave. Izuku winced but did not fight. The men laughed and began to strike at him, delivering punches and kicks that sent him collapsing to the side. He had been hurt before, but this time he felt empty rather than angry or afraid. He barely reacted, curling in from instinct. One thug warned another to stop babying him and to finish it. Izuku glanced up through the rain and tears just as one man stepped forward. His left eye began to glow red with the Quirk energy. The thug smirked and prepared to unleash a focused burst of power. The alley lit with the sudden flare of the energy as it swept toward them, creating a powerful shock that threw debris and rain into the air. A thug warned Izuku to try not to die. He leaned in and grabbed Izuku by the leg to pull him closer. Then it happened. Izuku's hand shot out and caught the thug's shin. A green surge flared from his palm, neither light nor electricity but something that pulled and drained. The thug cried out as the green energy seemed to be drawn from him like smoke into a vacuum, straight into Izuku's hand. Izuku gasped and jerked back, breaking the grip. The thug stumbled away, pale and panicked, and tried to activate his laser eye, but it failed and flickered uselessly. He shouted in fear, asking why it was not working. The others stared at him and then at Izuku. Izuku froze, trembling and bewildered. A sudden, sharp pain struck behind Izuku's right eyelid. His right eye flared bright green and an uncontrolled beam shot from it. One thug shouted for everyone to move. They dove aside except one who was struck by the beam in the shoulder, sent spinning into a nearby dumpster and then rolling onto the wet ground. The others dragged him away in terror, shouting that they should run and asking what Izuku was. Izuku panted, pressed his hand against his glowing eye, and the beam cut off. Rain and silence closed in. He leaned against the wall, trembling, and wondered what he had just done. He stared at his hand, the one that had grabbed the thug, still shaking and tingling, and understood only that whatever had awakened in him was not normal. A couple of days passed and Izuku still could not tell if it had been real. He replayed the green light, the screaming, and the fact the laser had fired from his eye instead of the thug's. For the first time in his life he was not powerless. After 13 years without a quirk and years of being ignored and pitted, he now had an ability that could take other quirks with a touch. He felt like laughing and crying at once. He spent the following days hiding in abandoned buildings and rain-splattered alleys, staring at his hands. In the center of each palm he noticed a tiny black dot that, when pressed, felt like the surface of a vacuum. He tried to name the ability Energy Drain, Quirk Absorb, but nothing fit until he thought of the quirk passed down as One for All and realized this felt like its opposite. A power you took rather than a power you gave. He thought of All for One and told himself it fit. The name made him wonder whether he was a hero, a villain, or something in between, but for the first time the world did not get to decide his worth. At the Yagi household, the atmosphere had turned brittle and heavy. No one knew where Izuku had gone. Toshinori sat at the table with his head in his hands and confessed that Izuku knew about One for All. Inko, shaking beside him, worried about that information falling into the wrong hands. Detective Nao Mesa Tsukachi responded with disbelief that their primary concern was secrecy while their child was missing. Shota Aizawa, leaning in the doorway with arms crossed, criticized the parents for calling it an episode and pointed out that Izuku appeared to have had an emotional breakdown after years of feeling overlooked. Toshinori insisted they had not meant to neglect him, but Aizawa reminded them that intention did not erase impact. Inko said they had tried and that things had become complicated. Tsukachi questioned how their reaction could be more focused on a classified quirk than on a son who had run out into a storm screaming that he hated them. Toshinori shifted between guilt and panic and asserted that they cared about Izuku. Aizawa countered that they seemed more worried about One for All than the boy's safety. A heavy silence fell. Inko whispered that they never wanted Izuku to feel forgotten, and Aizawa replied that he had in fact felt deeply forgotten for years. Tsukachi closed his notebook and, with scathing bluntness, warned that their priorities were worse than many villains he had interrogated. He emphasized that Izuku was 13, alone, hurt, and possibly in danger, and found it baffling that they were focused on the secret quirk at that moment. Tashinori began to speak, but Aizawa interrupted with a colder-than-usual bluntness, insisting that their son had not run away simply because he had learned a secret. Aizawa told them that he ran away because they had made him feel like he did not matter. Inko covered her mouth with shaking hands. Aizawa added that if they were lucky, they would get the chance to fix that before he was gone for good. The room froze. Tashinori quietly expressed that they just wanted him home. Tsukachi sighed and urged them to start acting like parents, not guards protecting a relic. Aizawa nodded and warned that if they did not understand what pushed him to this point, they would lose him again even if they brought him back. For the first time since Izuku had run out into the rain, the Yagi family looked terrified for the right reason. The alley was quiet except for low muttering and the scrape of metal. A group of street thugs clustered around crates, trading complaints about slow business, petty debts, and which hero patrols were nearby. One thug complained that they were not making anything tonight. Another scoffed and pointed out that one of them was unconcerned. All eyes turned to the lone figure in a clean outfit, a blonde pro-hero leaning against a wall, fixing his gloves with an arrogant grin. The pro-hero boasted that he had a fan who adored him, implying a young admirer. The others laughed uneasily at his smugness. Footsteps echoed down the alley. A small, skinny boy stepped into view, dark green hair plastered to his forehead, a school uniform clinging to him from the rain. He looked lost and confused. One thug barked that this was the wrong alley. When Izuku lifted his head and met their eyes, the thugs froze. There was something unsettling and focused in his stare. The pro-hero straightened and warned the boy that this was restricted territory and told him to leave before things got ugly. Izuku's right eye flickered green and the air shifted. A cold hush dropped over the alley. A thin, bright beam of green energy shot out and the scene erupted in a burst of light and force. People were thrown off balance, crates shattered, and several of the thugs were knocked back and lay motionless or badly shaken on the ground. The pro-hero staggered back, clutching his side where his costume had been scorched and singed. Izuku did not flinch or seem surprised. He stepped over the fallen and moved with a quiet purpose. Izuku crouched beside the closest man who had been incapacitated and placed his palm on him. A stream of green energy flowed outward like smoke and curved into a small dark mark that had appeared in his hand. Izuku examined it with detached curiosity and murmured that it was not bad, not great, but something usable. He moved from person to person. Each time he touched someone, a faint shimmering thread of power seemed to lift from them and settle into the mark on his palm. The victims were drained, stunned, and fell unconscious rather than harmed in a graphic way. The pro-hero, coughing and alarmed, demanded to know what Izuku was doing and how he could be taking their abilities. Izuku stopped, rose, and walked over until he towered above the injured hero, who tried to tell him that he was a professional and should be spared. Izuku put his palm to the hero's chest and the green pull began again. The man went still and then slumped, his quirk gone and his eyes wide with shock. Izuku stood over him and asked himself what he was. He thought about the stairs, the shouting, the rain, the alley, and the power in his hands. He concluded that he was someone who finally mattered. He did not wait or hesitate. He clutched his hand into a fist, and the pro-hero fell silent and motionless, no longer a threat. Izuku wiped his hand on his wet uniform and silently took the name he had chosen for himself, All For One. Then he walked deeper into the city, leaving the unconscious bodies and the version of himself from before behind. He did not get far before the smell of smoke and singed fabric hit him. His stomach flipped and he dropped to his hands and knees, retching from shock and nausea. When he stopped, he wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and took a shaking breath, pressing his forehead to the cold metal of a vending machine. He whispered to himself that he had hurt them, the words coming out small and broken, almost afraid. He hated what he had done and how easy it had felt, even as he resented the way the thugs had laughed and the pro had boasted about things no hero should think about. He did not regret stopping them, but he regretted having done it in this way. He forced himself to stand, leaning on the wall for support. His right eye still throbbed and his palms tingled with that strange hollow sensation the quirk left behind. He stared at the tiny dark mark in the center of his palm and realized that it was real. He could feel fragments of other powers now faint, messy, jumbled like static, but they were there. Strength augmentation, a flicker of heat, a strange flexibility, and the wild, cutting light were among them. None of them felt like him, but they were tools he now possessed. A risky thought occurred to him. If he could take a quirk, maybe he could give one as well. He extended his hand toward the alley floor and concentrated. A small spark of green cracked, barely noticeable, but it was proof that something could happen. Izuku realized he needed someone living to test it on. The idea frightened him deeply, but curiosity and a glimmer of hope edged his fear. He clenched his fist and vowed to find out whether he could take more. He did not sleep that night. He wandered the back alleys of Mizudafu, avoiding crowds and lights, restless and buzzing with guilt, adrenaline, and the new, unsettling power inside him. He felt something else he couldn't name yet. He knew he needed answers. He knew he needed to understand what All For One could do. And he knew he wasn't testing this on innocence. He hunted the same kinds of people who hunted him: thugs, creeps, low-life scum hiding in the city's forgotten corners. Most didn't even see him coming. By the time the sky turned that faint bluish-gray that comes before sunrise, Izuku had learned more than he ever expected. All For One wasn't just a quirk. It was complicated, deep, bigger than him. Every time he touched someone, he felt the pull, the energy streams pouring from them into him, swirling like green smoke, loud and alive. He could see it when he wanted. He could also shut it off and take it silently. That part unsettled him. After hours of testing, experimenting, panicking, and retrying, Izuku pieced it together. All For One allowed him to steal quirks from anyone he touched while activating the black dot in his palm. No exceptions, no resistance. As long as his hand made contact, their quirk was gone. Completely gone. He could also push the energy outward, giving a quirk to someone else if he focused hard enough. It took effort like pushing something heavy uphill, but it worked. He tested it on a thug who had tried to mug a woman and gave the man a trivial quirk just to check. The moment the man's hand glowed and a tiny spike appeared from his wrist, Izuku knew he had cracked it. The owner of All For One could hold multiple quirks at once. Not just one, not just two, but as many as he could handle. When he activated any stolen quirk, the energy shot through the black dot in his palm. Sometimes it glowed green and bright, sometimes it stayed hidden, pulsing under his skin like a heartbeat. He could control whether people saw it. That both scared and excited him. The more he pushed, the more he realized the potential this power held. All the different quirks he stole lurked under the surface, like tools waiting on shelves. Some clashed against each other, some blended in odd ways, some were so weak he wondered why the original owner even had them. But they were his now. All his. By the time he reached an abandoned rooftop on the outskirts of the city, the sun had crept up enough to set the clouds pink. Izuku stood there, breathing hard, staring at his hands. Both palms still bore that tiny black dot in the center, quiet, still, completely harmless looking. He flexed his fingers and a faint green spark flickered. He whispered that this was real. He wasn't happy and he wasn't purely afraid, he was somewhere in between, like someone standing at the edge of a cliff with no idea whether he would fall or jump. He looked at the marks in his palms and muttered that All For One really was what it sounded like. The wind blew through his hair, cold and sharp. He wasn't sure if this power was meant to save him or destroy him, but he knew one thing: he wasn't powerless anymore. A month passed. 30 days and 30 nights, and still there was no sign of Izuku Yagi. The official search had slowed to a crawl. The Yagis remained publicly worried and desperate and hopeful for his safe return, but Aizawa saw through it. They weren't searching for a missing kid, they were searching for the secret he had overheard. One for all. Their precious legacy. Their chosen heir. Aizawa hated himself for thinking it, but it was obvious. If Izuku hadn't known about that quirk, the search would have ended after a week, maybe less. He had seen it before. Neglected children vanished all the time, and heroes rarely kept up the chase unless there was a spotlight waiting at the end. But this wasn't just any kid. This was All Might's stepson, the inconvenient extra in a carefully crafted family portrait. Aizawa's respect for Toshinori faltered after hearing how casually he had admitted to neglect and how easily he explained that Izuku wasn't suited for the power he worshipped. He couldn't look at him the same way again. Aizawa continued searching on his own long nights, extra patrols in rougher districts, asking around quietly, blending into crowds, slipping through alleys with his scarf coiled tight around his shoulders. He found traces, faint stories of a green-haired boy wandering the city, sometimes trembling, sometimes silent, sometimes looking like he had crawled out of a nightmare. There were no confirmed sightings, no solid leads. One report from a store owner stuck with him. The owner had said a boy with wide, panicked eyes bought food late at night, kept staring at his hands, then ran off the moment a hero walked inside. Aizawa hoped that was Izuku. He hoped the boy was still alive and that he hadn't fallen into the wrong hands. Deep down, Aizawa also knew that if he did find the boy, he would not bring him back to the Yagis. Izuku didn't deserve the fake smiles, the empty apologies, the selective love. Aizawa didn't trust many people, and he didn't give his concern lightly. The more he dug into the Yagi household, the more his blood boiled. The kid hadn't run away because he was overly emotional or sensitive. He ran because he'd been forgotten and discarded. Aizawa wasn't going to let that happen again. If he found the boy filthy, scared, angry, crying, or quiet, he planned to bring him somewhere else, somewhere safe where the child could actually breathe. He had space, patience, and enough understanding of damaged kids to know when someone needed a real second chance. Aizawa promised that he would not abandon him and kept looking night after night because even if the rest of the world quit searching, someone had to keep a promise Izuku never received from his own family. Izuku stood in the middle of the warehouse, chest rising and falling in steady, controlled breaths. The place reeked of gunpowder, sweat, and broken crates. Dozens of unconscious bodies were scattered around him, some tied up, some knocked out cold, all part of a smuggling ring he had dismantled in under 10 minutes. He wiped a bit of dust from his cheek and stared down at his hand. It still tingled from the 2 newest quirks he had taken, 2 that actually felt useful. Strength enhancement settled into his muscles like a warm hum. He didn't look bigger, but everything felt lighter, smoother, easier. Every movement had weight behind it now, even when he was not trying. He could feel it in every step. The shapeshift quirk, by contrast, felt delicate and subtle, like a thin thread under his skin waiting for the right tug. Izuku had tested it earlier on an unconscious thug, giving him bright pink eyebrows as a prank, but now he was ready to use it on himself for real. He had been looking for something like this for weeks, something to help him finally disappear. He dragged a broken mirror from the rubble and propped it against a crate. The cracked glass wobbled, but it was just stable enough to see his reflection. His green hair was a mess, his eyes were swollen, and his freckles showed more against his tired skin. He sighed and resolved to try it. Izuku lifted a hand and placed his fingers against his temple. The shapeshift quirk flickered inside him, soft, almost gentle, and then a change sparked beneath the surface. His hair darkened first, green fading into a deep, shadowy blue. The messy curls shifted, straightening a bit before settling into a slightly different shape. His eyes followed next. The bright green dimmed, shifted, and finally adjusted into a sharp ruby red. He blinked slowly, watching the color settle. He touched his cheek and felt the same face he had always had, but looking at someone completely different, someone stronger, someone not tied to the Yagi name, someone nobody would recognize. This was not a costume or a disguise. This was reinvention. Izuku stepped back from the mirror and rolled his shoulders. The strength enhancement quirk made the movement smooth and controlled. He felt more grounded, more capable, more himself. He ran a hand through his now dark blue hair and watched the new reflection with a slow breath. Izuku told himself there would be no more Izuku Yagi, no forgotten son, no unwanted heir, no boy who cried in alleys. This reforged, sharper version had no ties to the past. He turned away from the mirror and stepped into the shadows of the warehouse as the lights flickered behind him. He was not running anymore. He was building, piece by piece, quirk by quirk, choice by choice. With his new face, new eyes, and new strength, he finally felt ready to become someone the world would not overlook. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi sat alone in his office with a half-cold cup of coffee at his elbow and a stack of reports on his desk. He flipped through the latest report again, brow furrowed. Another smuggling ring had been taken down and another pile of unconscious criminals left for the police to collect. Vigilantes popped up now and then, so that alone was not unusual. What troubled him was that 2 of the smugglers, both confirmed quirk users, were suddenly quirkless. Naomasa leaned back in his chair and muttered that it did not make sense. This was not the only case, it was only the most recent. He opened another file and found photos of civilians who had been quirkless now showing brand new abilities. These were not cosmetic changes but full quirks, physical mutations, energy projections, even enhanced strength appearing within the last 3 weeks. The media had spun a hopeful angle about late bloomers, but Naomasa remained unconvinced. He had been in the job too long to ignore patterns. Quirkless people suddenly gaining powers and criminals suddenly losing theirs felt connected, and the pattern frightened him. He pinched the bridge of his nose and thought that an ancient evil returning would be the last thing they needed. History had its shadows, legends about monsters that stole powers and abilities, passing through fear and blood, stories most of society dismissed as myths. Naomasa knew better. Sometimes myths were reality people did not want to accept. He whispered a plea that Izuku stay safe, though he did not know why those reports made him feel sick. He tapped the folders together, stood, and grabbed his coat. If there really was an ancient force moving in the dark, he hoped Izuku would not get caught in its path. Deep down, he feared something worse, that the boy might not be caught in its path but standing at its center. 6 months had passed since the night everything broke. Izuku Yagi did not exist anymore, not to him, not to the world, not to anyone who mattered. He had become Izuku Shimura, taking his mother's maiden name, the name of Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor. He did not know her and did not know if he deserved her name, but it felt right in a way the Yagi name never had. He crouched on the rooftop of a rundown apartment building, legs tucked beneath him and his cape fluttering slightly in the night wind. Below, a group of dealers stood around a truck, unloading small metal cases that glowed faintly purple. They were handling a dangerous new drag called Trigger. Izuku exhaled slowly through the metal respirator he had built, watching the fog cloud against the inside of the mask. He told himself to focus, narrating in his head the way he always did to steady his nerves. He reminded himself that after 6 months on his own taking Quirks, confronting criminals in quick, decisive skirmishes, and surviving by whatever he could, he was still alive, and that counted for something. He checked his visor settings and slid a blue-tinted screen down over his eyes. A software-accompanied data that flickered across the display. Each dealer lit up with different heat signatures, quirk ratings, and general power levels. Nothing too dangerous, nothing he could not handle. His outfit clung to him lightly: the plain white shirt, Aldra uniform pants, gray cape, metal mask, and the red high-top boots he had refused to abandon. They reminded him of being a kid, of imagining he was a hero. Which was funny, considering what he was now. Just a shadow. A thief. A vigilante nobody could predict or control. On his palm, the tiny black dot pulsed once, like it sensed a hunt coming. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the strength enhancement ripple through him, and let the shapeshift adjust the edges of his hair slightly so it would not fall into his eyes mid-fight. He muttered the name Faux All For One under his breath, almost tasting the irony of having the power to steal quirks, and the irony of sharing a quirk name with a legendary monster whispered about in the underground. Discovering a villain called All For One existed had been horrifying. The man sounded like a nightmare dressed as a businessman, and the stories alone made Izuku's skin crawl. But if he was honest, it also excited him. Because if someone like that existed, then someone like Izuku could exist too. Faux All For One. A ghost. A warning shot. A shadow making all the worst people in the city very nervous. He tightened his grip on the ledge. Below, one dealer shoved another and snapped that he was not being rushed and that the batch was not stable. Izuku sighed. Enough narration. Enough thinking. Time to move. He flicked his visor up, cracked his neck, and stepped off the roof without hesitation. The cape flared. The boots hit pavement silently. His right eye glowed faint green behind the mask. In the next heartbeat, Izuku dove straight into the drag operation like a blade cutting through smoke. He hit the ground running, boots splashing through a puddle as he closed the distance between himself and the first dealer in a blink. Strength enhancement made his body feel lighter and heavier at the same time, light on the takeoff, heavy on the impact. His fist slammed into the thug's gut, lifting the man clean off his feet before sending him crashing into a stack of crates. Another lunged with a metal pipe, swinging hard. Izuku lifted his palm and summoned a force shield that snapped into place with a soft WMP, invisible but solid enough to crack the pipe in half the moment it connected. The thug stared at the broken weapon in shock. Izuku did not give him time to process and planted a kick in the thug's chest, sending him flying into a parked van and denting the door. A bystander demanded who he was, but Izuku did not answer. His heart was racing, not with fear but with the rush, a weird mix of adrenaline, instinct, and the strange sense of clarity he always felt when a fight started, as if his mind snapped into place while everything else fell apart. Another thug with a claw mutation slashed wildly. Izuku ducked under the first strike, blocked the second with a shoulder shield, and sweep-kicked the man's legs out. The man hit the ground hard. It was not clean or elegant, but it worked. Which was honestly more than he expected. He had only been doing this vigilante work for half a year. Most of what he learned came from watching heroes online and surviving trial-by-fire encounters. But somehow, between strength enhancement, force shield, and sheer stubbornness, he was holding his own like someone who had actual training. Then he saw the last one. The big one. Built like a refrigerator with legs, thick neck, thick arms, thick skull, the kind of thug who fought like a tank. What caught Izuku's eye was the weird shimmer around the man's skin, like heat waves off asphalt. The man cracked his knuckles and smirked, telling Izuku that he was strong for a brat but that he had something special too. Izuku raised an eyebrow behind the mask and thought, of course he did. The man punched the ground, and the impact cracked the pavement as a mini shockwave burst out with each hit. Vibration burst Quirk localized tremors from his fists. The man charged like a bull, fists glowing with unstable energy. Izuku braced and raised a force shield wall just in time. The hit against the barrier rattled Izuku's bones. Through the shield, the tremor effect made every punch feel like a grenade. He slid back a few feet, boots scraping, and admitted that the quirk was impressive. The thug grinned and declared he would show him more. He leaped forward, swinging again. Izuku dropped the shield at the last second and rolled under the punch. The ground exploded behind him, bits of concrete flying. He popped up and slammed an uppercut into the man's jaw, strength enhancement snapping the thug's head back like a whip. The man staggered, wiping blood from his lip, and growled that Izuku hit like a truck while he hit like an earthquake. The thug lunged again. Izuku raised a smaller, tighter shield on his forearm and blocked the blast at close range. The recoil rattled him, but he held steady. Then he stepped in closer than the man expected and grabbed his wrist. The thug froze and asked what he was doing. Green energy spiraled from the man's skin into Izuku's palm. There was a violent pull, a gasp, a cry of pain, and then the glow faded. The thug collapsed instantly, trembling and staring at his shaking hands, bewildered and asking where his quirk had gone. Izuku stepped back, breathing hard, eye gleaming faint green behind the mask. He muttered that it was a good quirk and that he might keep it. The man reached for him weakly, asking what he was. Izuku looked down at him in silence for a long moment, then whispered the name Faux All For One through the mask. He turned away as the man passed out, stepping back into the shadows of the alley with new power humming in his hands, the night far from over. Izuku crouched on the edge of the apartment complex roof, knees drawn close, cape fluttering lazily behind him. Muzutafu sprawled below, noisy, tired, dirty, and full of people making bad choices every hour of the night. He had already stopped 3 muggings, a kidnapping attempt, and busted that drag deal. The hum of stolen quirks buzzed faintly under his skin like background static. For once, things felt manageable. He leaned forward, staring at the road stretching toward the horizon, and mused through the respirator that maybe it was time to leave this place, that other cities needed help too, and fewer people might recognize him. He rubbed the back of his neck. The strength quirk made the motion easy and the nerves made it shaky. He was just about to stand when a voice cut through the night air below and told him he could come down now. He froze. The voice belonged to Aizawa, eraser-head, scruffy hair, tired eyes, capture scarf waving like a lazy predator's tail. His mentor and his uncle. The only adult he ever trusted stood directly below him. Izuku's stomach twisted. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not like this. Aizawa scanned the rooftop calmly, hands in his pockets as if inviting a stray cat over, and noted that he knew someone was up there and that it was not subtle. Izuku gritted his teeth behind the mask. He had been too focused on the dealers earlier, too loud, too reckless. Of course Aizawa would notice. The man could sense a falsehood before someone even thought of telling it. Izuku pressed a hand to his visor, letting his shapeshift quirk ripple to maintain the alterations to his face, hair, and eyes. He had adjusted his voice to sound deeper and muffled through the respirator. He silently begged whatever cosmic force might be listening not to let Aizawa recognize him. Aizawa tilted his head up and said he believed the vigilante everyone was whispering about was Faux All For One and that he had been tracking the figure for weeks. Izuku tensed so hard his fingers shook, crouched and clenching his chest. Aizawa added that if he had wanted to capture the vigilante, he would have done it already, and then, in a tone that almost undid him, suggested that the person up there was likely a kid who needed help more than anything. He asked the rooftop figure to stay where he was and to explain why a middle schooler would be out confronting criminals so aggressively. Izuku's hands curled into fists. His shape-shifted hair moved in the wind and his new red eyes flickered behind the blue visor. He pleaded under his breath not to be recognized. Aizawa raised his voice slightly, steady and honest, declaring that he was not there to hurt him or to turn him in and that the kid reminded him of someone. Izuku shut his eyes tight. Of course Aizawa would say that. Of course he would notice. He inhaled and forced his voice deeper, rougher, the respirator and shape-shift changing its pitch, and told Aizawa to leave him alone, insisting he did not need help. The tone sounded unfamiliar even to him. Aizawa remained still and said that everyone needed help, even those who pretended otherwise. Izuku's chest tightened. He rose slowly, cape fluttering, silhouette sharp against the moonlight, gripping the edge of the building. This was the moment he had dreaded. Aizawa took one careful step forward and asked again for him to talk. Izuku's jaw clenched. He could not do it here, not with the mask, this name, and the weight of what he had done hanging over him. He whispered through the respirator, voice shaking despite the shapeshift, that he was not who Aizawa thought he was, then turned and prepared to run. He took one step back, ready to leap off the rooftop into the night, when suddenly a burst of pain exploded in his shoulder, sharp and precise. His whole arm went numb, his legs heavy, and vision blurred. He dropped into a half-crouch, barely catching himself on one hand. Izuku hissed in surprise. Aizawa reacted, calling out that the kid was immobilized. From behind the rooftop access door, Edgeshot stepped into view and explained that he had applied a Shinku needle, a non-lethal nerve strike intended to immobilize a young vigilante. Izuku felt the paralysis and forced air through the mask while his enhancement quirk pulsed faintly, fighting the effect. He steadied himself, wobbling but upright, and let them assume he was simply stubborn. Edgeshot remarked that most villains collapsed immediately, impressed by Izuku's resistance. Izuku let out a shaky breath and hoped they would think him merely strong. His entire left side felt weak, but his right palm tingled as All For One stirred like a shadow beneath his skin. If they came closer, they would remove his mask, and if his mask came off, Aizawa would know. He could not allow that. He swayed and forced his voice, lower and shaped by shapeshift, to warn that it had been a bad move and that he had been leaving. Edgeshot flattened slightly, ready to strike again. Izuku raised his hand not to fight but to feign a stumble, masking the motion as clumsy. He let his knees buckle on purpose and dropped his weight. Edgeshot moved in to grab him and Izuku jerked sideways, using the small strength he had left to spin free. His cape whipped up and he released a burst of force shield off the ground like a concussive wave. The rooftop shuddered from the impact and Edgeshot staggered. Aizawa's capture scarf unfurled behind him. Izuku did not wait or look back. He half ran, half stumbled toward the opposite edge of the roof. His shoulder protested and his legs felt heavy, but his enhancement quirk sparking through his nerves pushed him forward. Aizawa shouted for him to stop, the voice cutting through the night. Izuku froze for a fraction of a heartbeat, heart pounding. He swallowed and forced out a rough, artificial whisper through the mask and shapeshift that his name was not Izuku, then jumped. Aizawa stood alone on the rooftop, wind whipping his scarf. Edgeshot checked for footprints and fibers that might indicate where the vigilante had gone but found nothing. Faux All For One had vanished like smoke. Aizawa clenched his jaw and felt the echo of his own voice when he had shouted the name. He had not meant to speak it, it had rushed out on instinct when the kid began to fall. The instant it left his mouth, something had shifted and the vigilante had frozen, if only for a heartbeat. Edgeshot apologized and said the vigilante had escaped, acknowledging that he should have waited for Aizawa's signal. Aizawa did not snap or glare. He stood silently, considering the scene that had just unfolded and the name that had slipped free. He did not even sigh heavily like he usually would. He stared at the spot where Faux All For One had stood moments before. Aizawa muttered that it was fine, though it clearly was not, and that the man had been spooked, anyone would run. Edgeshot raised a brow and observed that the man had reacted to the name Aizawa had used. Aizawa did not respond because he did not have to. The possibility was already clawing at him. He had no proof. No visual confirmation. No voice match shapeshifting could alter vocal tone, after all. No physical identifiers. And yet Aizawa was not foolish. He had taught too many difficult students, rescued too many runaways, and seen too many children slip through the cracks of hero society. The vigilante's build matched. His height matched. His movement raw, scrappy, improvised matched the Izuku Aizawa remembered from visits to the Yagi home. And when the man had been addressed as Izuku, the boy had hesitated. Not with confusion or anger, but with hurt, the kind that reopened old scars. Aizawa closed his eyes for a long moment and breathed slowly. Edgeshot suggested that if the man truly was All Might's stepchild, they should report it. Aizawa snapped that they would not report anything until they were sure. He did not often speak with that level of certainty without meaning it. Aizawa dragged a hand down his face, exhaustion weighing on him. He reminded Edgeshot that Izuku Yagi had been recorded as quirkless. He had seen the medical reports and knew the doctor who had examined him. There had been nothing. He paced, thoughts racing. How did a quirkless boy lift grown men with a single strike? How did he create shields seemingly out of nowhere? How did energy flicker from his eyes? How could he take on abilities that were not his own? He stopped and looked down at the city lights, remembering the boy at the Yagi home's small, tired, sad, but burning with a quiet spark. A child who cared too much but pretended not to. A child who idolized All Might, who supported his sister when no one else did, who never complained about being forgotten. The only child Aizawa had ever openly admitted he admired. If that child now possessed a multitude of powers, if he was taking them from others, if he was fighting alone, then something had gone very wrong. Aizawa's eyes opened, sharp and determined. He told Edge Shot that whether the vigilante was Izuku or not, Izuku was out there somewhere, hurt and alone, and the Yagis did not deserve another chance to break him. Edge Shot nodded and asked what Aizawa intended to do. Aizawa turned from the rooftop edge, his scarf curling around him like resolve, and said quietly that he was going to find the boy before someone else did. He looked at the empty rooftop one last time and softened as he added that if the vigilante really was Izuku, he would bring him home not back to the Yagis, but to Aizawa himself. Nana Estrella Yagi sat at her desk and stared blankly at her notebook as the classroom buzzed around her. Laughter, gossip, and thrown paper ball filled the room, normal things she used to be part of, but everything felt muted now. 6 months had passed since Izuku had run away, 6 months since her world had cracked and refused to mend. No matter how many times she replayed the events in her head, she could not understand why he had snapped, why he had screamed, why he had looked at her like a stranger, or worse, an enemy. When she asked her parents about it, they mumbled excuses about stress or misunderstandings and insisted it was not her fault, but that did not help when she still remembered the look on his face. She picked at the hem of her sleeve and confessed to herself that she simply did not get it. Katsuki Bakugo slammed his hands down on her desk and demanded that she snap out of it. He wore his usual scowl, though there was a faint softness to it. Behind him, Eijiro Kirishima offered a supportive grin while Mina Ashido leaned over with worried eyes. Mina asked gently if Nana was all right. Bakugo muttered that she looked terrible. Kirishima nudged Bakugo to be more positive, and Bakugo said he was being positive by identifying a problem so it could be fixed. Nana admitted it was about Izuku. The group fell silent. They did not talk about him, often not anymore because of awkward pauses, rumors in school hallways, and teachers whispering about the Yagi family behind closed doors. She forced herself to look up and said that he had been gone for half a year and she did not know how to move on as if nothing had happened. Bakugo crossed his arms and told her that moping would not bring Izuku back. Mina shot Bakugo a warning glare. Kirishima placed a hand on Nana's shoulder and suggested that she keep going day by day, that she did not have to forget Izuku to move forward. Nana's eyes burned, and she whispered that he had been her big brother and best friend, and she had treated him as if he did not matter. The thought scorched her. Bakugo looked away, jaw tight. He felt the weight of his own role in Izuku's suffering, though he would not admit it openly. He said that Izuku was not the type to stay gone forever, that he would get stronger, show up unexpectedly, and annoy them all again. Mina and Kirishima smiled at the thought. Nana wrapped her arms around herself and stayed silent. In half a year they would be leaving middle school and heading to UA High together, beginning their hero journeys. Her parents kept telling her she was chosen and had a bright future and would carry the torch, but none of that mattered when her brother's absence lingered in every hallway, every empty seat, every quiet moment. She whispered that she just wanted him to come home. Far away, watching the city from a rooftop with a mask covering his face, Izuku Shimura, the vigilante known as Faux All For One, paused and felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. He did not understand why, but he kept moving. Izuku slipped through the rusted fire door of his temporary base, a half-collapsed storage building tucked behind an abandoned train yard. It wasn't glamorous, but it was hidden, quiet, and most importantly, the second he shut the door behind him, he sagged against it and let out a long, shaky groan, swearing that the needle had been brutal. Edge Shot's Shinku needle still pulsed in his shoulder like a dull electric shock. Strength enhancement had fought it off for a while, but now that he wasn't running for his life, the aftereffects hit him hard. His arm twitched, his legs wobbled, and his head felt foggy. He muttered that he definitely needed a healing quirk as he stumbled toward his makeshift mattress, a pile of blankets, and a stolen gym foam pad. No way was he dealing with that again, he thought. He peeled off his respirator, letting it clatter onto a crate. The mask had left red marks along his face, and as the air hit his skin he realized how badly he had been sweating. He sat down heavily and rubbed his shoulder. Edge Shot had been annoyingly good. Aizawa had been dangerously observant. And Izuku had been uncomfortably close to being unmasked. He let himself fall backward onto the mattress, his cape crumpling beneath him. The building creaked with the wind, rain tapped weakly against the boarded windows, and the city hummed in the distance, a constant reminder that he wasn't done yet. He whispered to himself that he had to leave Mizurufu. He had stayed too long, taken too many risks, and made too many enemies. Aizawa knowing Faux All For One existed was bad. Aizawa suspecting something about him would be worse. He pictured Izuku Midoriya's face, the concern in his voice, the raw shock when Izuku had almost fallen off the building. The memory tightened his chest unexpectedly. He shoved the thought away and pulled the thin blanket over himself, promising that tomorrow he would move on, tomorrow he would steal a healing quirk if he could find one, and tomorrow he would head toward Hosu, the city crawling with crime, villains, and rumors of monstrous sightings, the perfect place for someone like him to grow stronger. For now, the Shinka Needle's paralysis finally ebbed out of his system, leaving his body heavy, sore, but functional again. He yawned, muscles loosening for the first time in hours. The static buzz of stolen quirks faded into the background and, curled in his blanket in that dim, dusty room, he whispered one last thought into the darkness that he would go to Hosu. Izuku sprinted across the rooftops of Hosu, boots slamming against concrete and cape snapping behind him like a storm flag. His lungs burned, his legs ached, and his heart hammered, but speedy recovery kept him moving, patching him up as fast as he pushed himself. He knew he needed that healing quirk more than ever. Right now, he was being hunted by the big guns the Commission had sent, Hawks, Endeavor, and Mirko. He reminded himself that he had walked into this by taking down a trafficking ring that had been so big the heroes assumed it was a villain group making a move. They had set a trap, and he had walked right into it. As he vaulted over a rooftop AC unit, he hissed in frustration. A feather shot past and sliced the metal unit clean in half. Hawks had been close and casual overhead, noting that the little vigilante moved fast for a young person but was still not fast enough. Izuku did not look back. He focused on his hands and called on his repulsion rings, forcing a glowing ring of green energy beneath him that blasted outward and launched him upward. The force sent him through the air with his cape flaring. Flames erupted ahead. Endeavor had arrived and demanded that he halt. Izuku barely raised a force shield before the flames slammed into it. The barrier held, but the impact sent him spinning helplessly. He flailed for a moment before instinct kicked in and he fired a grapple cable. The cable snagged a billboard frame, yanking his body mid-fall and swinging him around the corner of a building. He landed hard, rolled twice, and pushed himself back to his feet with churning stomach and shaking legs. A chunk of concrete exploded beside him as Mirko landed where he had just been standing. The number 5 hero cracked her knuckles and grinned with a fierce energy, calling him out for the workout he had given them. Izuku stumbled back with his hands raised and insisted that he did not want to fight, but Mirko laughed and lunged. He shoved both palms down and activated repulsion rings at maximum. A double blast erupted beneath his feet, launching him across the street like a missile. He crashed through a fire escape, rolled across a balcony, and slammed into the wall of another rooftop. His ribs screamed, and speedy recovery pushed to keep him moving. Hawks reported their direction overhead, prompting Mirko to praise his athleticism and endeavor to light the alley with flames while demanding his surrender. Izuku's breathing hitched. He refused the thought of prison, of returning to the Yagis, or of being unmasked. He slammed a hand onto the roof and activated every mobility trick he had: repulsion rings, grapple, force shield rebounds, and launched himself across 3 rooftops in seconds, bouncing from surface to surface. Behind him, Hawks streaked like a comet with feathers whipping past. Endeavor advanced in a pillar of fire, and Mirko bounded between buildings in relentless pursuit. Izuku's foot slipped and his heartbeat spiked, but speedy recovery cleared the dizziness and he refused to stop or give up. He dove off a building into the night as the 3 top heroes came crashing down behind him. He hit the next rooftop hard enough to bite his tongue but kept going, racing for anything that might let him escape. Then he heard the deep rumble of engines and the grinding of traffic below. The main Hosu expressway was slammed with speeding cars and trucks, and he skidded to a halt at the edge of the building, boots scraping as he assessed the gridlocked chaos beneath him. Headlights streaked by like angry meteors. His heart jackhammered. He muttered that it could work. It was stupid. It was reckless. It was exactly the kind of move his old self would never have dared to try. Good thing he was not that kid anymore. He crouched low, watching the cars. Timing was everything. If he messed up, he would end up flattened like a cartoon pancake. Behind him, Hawks called out as he landed lightly on the opposite rooftop and announced that there he was. Mirko leapt up next to Hawks, grinning like she was about to win a bet and warning him not to jump because she wanted to punch him first. Endeavor was not far behind. Fire rose around him, heat so intense Izuku could feel it from 30 meters away. Izuku inhaled through the respirator, fingers twitching, and told himself now was the moment. He ran, sprinting harder than he ever had. Hawks spread his wings and warned that he was going to bail. Izuku launched himself off the rooftop and fired a repulsion ring beneath him midair. The blast sent him rocketing downward faster than gravity could pull him. He tucked his knees tight, arms pulled in, cape whipping as he dropped between lanes of speeding traffic. A semi-truck roared past underneath. Izuku snapped his left hand downward and issued the command to grapple. His hand shot out on a cable, latched onto the underframe of the trailer, and yanked him directly beneath it. His body swung violently, slamming against the chassis and jolting his senses, but speedy recovery was already patching up the bruises. He held on, gripping tight. The semi thundered down the highway, carrying him away like some forgotten piece of road debris. Above, the three heroes reached the edge. Hawks's eyes widened as he said it looked like he had gone under the truck. Mirko blinked, stunned for a moment, and exclaimed that the kid had just grabbed onto a moving truck. Endeavor snarled that he would not get far. Hawks threw out a flurry of feathers to track him, but by the time they swept low to scan the expressway, the semi had already merged into a different lane and then disappeared behind a cluster of long-haul trucks. Izuku did not move a muscle as the underside of the truck blurred past him. His grip hurt, his shoulder throbbed, and oil dripped on his mask, but he stayed completely silent and completely hidden. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, but a quiet, breathless laugh escaped him. He could not believe that it had worked. The city lights streaked by. Above him, the heroes scattered, searching. Below, Izuku Shimura Faux All For One was already slipping out of Hosu, rolling along the highway under a truck like an exhausted, terrified, and victorious raccoon. He muttered that people thought he did not plan things out as he hung on for dear life. For once, luck was actually on his side. Later that night, Detective Naomasa leaned against the side of his unmarked car, hot chocolate warming his hands as the winter wind bit at his cheeks. The parking lot behind the precinct was quiet, just a few streetlights, a few drifting flakes of snow, and the lingering ache of a case that never really left him. Aizawa approached, pulled down his scarf, and greeted Naomasa. He looked even more tired than usual, eyes heavy, shoulders tense, scarf hanging loosely around his neck instead of coiled like a weapon. Naomasa offered the cup and asked if he wanted some. Aizawa said he did not usually drink that but took it anyway, holding the warmth between his palms. They stood in a comfortable silence for a few seconds, the kind that only comes after years of friendship. Naomasa brought up Faux All For One. Aizawa's jaw tightened at the name. Naomasa corrected that the fugitive had not just escaped 3 top pros but had outplayed them. Hawks had said he moved like he had been doing this for years, and Mirko wanted a rematch. Aizawa sighed, accepting Mirko's predictable response. Naomasa asked if Aizawa thought it was Izuku. Aizawa did not answer immediately, his breath fogged in the cold air, then he admitted that he did. Naomasa sipped his drink and noted there was no proof. Aizawa replied that he did not need proof. He had seen how the young man moved and how he reacted when Aizawa spoke. Everything about him screamed Izuku. Naomasa nodded slowly and said he believed him. The detective looked up at the night sky and reflected that he had known the missing person case would be dropped eventually. A quirkless kid, half a year gone, no sightings, no ransom, no villain trail. The committee had labeled Izuku Yagi as presumed dead, case closed. Move on. Naomasa hated them for it. Aizawa agreed that the Yagis had moved on too fast and had not seemed like grieving parents. He added that he had cut ties the minute they stopped using Izuku's name and started calling it an unfortunate incident. Naomasa understood why it had hit Aizawa hard. Aizawa said quietly that he had cared about that kid and that the boy deserved better. Another heavy silence settled. Naomasa reached into his coat and pulled out a small, neatly stapled stack of official papers, then held them out. Aizawa took the folder and flipped through the pages, his expression softening when he saw the adoption paperwork, all approved, all filed, all ready. Aizawa stared at the last page where the signature line waited blank and was told that all Izuku had to do was sign his new name, Izuku Aizawa. Aizawa closed the folder gently and said that Izuku did not have to go back to his parents. He did not have to ever. Naomasa leaned against the car again and said they just had to find him and get him to trust them again. Aizawa's voice dropped to a low, fierce whisper as he vowed to bring him home. He had not been able to save him before, but he would now. Naomasa nodded, sipping his hot chocolate, and hoped he was still alive to hear it. Aizawa looked toward the rooftops in the direction Faux All For One had vanished that night and quietly affirmed that he was sure the boy was alive. Somewhere far across the city, a masked teenager pulled his cape tighter as he hid beneath the back of a moving semi-truck, completely unaware that a family was waiting for him, a real one. Izuku slipped into an empty alley, boots crunching over broken glass as he finally took a breath. The air in this new city tasted different, dirtier, heavier, but in a way that made him feel oddly at home. He leaned back against a wall and pushed his visor up just enough to wipe sweat from his forehead. He told himself to see what he had now. He pulled up the visor's interface, the scanner Quirk feeding live data into the display like a mini HUD. A list of icons appeared on his HUD, each one a different stolen quirk. He counted them, one by one, starting from the alley where it all began. Strength enhancement, shapeshift, repulsion rings, force shield, grapple, speedy recovery. He kept going. Vibration burst, super strength, scanner, instant transmission, blast, dragon fist, aim dodge, redirect, impure beam. He stopped at 16. 16 quirks. 6 months ago he could not have imagined having one. Now he had enough power to challenge half the hero rankings if he wanted to, which he probably did not. He let out a shaky laugh and admitted to himself that 16 quirks was insane. A small part of him wondered if he should feel guilty. Another part wondered if he should feel proud. Mostly he felt tired. The sky was dark, the streets were quiet, and his body begged for sleep. His shoulders still ached from that shinku needle even with speedy recovery patching him up. His legs felt like jelly. Instant transmission alone had drained half his mental stamina that night. He muttered that he only needed a few hours and somewhere quiet to sleep. His visor pinged with a sharp, urgent chirp. The HUD flickered and zoomed in on a heat signature 3 blocks away, small, fast, panicked. Behind it were larger signatures, 3 of them, all closing with hostile intent. His blood ran cold. He recognized the pattern and zoomed in further. The smallest signature tripped and the bigger ones closed in. His jaw clenched beneath the respirator. He did not hesitate, did not think, did not question. His hand twitched and instant transmission glowed under his skin. He locked onto the smallest heat source, murmured a quick reassurance to the kid, and vanished. He slipped into his newest city like smoke through a crack, silent, unnoticed, already exhausted from outrunning half of Japan's hero charts. Hosu had been loud and messy, with too many eyes and too many close calls. This place was quieter but rotten in the same ways. He learned that within the first hour, a mugging, a back alley extortion, a corrupted patrol hero collecting fees, an underground black market storefront pretending to be a laundromat. He handled all of them in minutes, not cleanly or gently, but efficiently. Each fight came with a spark of green energy, a grabbing palm, and that familiar rush as quirks flooded into him. Some were weak and brittle, not worth keeping. Some were strange mutations that did not mesh well with his current loadout. But 4 of them changed the game. Instant transmission, dragon fist, aim dodge, and impure beam. He felt each settle into him like a new limb. Instant transmission was unsettling at first. No flash, no sound, no warm-up, just gone and then somewhere else the instant he pictured it. Dragon fist felt raw and heavy, burning under his skin like coiled lightning. When he punched, dragons of pure energy surged from his fists and blasted through barriers. Aim dodge felt instinctive, as if someone else's reflexes ran in the back of his skull. Gunfire meant a slide left, a blade swing meant a tiny evasive step, an energy beam meant the exact tilt to avoid it. His body moved before fear even kicked in. Impure beam frightened him the most, an energy that thrummed like a star in his chest, too bright and too loud, devastating in its force. The first time he tested it, he obliterated a warehouse wall and immediately promised himself he would use it only as a last resort. By sunrise he had cleared out a good chunk of the city scum. He perched on a rusted billboard, legs dangling over the edge while the early wind tugged at his gray cape. He rubbed his hands and felt the hum of new power beneath his skin. He thought that this was getting ridiculous and that he would need a notebook to keep track of everything. Instant teleportation, dodge instincts, dragon punches, an overwhelming destructive beam, too much for one person. He admitted to himself that he was not complaining, though his voice cracked with tiredness and stubborn loneliness. He looked down at the street where the villains lay unconscious in a neat pile and thanked them internally for the upgrades, then winced and noted that talking to unconscious people was strange. He stood, cape fluttering behind him, adjusted his mask, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and let instant transmission pull him into the next moment, vanishing without a sound. Dinner at the Yagi house used to be loud, now it felt hollow. Tashinori sat at the head of the table with the polished, public-ready smile he had perfected. Inko and Nana sat on either side with plates half full and glasses untouched, conversation drifting like background noise. Toshinori smiled and told the family that Nana's training with Gran Torino was progressing well and that she would be ready for One for All soon. Nana nodded but only poked at her rice. Inko beamed and said she was proud and that Nana would make a wonderful successor. Toshinori raised his cup and added that Nana was strong, brave, and responsible, everything needed to handle such a power. Nana tried to smile in return but felt something sharp and heavy tugging at her chest. She glanced at the empty fourth chair at the table, the one nobody talked about anymore, and swallowed hard. She told her parents that she had been thinking about Izuku and that she missed him, wondering if he was still alive or out there somewhere. Inko stiffened for a fraction of a second and then gently but firmly reminded Nana that they had talked about this. Toshinori took a slow breath and said that they all missed him, but that they could not dwell on what they could not change. Nana whispered that she missed him a lot. Inko reached across the table and placed a hand over hers, warning that grief could play tricks and make them hold on to things they should let go of. Nana's eyes widened as she insisted that he was not a thing. Toshinori sighed and said that Izuku had made his choice that night and had been emotional and unstable. They could not blame themselves. Nana, voice cracking, insisted she was not blaming herself and that she simply did not want to forget him. Inko softened her expression in a careful, controlled way and told Nana that she would be a great hero and needed to look forward rather than backward. Nana asked if they were just pretending he never existed. Toshinori replied in a parental, shut-down tone that focusing on him would not bring him back and that what mattered now was her future. Her stomach twisted. That was not what she needed to hear. She took a slow breath and, voice trembling, told them she still felt like he was out there. Inko forced a small smile and tried to reassure her that it was natural to imagine him, that he had been important to her. Nana insisted he still mattered. Neither parent answered. Toshinori steered the conversation toward Quirk training the next day, saying it would be intense and they should finish dinner. Nana looked at the empty chair, her brother's chair. The house felt too quiet, too neat, too normal, like Izuku Yagi had been erased, not lost. She picked up her fork with a shaking hand and pretended to eat while her chest felt like it was folding inward. Her parents talked about One for All, her future, her supposed destiny, but not the boy who had shared her childhood, who had promised they would be heroes together, who had walked into the rain alone 6 months ago. For the first time, Nana realized something awful. Maybe she was the only one still hurting. Somewhere in another city, a masked vigilante perched on a rooftop without dinner, staring into the night with red eyes and a quiet ache he did not understand, unaware that his sister still thought of him every single day. March arrived quickly, colder than it should have been, and the world knew the name Faux All For One. News anchors argued nightly. Some called him a menace, some a vigilante, some an urban myth, some a demon kid with too many powers. Izuku did not care. He had stopped caring a long time ago. What still surprised him was the girl curled up beside him on the rooftop edge, swinging her legs as if they were not 50 stories above the ground. Himiko Toga. The same girl who had sat behind him in middle school, doodling hearts and smiling like trouble wrapped in a ribbon, the same girl who had disappeared one day and never come back. Now she was his partner. It felt surreal. They had found each other in the worst way. Toga surrounded by unconscious assailants, laughing wild and broken. She was a mess, unhinged, but Izuku spotted something familiar beneath the chaos: fear, loneliness, a desperate need to be accepted. He did not judge or flinch. He approached, made a small cut on his palm, offered it to her, and somehow she accepted. She had not left his side since. Now she sat next to him in an oversized hoodie, cheeks flushed, eyes bright gold, smiling as she hugged his arm. Toga teased that he was kind of famous, mentioning the rumors that he could teleport. Izuku groaned behind his respirator and insisted the press was exaggerating and that he barely understood his quirk. She laughed and reminded him of the fight the night before, saying she had watched from the best vantage point and found his moves stylish. He corrected her that the other person had been trying to set someone on fire. She replied that his counterstrike had been impressive. Izuku felt his face warm despite himself. It still surprised him how steady he felt around her. She listened and trusted him, looking at him not as a mistake or a burden but like he mattered. Izuku did not hate it. He had even shared 2 quirks with her to test redistribution, aim dodge and strength enhancement, and now she moved like a shadow and struck with overwhelming force. Toga swung her legs again and told him they were perfect for each other. Izuku muttered that it was an odd way to put it. She leaned against his shoulder and said their lives mirrored one another. His parents had rejected him for not having a quirk, hers had rejected her for having one. She called it tragic poetic. He sighed and told her that was not poetic. She corrected him proudly and rested her head on his shoulder, humming softly. Izuku let out a long, tired breath. He had power, enemies, a reputation, and despite everything, he also had her, someone whose devotion both frightened and soothed him, someone who saw the knife in his hand and the marks on his palms and chose him anyway. For the first time in a full year, he did not feel alone. Aizawa sat at his desk with his head in his hands, hair falling like a dark curtain, a steady headache pulsing behind his eyes. Training season had arrived, student evaluations, entrance exam preparation, staff meetings, and piles of paperwork, all of it pressing on him at once. He also had to accept that the official search for Izuku had to be scaled back. Nizu had been cautious but firm that Aizawa needed to avoid burning out before the exam season. Aizawa felt burned out already. He leaned back and muttered in frustration, wondering where the kid was. He had spent months chasing shadows, security footage, and dead ends. He knew when the commission had stopped searching and when the Yagis had accepted Izuku's presumed death. He knew when people expected him to move on, but he could not. UA's entrance exam was in a month. He had robot evaluations, course calibrations, the press release, and a teacher roster meeting with Present Mike to handle. His phone buzzed with a coded vibration. He opened the encrypted group chat used by the Underground Hero Network and saw reports of a vigilante sighting, Faux All For One in the Mizudafu Industrial District, moving fast. Possibly returning to old territory. Aizawa went completely still. Mizudafu. He did not smile, he was not built for that, but something flickered in his chest, a spark of hope he had been crushing under his heel for months. He grabbed his goggles from his desk and slung his scarf over his shoulders as he strode for the exit. Present Mike poked his head out of the staff room and asked where he was headed, reminding him that there was a faculty briefing. Aizawa asked Hizashi to cover for him. Mike balked and demanded to know why Aizawa was leaving again, but when Aizawa simply said please, Mick's eyes softened and he agreed to cover. Aizawa nodded once in silent thanks and slipped out into the night. He knew it was foolish. He knew it was risky. He knew it was clinging to a thread when he should be focusing on the future students of UA. But he also knew something else. If Faux All For One was Izuku, if there was even a chance, then he could not give up. Not yet. Not when the kid might be back in the one place that ever felt like home. Aizawa dropped from the rooftop, scarf billowing behind him like a cloak. Entrance exams could wait. Finding Izuku could not. Later that night, the scene shifted to a warehouse roof. Izuku sat on the edge of the warehouse roof, legs dangling, mask pushed up just enough for the cold night air to touch his face. Himiko was back at their hideout, curled up in their too small bed and already asleep. He was on solo patrol and the quiet suited him. He leaned back on his palms and stared at the moon, letting his muscles relax after hours of fighting. His visor rested beside him, the blue-tinted screen still glowing faintly. When he slid it over one eye to scan the area, the display flagged a Quirk signature, erasure. His heart stuttered and his body went rigid. Before he had time to process, a voice from behind addressed him, calling him the problem child. Izuku's stomach flipped. He did not turn at first. His breathing shook, barely, but Aizawa, sharp, quiet, and patient, noticed. When Izuku finally stood and faced him, Aizawa was not tense, was not preparing to capture him, and was not using erasure. He simply stood there, scarf hanging loose, eyes softer than Izuku remembered. Aizawa explained that he had not come to fight and that he only wanted to talk. Izuku felt the urge to run surge through him, every survival instinct screaming to get away. Another part, the lonely, tired part that missed this man, would not let him move. Aizawa stepped closer slowly and offered Izuku the chance to leave, but said he would like to stay if Izuku wanted him to. Izuku nodded hesitantly and motioned to the spot beside him. Aizawa sat down. Izuku then spoke with his real voice, the one he had buried under shapeshift and a respirator for a year, and greeted Aizawa as Uncle Shota. Aizawa inhaled sharply. His eyes widened and then softened completely. He did not ask questions, demand answers, or raise his voice. He leaned forward and hugged Izuku. Izuku froze because Aizawa never hugged anyone. The warmth hit him hard. Aizawa's arms wrapped around him, tight but steady, like an anchor. Izuku's mask hid the way his eyes suddenly burned. After a long moment, Izuku admitted that he had missed Aizawa. Aizawa let out a shaky breath against his shoulder and said that he had missed him too. Izuku slowly returned the hug, gripping the fabric of Aizawa's scarf like he used to when he was smaller. They stayed like that for a long moment, a rare, quiet pause where neither had to pretend. When they finally pulled apart, Aizawa wiped at his eyes and tried to hide his emotion. Izuku pretended not to notice. Aizawa said they had a lot to talk about, and Izuku agreed. They sat together on the rooftop, legs dangling over the edge, the city humming below. For the first time in a year, Izuku did not feel like a ghost, and Aizawa did not feel like he had failed a child. Both of them finally had a chance to stop running. They talked for hours. At first the rooftop was dim and still, the kind of silence that only shows up around 3 in the morning. As time passed, their voices filled the space soft, honest, and sometimes shaky, exactly the conversation both had been starving for. Izuku sat cross-legged on the edge of the roof with his visor pushed up on his head like a pair of goggles. Aizawa sat beside him with one knee propped up and his scarf draped lazily around his shoulders. It felt normal, dangerously so. Izuku described one of his quirks, calling it repulsion rings, and explained he had obtained it from a man who had tried to crush a child with a dumpster but was still alive. Aizawa nodded and said he had not intended to ask about that. Izuku accused Aizawa of being about to ask anyway, and Aizawa did not deny it. Izuku demonstrated another ability, grapple, launching a cable-like tendril of shimmering energy that latched onto a rusted antenna and snapped back into his palm. Aizawa gave a small, impressed hum and called it surprisingly efficient. Izuku brightened with excitement and then showed a thin beam of light at his fingertip that he called Impure Beam, explaining he had taken it from a rogue hero who believed he was on a divine mission. Izuku had stopped him from harming an innocent person. Aizawa rubbed his temples and said he had many follow-up questions but was choosing to keep the peace tonight. Izuku laughed, and Aizawa paused to take in how alive the kid looked, no longer the scared, hollow person he had seen a year ago, but stronger and sharper and still Izuku. Izuku leaned back on his hands beneath the moonlight and began telling a story involving Hawks, Endeavor, and Mirko. Aizawa raised a brow and asked if Izuku had fought all 3, to which Izuku proudly stated that he had not. Izuku admitted that he had used instant transmission and hid under a semi-truck. Aizawa stared. Izuku shrugged. Aizawa sighed. Izuku tried not to smile too hard. Aizawa muttered that it sounded like something Hisashi would have tried at his age. Izuku pointed out that he had survived. Aizawa replied that it had been barely. Izuku kept talking. He described the cities he had visited, the criminals he had stopped, the close calls, the quirks he had collected, the ones he had refused to take, the ones he had transferred, and the people he had helped without anyone knowing. He even mentioned the small, silly things, rooftops with the best wind currents and convenience stores with the worst security cameras. Aizawa listened to every word, not half listening, not pretending, not lecturing. He listened the way a parent listens when a child rambles about something they love, and somewhere during Izuku's excited explanation of a small force shield that could stop a drifting leaf, Aizawa realized he had missed this more than he'd expected. He had missed Izuku's passion, his obsession with quirks, his nerdy excitement, the way he talked with his hands, and the way he lit up when someone paid attention. Aizawa did not interrupt, criticize, or scold him for being a vigilante. He simply nodded, smiled occasionally, and absorbed everything. By the time they paused, the sky had turned pale orange with sunrise. Izuku blinked in surprise at how long they had been talking. Aizawa smirked faintly and noted that Izuku had always talked too much. Izuku protested silently in his expression. Aizawa added softly that he was glad he had finally gotten to hear it again. Izuku's breath caught. In the early morning light, with the city waking beneath them and the last of the night fading away, he felt something he had not felt in a year. Safe, seen, wanted. He addressed Aizawa as Uncle Shota and thanked him for listening. Aizawa's voice gentled as he replied that he always would. They sat together watching the sun rise, neither knowing how long the fragile peace would last, but for the first time in a long while they were not alone. Izuku slipped his respirator back over his mouth and slid the blue visor down with a soft click. The warmth of the sunrise faded behind the cool tint of the mask, but the lingering comfort of the night remained in his chest. Aizawa stood beside him with his scarf fluttering in the morning breeze. For a moment they simply looked at each other, uncle and nephew, vigilante and pro, two people who refused to give up on each other even when everything else told them to. Aizawa asked where he could find Izuku again, saying he would rather not lose him for another year. Izuku hesitated. Trust was still difficult, but this was Aizawa, so he produced a small folded note made of reinforced fabric written in permanent ink and handed it over. He explained that it contained one of his safe spots, a rooftop garden where hardly anyone went, and asked Aizawa to check there at night if he needed him. Aizawa accepted the note with a slow nod and promised to keep it quiet. Izuku thanked him for the night. Aizawa did not reply with words. He rested a hand briefly on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed once with a soft grunt of affection. Izuku stepped back, a small grin tugging under his mask. Aizawa warned him not to be reckless, and Izuku fell backward off the roof on purpose. Aizawa took a startled half-step forward, only to stop when Izuku vanished mid-fall in a burst of warped air and green shimmer instant transmission and was gone without a trace. Aizawa let out a long breath and dragged a hand down his face, calling him a show-off under his breath, but a tired, small smile crossed his features. He tucked the note into his scarf, looked up at the rising sun, and whispered a quiet welcome back to the kid. Izuku landed inside the hideout in a soft ripple of warped air and was nearly tackled the instant he set foot in the room. Himiko sprang at him like an eager missile and wrapped him in an exuberant hug, giggling as she held him close. He staggered back a step, caught her instinctively, and laughed openly. Himiko pressed her forehead to his and demanded his attention playfully, teasing that he had left her alone and now owed her for it. She grinned mischievously and declared that she raised the stakes every time he disappeared. Izuku rolled his eyes but smiled, gently setting her down even though she did not fully let go and instead clung around his neck like she owned him. He unclicked his visor and lifted it off, the blue tint fading to reveal his tired but soft expression. He brushed his messy blue hair aside and asked if she was all right. Himiko's grin softened into an affectionate smile. She greeted him with a playful, friendly peck on the cheek and a mischievous hum, careful and gentle where it mattered. Izuku chuckled and observed that there were better ways to say hello. Himiko teased that maybe for normal couples, but she did not want a normal life, she wanted to be with him. He looked at her, flushed but steady, and said that he wanted to be with her too. She beamed and flopped onto the couch, pulling him down beside her as if he were her captive. She announced that they had a lot to talk about, how many crimes he had stopped without telling her, how rude that was, and how jealous it made her. He laughed, lighter and freer than he had been in years, and promised to tell her everything. For the first time since he had left that rooftop, the world felt warm again. The hideout was unusually peaceful, no alarms, no gunfire, no frantic rooftop chases, just sunlight through dusty windows, the low hum of a space heater, and a small chaotic family lounging together like they paid the rent. Izuku sat on the couch with his mask off and his hair a fluffy mess, surrounded by the noisy comfort of people who cared. Himiko lay across Izuku's lap like a gremlin taking a nap only when supervised, her feet dangling off one end of the couch. The door slid open and Kana Tsutsumi walked in cool, calm, dressed like she owned the entire building. Being a low-key Yakuza boss came with perks. Himiko perked up instantly and shouted Kana's name as she launched herself off Izuku's lap. Kana caught her with the reflex of someone who had survived assassinations, betrayal, prison, and Himiko toga. Himiko clung to her and pressed a brief, affectionate kiss to Kana's cheek. Kana stood there with an expression flat as a cutting board and noted that Himiko was awfully energetic today. Himiko replied that she had missed her and squeezed tighter. Kana pointed out that they had seen each other 2 days ago. Himiko insisted that was exactly why she was so excited. Izuku chuckled from the couch and Kana shot him a sideways smirk, remarking that Himiko seemed to be like that with everyone she liked. Kana added that he sounded as if Himiko was also glued to his neck every morning, and Izuku immediately flushed. Himiko grinned mischievously. Kana sat beside Izuku, crossing her legs and slipping an arm around his shoulders with the ease of someone for whom that was perfectly natural. Izuku let himself relax a little and thought, not entirely seriously, that he really had a harem now. It made zero sense and all the sense at the same time. After a few minutes of Himiko attempting to braid Kana's hair and Kana calmly pretending not to care, Kana leaned forward and said she had news. Izuku straightened, any trace of relaxation gone. Kana informed him that Jiren had gotten in touch and that small villain bands were starting to merge, picking up strays, recruiting rookies, and getting serious funding. Izuku asked if there was any idea who was behind it. Kana replied that a group calling itself the League of Villains was responsible. Izuku blinked slowly and muttered that it sounded like a knockoff Saturday morning cartoon name. Himiko snorted that it was so cringe it circled back and became iconic. Kana shrugged and warned that regardless of the name, their intentions were bad. She reported that the group was planning something big, an attack on UA's USJ facility, and that their main target was All Might. Izuku's face tightened at the name All Might, the man who had a complicated place in his. The memory twisted his stomach, not out of love but out of a complicated mess of history, hurt, and betrayal. He admitted that he didn't want the man dead, but he didn't want to save him either, not for the man's sake. When Izuku asked about the students, Kana looked at him knowingly and clarified that he meant his sister and the explosive girl she hung out with. Izuku grimaced at the description but didn't deny it, mentioning that Aizawa had said they both made it into UA. He insisted that Nana didn't deserve to die because the adults had screwed everything up. Himiko tilted her head and asked about the explosive girl. Izuku sighed and admitted that he felt obligated by society not to let teenagers get slaughtered. Kana smirked and called him a softy. Izuku snapped at her. Himiko hopped into Izuku's lap again and hugged him from the front, then asked whether they were crashing the attack. Izuku leaned back, rubbing his temples as his mind raced through League of Villains, he, All Might, his sister, Aizawa, and his own place in the middle of every side. He said he needed more intel and asked whether Jiren knew any details. Kana replied that not yet, but he would. Izuku nodded, already planning strategies, quirk combinations, routes, escape plans, and contingencies. Himiko kissed his cheek softly and promised that whatever he decided, they were with him. Kana rested a hand on his shoulder and said always. Izuku swallowed and reflected that although he might be a vigilante, a criminal, a thief of quirks, he wasn't alone anymore. He believed the League of Villains had no idea what kind of chaos they had just stepped into. Aizawa slammed into the ground as the Nomu's massive hand pinned him to the concrete. He had been in bad fights before, stab wounds, broken bones, full-on villain riots, but this thing felt different, built specifically to stop someone like All Might, and Aizawa had the misfortune of standing in the way. He cursed as he struggled to twist free. His capture weapon had been ruined, his goggles were damaged, and sharp pain flared through his arm, but the Nomu kept pressing down. Every time he erased its quirks, the brute compensated instantly with overwhelming, unnatural strength. Across the field, Kurogyri hovered in a swirl of mist and taunted Aizawa, telling him his efforts were wasted and that he should simply accept his fate. Aizawa snapped back at the taunt and fought to force his quirk back online. For a fleeting moment, the Nomu twitched as its shock absorption faltered, but then it slammed him across the ground again. Aizawa's vision blurred and ringing filled his ears. A sharp pain seared through his shoulder and he felt himself running out of reserves. He didn't have much left. Nana charged in with lightning in her eyes, her quirks still weak but her determination unbowed. She struck at the Nomu with everything she had, but it didn't budge. Bakugo blasted in from the right, explosions tearing up the floor as he propelled himself toward the monster's head, shouting at it to move. The Nomu barely reacted. Kirishima barreled forward, fists aimed at the creature to pry one of its arms away from their teacher, but the Nomu showed no sign of being distracted. Todoroki stayed back, face calm and jaw tight, unleashing a blast of ice that locked the Nomu's legs to the ground. He called for the others to hold it for a few seconds while he tried to freeze it solid. The Nomu roared and cracked the ice almost immediately, steam rising from its skin as Shigaraki laughed from the platform above and sneered that heroes were pathetic when they bled. Aizawa fought to stay conscious and urged the kids to run. Nana refused to leave him and cried that she wasn't going anywhere. Shigaraki regarded the scene and found it almost endearing, deciding that they should be dealt with first. He raised a hand, fingers twitching, while Kurogyri's mist surged and informed Tamura that the Nomu was fully responsive. Someone had begun to say there was little need to act, but Nana screamed no and lunged in front of Aizawa, arms spread wide. Bakugo's eyes widened. Kirishima froze. Todoroki clenched his fists so tightly frost gathered at his chin. Aizawa felt his heart seize. He tried to tell her not to move. Nana's name echoed, and Shigaraki reached out and shouted, then the world bent. A ripple of warped energy tore through the air, sharp and sudden like a glass pane shattering. Everyone, villains, heroes, students, felt the shockwave. Reality itself seemed kicked sideways. A cold, lethal voice warned that anyone who touched her would burn the place to ash. Aizawa recognized the voice instantly. Kurogyri tensed and Shigaraki's hand hovered midair. From the space between Nomu and Nana, a figure appeared, blue hair wild, red eyes glowing behind a cracked visor, cape fluttering, boots silent on the floor. Izuku Shimura Faux All For One stood with one hand raised toward the Nomu and the other forming a pulsing repulsion ring. Nana gasped, not recognizing him but feeling something familiar. Bakugo's jaw dropped. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Kirishima whispered who he was. Aizawa exhaled, relief and dread mingling together. Shigaraki froze for a moment, then a slow grin spread across his face as he murmured that the newcomer wasn't on the list and wondered aloud who he was supposed to be. Izuku tilted his head and cracked his neck, declaring that he intended to wreck their entire plan. The air vibrated as he stepped forward, adding a new player to the USJ engagement. Shigaraki's excitement surfaced, fingers twitching with manic joy as he ordered Nomu to kill the extra. The Nomu lunged faster than anyone expected, its massive arm firing forward like a cannon. Izuku didn't flinch. He snapped his palm up and generated a solid, shimmering force shield that absorbed the blow with a deafening impact, cracking the floor beneath him. He slid back, digging his heels in, admitting to himself that it was strong. When the Nomu pulled its fist back for another strike, Izuku lowered the shield briefly and activated an internal burst of strength. His muscles tightened as surges moved through him. He no longer relied on the old enhancement, but on something he had acquired recently. The next punch came and Izuku caught it. Students froze, Aizawa's gaze widened despite the strain on his features, and even Shigaraki's grin faltered for a heartbeat. The Nomu pushed harder, roaring as it carved tracks through the concrete. Izuku pushed back and managed to shove the creature a short distance. Underneath the confrontation, Izuku's curiosity buzzed. He analyzed its possible quirks and tested its limits in his head, but he forced that hunger down. Not in front of kids, not now. Nomu lunged again. Izuku vanished in a distorting pop of green energy and reappeared on the dome's rafters. He fired a thin, controlled impure beam from his fingertip that struck the Nomu's shoulder, scorching its exterior and cracking part of its plating. The Nomu staggered and roared. Izuku warped again before it could counter, landing behind it and shooting another beam into its back. Warp, beam, each strike scorched and tore at its outer form, but the creature's body knitted itself back together unnaturally fast, as if reshaping clay. Shigaraki clapped, delighted and exultant, proclaiming how beautiful it was, a creation made to defeat all might, packed with raw strength, shock absorption, rapid regeneration, reflexes, and a hint of something taken from his mentor. He basked in the display and tapped his face in a mocking salute. Mid-speech, Izuku teleported above the Nomu and fired a point-blank beam at its head. The head snapped back, then unsettlingly reformed as the creature pulled itself back together. Shigaraki spread his arms, declaring that the Nomu was invincible and could not be killed. Izuku landed silently behind Nana and the students, visor glowing, questioning the claim of invincibility only in tone. The Nomu turned toward him. Izuku generated dozens of glowing repulsion rings around both arms and dismissed the notion of invincibility as little more than an annoyance. Bakugo choked. Todoroki blinked. Nana stared, breath caught for reasons she could not name. Shigaraki's grin snapped back into place as he ordered the Nomu to smash Izuku. Izuku welcomed the challenge, and the monster charged. Izuku's pupils narrowed behind the visor, every instinct and calculation sharpening. He inhaled once and ignited the air around his arm, forming a dragon fist, a spiraling, golden burst of energy shaped like a draconic head. He amplified it with an impure beam at full output, turning his arm into a concentrated wrecking force. The attack erupted across the USJ floor like a mythic beast, scorching stone and ripping up the terrain, leaving melted panels and seared surfaces in its wake. The blast detonated with a massive shockwave that tore through the dome, shattering upper windows and sending debris into the air. Students screamed and shielded their faces. Nana stumbled backward in shock. Bakugo shouted. Todoroki raised an ice wall instinctively. The dragon fist slammed the Nomu toward the center plaza until Kurogiri reacted, opening a swirling void that redirected the attack upward toward the dome ceiling. The top of the USJ flashed white as metal bars glowed red and then cooled. If Kurogiri had not acted, everyone within a wide radius would have been destroyed. Izuku landed in a crouch, fist steaming and arm trembling with recoil, studying the redirected blast with interest. He muttered that it was a good quirk. If he could take it, he would be able to warp space itself and redirect attacks without ordinary line-of-sight limits. The thought would have to wait. Nomu smashed out of the rubble, roaring, its torso showing severe damage that was already knitting itself back together. The good news for Izuku was that he had gathered a lot of data. The bad news was that the Nomu was still advancing. Shigaraki laughed, voice cracking with glee, declaring the scene amazing. Shigaraki mocked Izuku by saying that he might be stronger than the students and stronger than Eraserhead, but he was nothing compared to Nomu. Nomu stomped forward, regeneration pulsing like a heartbeat and wounds closing over as it recovered. Izuku twisted his wrist to shake off the numbing ache and noted flatly that the last strike had been one of his weaker combos. Bakugo gasped. Kirishima looked stunned. Even Todoroki blinked hard. Shigaraki's grin twitched. Izuku cracked his neck and stared down the regenerating monster, asking for another round with a calm challenge in his posture. Nomu roared. Izuku's visor glowed. This time he did not plan to test anything. He planned to break something. Izuku did not hesitate. Nomu lunged again, faster, its regeneration responding as if it had learned from the previous hit. Izuku flicked his hand out. His palm glowed with two colors, one deep white gold, the other violent green. He focused blunt force impact energy around his arm, shaping it into a massive gauntlet of condensed power. He layered a humming kinetic beam inside it, light coiling in the knuckles like a reactor building pressure. Nomu slammed down and Izuku met it head-on. The impact shattered the air and sent Nomu flying backward, skidding across the concrete and crashing through a row of stone pillars as if they were props. The earth cratered beneath Izuku's feet, dust blasting outward in a perfect circle. Even Aizawa blinked. Even Todoroki froze mid-ice formation. Bakugo muttered in disbelief. Izuku did not have time to savor the moment. New warp gates opened behind him, beside him, and above him. Kurogyri had started using three-dimensional angles to box him in. Izuku clicked his tongue and teleported sideways just as a portal snapped shut where his head had been. Another gate opened by his shoulder and Nomu's fist began to come through. Izuku used repulsion rings to kick off the edge of the gate midair, twisting out of the trajectory before the second blow could follow. Kurogyri hummed calmly and remarked that Izuku was remarkably evasive while insisting their teamwork was reliable. Izuku shot a small kinetic beam directly at the mist to force Kurogyri to warp backward and muttered that the coordination was annoying and to stop talking. Shigaraki, however, grew increasingly irate. His voice rose as he demanded why Izuku would not die. Izuku tilted his head at him and joked that maybe it was down to good genes. Shigaraki's eye twitched and his fingers flexed at the edge of his hand mask. He hissed that Izuku was not supposed to be there, that he was ruining the scenario. Izuku shrugged as a warp gate snapped at his leg and responded that it was not his fault the plan S. Nomu stomped back into the field with half its torso regenerated and steam rising from recovering tissue. Izuku cracked his knuckles inside the glowing blunt force gauntlet and watched the creature's exposed neural casing through his visor. He invited another round with cool readiness. Shigaraki snapped an order for Nomu to rip Izuku apart. And the monster roared and charged. Izuku's smile went razor-thin behind the mask. He had what he wanted. He had tested himself, learned what a creature built to kill all might could do, and matched it. He had outplayed and outpaced it, and he had survived. Now he was bored. Izuku said that playtime was over, and when Nomu charged again he vanished. Instant transmission was silent. A subtle warping displacement left a faint green shimmer where he had stood. He reappeared directly behind Nomu's neural casing with his hand already glowing with suction force energy modeled on All For One. He placed his hand on the exposed neural area and channeled his power, causing the Nomu to convulse as its abilities were drawn away. One by one its powers were stripped. Shock absorption, rapid regeneration, layered strength enhancements, muscle augmentations, and impact resistance. The creature spasmed and then went limp, dropping like a puppet with its strings cut and remaining still. The dome fell silent. For the first time since they had arrived, Shigaraki stopped laughing. His jaw hung open behind the hand mask, fingers trembling. Kurogyri's mist recoiled as if stunned. Kurogyri whispered that Tamura had taken Nomu's abilities, voice wavering. Shigaraki's breathing became sharp and uneven. He clawed at his neck in panic and insisted that only their mentor should be able to do that. He screamed in rage, demanding to know what Izuku was. Izuku casually dismissed the creature as nothing special and suggested he was simply someone better than the bioengineered monster. Shigaraki erupted, denouncing Izuku as a quirk thief, a fake All For One, and a lawless brat. Izuku shrugged and noted that despite Shigaraki's insults, the Nomu had still died. Nana, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki stood frozen, staring at Izuku like he was no longer human. Aizawa watched with a different expression, a look of recognition mixed with pain. Shigaraki roared and grabbed his face, ordering Kurogyri to portal him to Izuku so he could kill him himself. Kurogyri hesitated for the first time, warning that if Tamura had stolen the Nomu's abilities, he might be able to steal Shigaraki's as well. Shigaraki cut him off with a furious refusal. Before things could escalate further, the entrance doors to the USJ burst open and a massive gust of wind blasted through the dome. A booming, familiar voice declared that he had arrived. The shockwave rippled the air and shifted the mood of everyone there. Izuku's stomach dropped. Shigaraki's rage flipped to manic joy. Kurogyri straightened. The student's eyes widened. All Might stood in the doorway in his trademark golden tuxedo, shirt rumpled as if he had run, but the expression on his face was not comforting. It was sharp and focused, a furious hate aimed at the villains and, for a heartbeat, at the person standing before him. All Might scanned the battlefield, noting the hand-covered villain, the warping villain, Aizawa injured and barely conscious, and the scattered, frightened students. His gaze locked on Izuku and his expression twisted. He directed a single venomous word at him. Before Izuku could react, All Might blurred forward with deliberate speed. The movement was not a warm reprimand but a powerful strike. A thunderous crack ripped through the air as All Might's blow connected, snapping Izuku's head to the side and launching his body backward across the USJ like a ragdoll. Concrete shattered when he crashed through a support pillar, then skidded across the ground 30 more feet before finally stopping. The shockwave sent Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima stumbling. Nana screamed. Aizawa's eyes widened despite the haze in his vision. Aizawa rasped for All Might to stop. All Might did not listen. The second Izuku hit the ground, he should have been dead. The punch had not been meant to subdue or arrest. It had been meant to erase, the kind of strike used only on monstrous villains, the kind meant for All For One. Shigaraki and Kurogyri, already retreating, watched the hit mid-warp. Kurogyri froze while Shigaraki cackled triumphantly, claiming All Might had killed him, and then they vanished mid-scream. At the opposite end of the dome, Izuku lay in a crater with dust settling around him. For a terrifying second, no one moved. No one breathed. Then Izuku stirred with a broken cough, a shaky inhale, and a low groan of pain. His visor lay shattered a few feet away, cracked clean in half, tiny shards glittering in the dust. The mask he had poured hours into was gone. 2 newly stolen quirks kicked in immediately. Shock absorption took the worst of the impact and super regeneration began restoring his body, closing wounds and knitting his tissues back together. He pushed himself onto his elbow, spitting out dust, and demanded in a weak, shaky voice what that had been for. Bakugo's jaw dropped. Todoroki stared as if he had watched someone survive a meteor impact. Nana's hands trembled and tears gathered because she recognized the voice even if she could not remember why. Aizawa let out a breath of relief so deep he almost collapsed. Izuku staggered to his feet, wiping at his mouth. All Might stepped forward, fists tightening and muscles bulging, and pointed directly at Izuku while accusing him of being All For One and daring him to show his face there. Gasps erupted across the room. Izuku blinked, stunned, before anger crept into his chest like poison fire. He insisted that he was not All For One, but All Might refused to believe him and accused him of lying. Izuku's chest heaved with pain and fury, his mask was gone, his identity exposed, and his life had almost been taken by a man he had once admired and wanted to be like. All Might failed to recognize the boy he had raised, he saw only a villain. Izuku clenched his fists, green lightning crackling around his palms as more stolen quirks activated on instinct. This was not a misunderstanding or an accident. All Might had tried to kill him, and Izuku knew why. He muttered coldly that, to All Might, he must really be a monster. The battlefield trembled as everyone realized the real fight had just begun. Izuku barely had time to breathe before All Might surged at him again. The golden hero blurred into a streak of muscle and fury, each step cracking the ground. Izuku yelped and instant transmitted 10 meters to the left as a fist the size of a boulder smashed into the floor where he had been standing, sending debris and dust outward. A thunderous blast echoed through the dome. Students screamed. Aizawa cursed. Nana covered her mouth in horror. Izuku reappeared midair and shouted at All Might to calm down, but All Might did not. He spun with burning eyes and launched again. Izuku instant transmitted behind him. All Might pivoted and threw a kick. Izuku moved again. All Might stomped the ground and sent a shockwave that nearly flung Izuku into the ceiling. This was not a duel so much as a relentless assault by a man who genuinely believed Izuku to be his archenemy. Izuku tried to fight back because he had to. He used repulsion rings to deflect a punch, fired a dragon fist blast at All Might's side, and landed a blunt force hit that forced the symbol of peace back a few feet. It was only a little space, but it widened Izuku's eyes behind his broken visor. All Might seemed made of iron. All Might wiped dust from his jaw and, with unmistakable conviction, accused Izuku of stealing countless lives and abilities and vowed not to allow his students to be harmed. Izuku wanted to scream, not at the accusation but at the certainty in All Might's face. There was no doubt, no hesitation, no recognition. Izuku instant transmitted behind All Might and threw a strike aimed at his spine, only to have the hero twist around mid-impact and block with a forearm as if Izuku had thrown pillows instead of a compressed shockwave enhanced by stolen strength. The impact sent Izuku flying backward, skidding across the ground. He hissed in frustration, feeling his body already repair itself even as lingering pain warned him of his limits. All Might stomped toward him, fists trembling with the urge to end it. Izuku swallowed, hating the admission that the #1 hero lived up to his title: fast, strong, relentless. Without Nomu's heavy protections and strength stacking, Izuku would already be dead. He fired an impure beam, which All Might dodged. Izuku transmitted above and unleashed a downward blunt force strike that All Might caught with one hand. Izuku cursed in frustration. All Might growled that Izuku should give up and that he could not win. Izuku teleported away before All Might could crush his wrist and shouted that he was not trying to win but trying not to die. All Might did not listen. He lunged again, and Izuku realized the worst truth. He did not want to fight his stepfather, but All Might wanted him dead. Exhausted, thrown around, and overwhelmed, Izuku gave All Might the fraction of an opening he needed. All Might's hand closed over Izuku's face and lifted him off the ground. With earth-shattering force he slammed Izuku into the concrete, cracking the floor and knocking the wind out of him. The impact left Izuku dazed and scrambling. He tried to instant transmit but his mind was scrambled by the force. All Might kept the pressure, pinning him to the crater. Panic hit Izuku like a live wire, the helplessness of the moment echoing memories of the night he had run away. He rasped for All Might to get off, but All Might did not listen. The hero raised a fist. Izuku's eyes flared bright green as he focused and unleashed a concentrated beam from his eyes that struck All Might's shoulder and singed the fabric of the tuxedo, but the blow barely made the man flinch. All Might's anger only grew. He slammed Izuku's head down again and seized the boy's right arm. Izuku realized too late what was coming. A sickening snap left his arm bent at an unnatural angle. His scream tore out, raw and panicked. Aizawa, injured and barely able to stand, watched the whole thing. Something in him snapped. His eyes flared red as his quirk flared on pure willpower. Aizawa roared that All Might had to stop. The strength left All Might instantly. His muscles deflated, his posture sagged, and his arm froze mid-swing as his true skeletal form briefly flickered through. He looked up at Aizawa, shocked, betrayed, confused. Aizawa did not relent. He glared with every ounce of life left in him and demanded, in a hoarse rasp, that All Might stop hurting a boy he had almost fatally struck. All Might stared at the vigilante lying motionless in the crater, the boy he had been seconds away from killing. Izuku was unconscious, his breath shallow and uneven. His broken arm hung limply. His face, normally hidden behind a visor, was exposed, and some of the students reacted with audible shock. Nana froze. Bakugo's eyes widened when he recognized him. The doors to the USJ banged open and the rest of the UA staff poured inside. Cementos, Midnight, Present Mike, Vlad King, even Nizu. They surged forward in confusion and alarm. Aizawa collapsed forward, barely catching himself, and then whispered that the boy was Izuku Yagi. Silence hit the dome like a shockwave. All Might's face went pale. The truth was out, and the damage had already been done. Izuku, broken, unconscious, had no idea his face was uncovered and that his secret was gone. Later, Izuku lay in a hospital bed like a ghost someone had dragged back into the world. His entire right arm was in a brace. Half his ribs were taped. A neural monitor blinked steadily on his temple. Quirk suppression cuffs secured both wrists to the bed rails, heavy enough to restrain a mid-tier villain. He looked small and exhausted beneath the blankets, a scarred child asleep under painkillers and trauma. Outside the glass of the room, Nizu stood on a little stool with his paws folded behind his back. Detective Naomasa stood beside him, hands in his pockets, a forgotten cup of hospital coffee growing cold. They watched the boy and the vigilante, the child the world had thought dead a year ago. Naomasa finally exhaled and said that Aizawa had not been exaggerating. That was Izuku. Nizu corrected him gently, noting that Izuku Yagi, who also went by Izuku Shimura, had not hid so much as adapted and survived. They both watched the boy's chest rise and fall. Nizu observed that super regeneration was working overtime under suppression, keeping him stable but not making him whole. Naomasa recounted that Aizawa had told him everything from their reunion. The kid had been operating alone for a year, taking down traffickers, hostage rings, and black markets. Half the underworld had learned not to operate after sundown because of him. Nizu remarked that the other half was thinking about retiring early. There was no humor in it, only grim truth. They discussed All Might. Naomasa warned of the fallout. The punch had been meant to kill and could not easily be justified. Nizu did not flinch. He noted that All Might had believed he faced All For One himself, so his reaction had been predictable. Predictable did not make it acceptable, but it made it understandable. They watched Izuku's fingers twitch weakly against the restraints. Naomasa reminded Nizu that Izuku had been 13 when he vanished and was now 14, that his parents had barely filed anything and had not pushed for searches. Nizu observed that the parents had moved on quickly. Naomasa said Aizawa was furious and had already filled out guardianship forms, insisting he would not let Izuku return to the streets. Nizu smiled faintly and recalled that Aizawa had always had a soft spot for lost strays. Naomasa snorted that this one fought back, and Nizu replied that he would fit right in. A long silence followed. Naomasa asked what they should do with him now. Nizu studied the sleeping boy with unnerving gentleness and said that Japan did not need another All For One but could use a second chance. When Naomasa asked what he meant, Nizu explained that they would give Izuku options, structure, and a future, not chains. He acknowledged that Izuku was a vigilante who had stolen quirks and spilled blood, but he emphasized that Izuku had saved Aizawa, saved students, and prevented a massacre. Every quirk Izuku had taken had belonged to criminals, not innocents. Intent mattered. They watched Izuku mumble in his sleep, like a child reliving nightmares. Nizu said Izuku deserved a chance to stop running and to stop fighting alone. The plan, Nizu concluded, was that once Izuku woke, they would make him an offer, not as a student yet, but under Aizawa's custody, supervision, and guidance, if he accepted. Naomasa asked what would happen if he refused. Nizu looked at the boy with something sharp and bright in his eyes and said they would make sure he lived long enough to decide again. They stared at the sleeping vigilante, the runaway child who had dismantled crime rings, fought a Nomu alone, and survived All Might's near-fatal blow. Izuku Yagi. Izuku Shimura. Faux All For One. Whatever name he chose next, Japan was not ready for him. Later, Tamura collapsed to the bar floor on his knees the moment the warp spat him out, clawing at his neck and panting. Kurojairi steadied himself beside him, his mist flickering with tension. The hideout was dim, lit only by a flickering neon sign. Empty bottles lay scattered and the air smelled of smoke. Before Tamura could react, a monitor behind the counter switched on by itself. No image appeared, only a pulsing line across a black screen, and a calm, cultured voice addressed them, asking if they had returned. The voice asked how the field test had gone and whether All Might was dead and the Nomu intact. Tamura flinched, and Kurojairi, bowing his head, reported that All Might had survived, the students had survived, Aizawa had been severely injured, and 13 had been incapacitated. Tamura's voice faltered as his mist pulsed with shame. He told Sensei that the Nomu had been destroyed. A pause settled over the line, not long, not loud, but heavy. Sensei replied softly, asking if All Might had destroyed it. Tamura's teeth clenched audibly, and he snapped back, denying All Might's involvement and insisting it had been someone else. His voice broke into a ragged mixture of scream and whine as he identified the attacker as the vigilante, the blue-haired kid who had stolen the Nomu's quirks. He could not finish the thought. His hands shook too violently, and pride kept him from saying more. The calm voice hummed and confirmed the identity of the vigilante, using the name Faux All For One. Tamura hissed that Kurojairi had known, and a quiet, amused chuckle came through the speaker as the voice admitted knowledge but noted surprise at the timing. The voice acknowledged that the child had dispatched the Nomu efficiently and observed that the child had been very active. Tamura's plan had turned into a symbol of failure. Nomu had been meant to be his invincible statement, his triumph. Now it was at Yue's custody, thoroughly defeated and stripped of its quirks one by one. Kurojairi bowed again, and Tamura shook harder. Sensei counseled calm, reminding Tamura that a single setback did not end a war and that there would be more opportunities, more Nomu, and more plans. The voice softened, promising more chances to kill All Might, and Tamura's shaking stilled. He looked up at the speaker with red, furious eyes steadied by that promise. The voice added, almost playfully, that it was curious about the young vigilante. Tamura tensed when Sensei repeated his curiosity and suggested keeping an eye on the boy. The monitor clicked off, silence swallowing the bar. Kurojairi stood stiff and quiet, processing orders. Tamura finally exhaled, rage twisting into an ugly, trembling grin, and muttered that they would see how long the brat lasted. Even as he said it, a thread of fear ran through him. Nomu had not simply been defeated, its quirks had been taken. Tamura and Kurojairi both understood that Faux All For One was more than a vigilante, he was something that All Might himself had tried and failed to kill, and now Sensei had taken an interest. The hospital room was dim and quiet, lit only by the soft glow of a heart monitor and the faint hum of fluorescent lights. Izuku lay strapped to the bed, arms trembling and breath shaking as a panic attack crashed over him. His vision blurred, his chest ached, and he could not feel any of his quirks. It felt as if he had lost all his limbs at once. Hyperventilation overtook him, and he pulled weakly at the restraints, mind spiraling. The door clicked and opened. Izawa entered, wrapped head to toe in bandages and with an arm in a sling, looking battered but present. He shuffled to the bedside, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pressed a cool, folded bandage against Izuku's sweat-damp hair as a grounding gesture. Izuku's breathing began to slow, not completely but enough to pull him out of the worst of the spiral. Izawa urged him to breathe and reassured him that he was safe and nobody was hurting him. Izuku, still shaking and pale, managed a small, embarrassed attempt at hello, calling out to Izawa as uncle and remarking on the long absence. Izawa responded with a tired snort at the sight of him tied to a bed and half-conscious, and Izuku felt warmth despite the pain. Izawa squeezed his shoulder carefully and expressed relief that he was awake. Before Izuku could respond, the door opened again. Detective Naomasa stepped in, older-looking and tired, and his face lit with relief at finding Izuku conscious. He moved to the bedside and told Izuku that he had given everyone a terrible scare. Izuku stared at his restrained hands, throat tight with feelings that were raw and complicated surprise at the unexpected warmth and concern he was receiving after everything that had happened to him and after what he had become. Izawa told him that they had a lot to talk about and that Naomasa would be part of that conversation. Naomasa repeated that first priority was for Izuku to breathe and know he was not alone anymore. Izuku's eyes stung and his chest ached in a different way, but he whispered his agreement. Izawa rested a hand on his shoulder and Naomasa offered a soft smile. For the first time in a year, Izuku did not feel like he was drowning. The door creaked open a third time. Recovery Girl shuffled in with her usual fussing expression, followed by Principal Nizu, a small, round white-furred chimera in a vest and tie who moved with an almost childlike cheerfulness. Nizu greeted Izuku warmly and expressed delight at his being awake. Izuku blinked at the principal, thrown off by his cheerful demeanor. Nizu introduced himself formally and acknowledged Izuku's alias of Faux All For One. Izuku tensed, and Izawa's hand on his shoulder reminded him to stay calm. Recovery Girl made a bemused remark about the boy's supposed regenerative quirks, and Nizu found the situation both terrifying and fascinating. He apologized for the restraints and explained that Izuku's power set presented an unprecedented situation, but now that Izuku was awake and lucid, they could discuss his future. Izawa offered a warning look to Nizu to keep the explanation simple, and Nizu obliged. Nizu clasped his paws together and told Izuku that there were 3 potential paths ahead, offered rather than forced. Izuku listened, confused, anxious, but curious. Nizu raised a finger and explained that the first option was to join UA High School as a student. He described supervision, support, legal coverage, and a structured environment for training Izuku's quirk, noting that it would require adjustments and secrecy but was entirely possible. Nizu raised a second finger and described the second option as becoming a licensed vigilante, what the underground professionals called a stealth pro. Izawa added that Izuku would work with them under rules, not hunted or arrested. Nizu characterized it as a lighter form of hero work with less paperwork and more dramatic rooftop brooding, and Izawa sighed at his enthusiasm. Nizu then raised a third finger and outlined a hybrid track, attending UA part-time for academics and social life while working under the Underground Hero Network for field missions and quirk oversight, half-student, half-sanctioned vigilante. Naomasa admitted it would be legally messy but said they could make it work. Nizu agreed it was messy but not impossible. Izuku stared at them, at Izawa sitting injured beside him, at Naomasa offering a small encouraging nod, at Recovery Girl checking his chart, and at the principal smiling like a proud parent. His mind spun. A year earlier he had run away into the rain thinking no one wanted him. Now he was in a hospital bed being given choices he never imagined. Nizu stepped closer and softened his tone to tell Izuku that he was not a monster, only a boy with a rare quirk and a painful past, and that UA did not judge him for surviving. Izawa added quietly that Izuku did not have to survive alone anymore. Izuku swallowed hard. For the first time he did not know what to say, and for the first time he did not feel like he had to run. He kept silent for a long moment, staring at the ceiling with his jaw tight and wrists still trembling in the cuffs. Aizawa and Naomasa gave him space and Nizu stood patiently, hands folded behind his back like this was a polite business meeting instead of a conversation with a hospitalized, traumatized, superpowered teenager. Finally Izuku said he would think about it but that he had conditions. All three adults tensed slightly. Nizu reacted with delight and asked what the conditions were. Izuku inhaled slowly and, with lingering panic still raw in his lungs, laid out the first condition. He would keep using his quirk fully. He insisted he would not give up taking quirks. He clarified that he did not take from innocent people and had never done so, but that he would not stop targeting villains, corrupt professionals, and underground criminals because it had been the only reason he had survived. Aizawa responded that this was negotiable if difficult. Nizu, intrigued, said they had anticipated such a request and would prefer to monitor Izuku's quirk use rather than restrict it. As long as he did not target civilians or licensed heroes, they could work something out. Naomasa affirmed that if Izuku stayed on the right side of the law, even if on the edge, they would defend him. Relief flickered through Izuku's eyes. Izuku's second condition was sharp and cold. He wanted no involvement with the Yagis. He demanded no visits, no reunions, no family meetings unless it was an emergency. His hands clenched in the cuffs as he said they had made clear he was not part of their family, and so he would not be. Silence followed, heavy and respectful, until Aizawa broke it by reaching into his bandaged coat and producing a stack of official-looking documents bound with government-grade staples. He put the papers on the table beside the bed and explained that they were the paperwork for a full legal adoption. Aizawa said that he and Naomasa had spoken after Izuku went missing and again after he was found, and that Aizawa had not intended to let him return to the Yagis. He told Izuku that if he wanted, he could stop being Izuku Yagi permanently and become Izuku Aizawa. Izuku's breath caught and his throat tightened painfully. He felt his eyes sting. Nizu offered a calm, warm smile and said that the option had already been approved on their end. The courts would not likely object given the Yagi's neglect. All that remained was Izuku's signature. Aizawa leaned forward and told him there was no pressure and no rush, but that the offer was real and his to accept. Izuku could not speak, yet for the second time that day he did not feel like an orphan. He felt like someone choosing a home. The Yagi household, usually loud and proud of its hero legacy, sat in an eerie silence. Nozomi Nana Estrella Yagi bowed her head at the dining table, fingers twitching against the wood. Inko stood frozen near the sink with a dish towel clenched in white knuckles. Toshinori sat opposite his daughter with sunken eyes and a clenched jaw, still bruised from his weakened form. None of them touched their food or spoke for several minutes because they now knew that Izuku Yagi, the boy they had dismissed and neglected, was alive and wielded a dangerous power, the all-for-one quirk, the very force Toshinori had spent decades fighting and the power that had cost Nana Shimura her life. Toshinori finally broke the silence with a low, trembling but controlled voice, and told Nana to listen carefully. She looked up, haunted and confused and terrified, and he told her that she now carried one for all as the ninth user and that with that power came responsibility, the same responsibility every user before her had accepted. He added that she might have to face Izuku. Inko gasped softly and Nana's breath caught when Toshinori went on to explain that Izuku had been known as a fake all-for-one, had defeated the Nomu, and had faced pro-heroes while wielding all-for-one. A short neutral bridge followed to carry the scene forward. The real one or a variant remained unknown. Toshinori inhaled shakily and warned that, either way, the person in question was dangerous and would only grow stronger. Nana's fingers dug into her thighs as she reminded him that the man was her brother. Toshinori closed his eyes and apologized, explaining that if the brother became a threat too large for the hero world to contain, the duty of one for all would be clear. Nana stared at him, hurt, angry, and confused, protesting that she could not be expected to fight Izuku, her big brother. Toshinori flinched and neither confirmed nor denied her fears, but he spoke quietly that should Izuku choose villainy over justice, Nana might have to stop him. Nana's hands trembled and then curled into fists. Her heartbeat thundered as memories of Izuku carried her as a child, taught her small things, walked her to school, and called her starshine rushed through her. The image of him at USJ, blue hair, glowing eyes, destroying the Nomu burned just as brightly. She stood abruptly, chair scraping, and vowed that she would not let him hurt anyone. Her voice wavered, but her resolve did not. She had no desire to fight him, but if he truly became dangerous and had gone too far, she would do what she had to do. Toshinori nodded solemnly, pride and pain mixed in his expression. Inko cried silently. Nana pressed her hand to her chest and felt one for all spark beneath her skin. whispering to herself that the ninth user of One for All would not let the world fall, even if it meant confronting her own brother. Her words hung in the air as a promise inevitable rather than heroic or cruel. Izuku woke upright in the hospital bed, flexing his fingers slowly as the dull ache in his bones eased. Shock absorption and super regeneration had done most of the work, and speedy recovery had finished the rest in record time. The cuffs were off, his arms were free, and his quirks were back online. For the first time since USJ, he could breathe without feeling suffocated. He stretched, then froze as the door opened and the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission entered. A tall, composed woman with tied-back blonde hair and sharp eyes who radiated the kind of authority that changed lives without hesitation. The president stepped forward and addressed him directly by name, also using the nickname Faux All For One, an acknowledgement of how others sometimes saw him. Izuku did not respond aloud. His quirks flickered behind his eyes on instinct. Aizawa sat in the corner with his arms crossed, giving him a look that advised caution. The president placed a small black metal case on the tray beside Izuku's bed. Inside was a provisional hero license bearing his new name, Izuku Aizawa Shimura, temporarily registered as a multi-type defensive vigilance quirk holder. She confirmed that Nizu had called in a considerable debt and that the least she could do was authorize special licensing for him under supervision. She continued that his quirk made him dangerous, his history made him unpredictable, but his results, DSPLN, and restraint made him useful. She emphasized that she was not praising him but stating reality. He was too powerful to leave unmonitored and too effective to waste. She added that much of the underworld feared him, which she found noteworthy. With a small, sharp half-smile, she warned him to use his license wisely and not to embarrass the commission or Nizu, or the arrangement would be revoked. Then she left the room. Izuku exhaled shakily. Aizawa pushed off the wall and walked over. He looked healthier, with his sling gone and most bandages removed. Izuku remarked that Aizawa looked good, and Aizawa reminded him that Izuku had given him speedy recovery. When Izuku apologized for knocking him out, Aizawa corrected him, saying that it had been Izuku's stepfather who had done it. Izuku, wanting to avoid the subject, asked not to talk about his stepfather that day, and Aizawa agreed. Aizawa tossed Izuku a folded set of familiar clothes cleaned, repaired, and neatly stacked and informed him that once he dressed, Nizu wanted to finalize a few things. Since Recovery Girl had cleared him, he was free to leave. When Izuku asked where he would go, Aizawa clarified that he would be going to Aizawa's home. He explained that classes would start again Monday and that as a part-time hero and student, Izuku would need an adult to keep him from causing trouble. Izuku protested that the destructive incident had only happened once, but Aizawa reminded him that he had leveled a warehouse, even if it had been abandoned. Despite the admonishment, a small warmth bloomed in Izuku's chest at the thought of a new home, a new name, a license, and a future. He slid the license into his pocket and told himself quietly that he was really doing this. Aizawa tousled his hair and welcomed him to UA, urging him not to cause too much stress. Izuku grinned and made no promises. Later, barely settled and still taking in the tiny kitchenette, Izuku's front door was flung open. Two friends arrived at once, Himiko Toga, bubbly and frenetic, and Kana Tsutsumi, known as Lady Nagant, calm and steady. Toga barreled into Izuku, wrapping her arms around his waist and clinging to him with frantic relief, while Kana moved quietly behind and added a grounded, tight embrace. Toga berated him for almost dying and confessed how scared she had been, admitting she had acted recklessly in her concern. Kana murmured that he had terrified them by being unconscious for 2 days and expressed how worried she had been, like someone who deeply cared. Izuku blushed and tried to calm them, grateful but embarrassed by their intensity. Izuku exclaimed that All Might had punched his soul out of his body. Himiko responded that this was not helping and tightened her grip in frustration. Kana gently bumped him with her forehead. Kana then took in the small hallway around them, the coat stand, the shoe rack, and the faint smell of tea and cats that clung to Aizawa's apartment, and noted casually that this was where he was living now, with the Eraserhead. Izuku rubbed his neck and admitted that Aizawa had adopted him. Himiko gasped loudly and, brimming with excitement, grabbed Aizawa's collar and shook him, declaring that he was taking Izuku in and that Izuku was amazing. Kana gave a small, genuine smile and remarked that it was about time someone had given him a proper home. Izuku felt his chest warm at that. Aizawa stepped around the corner holding a pack of bandages, froze when he saw them, blinked, and asked why they were all in his hallway. Himiko popped her head up and exclaimed that they loved him. Kana nodded and said that he belonged to them in a way. Izuku nearly evaporated on the spot. Aizawa sighed the exhausted sigh that showed he accepted this as his life now and muttered that they were going to need rules. Himiko beamed and cheerfully claimed a sleeping spot. Kana raised an eyebrow and challenged the claim. Aizawa rubbed his temples and said that was not what he meant. Izuku, still sandwiched between them, let out a small, genuine laugh. For the first time in years, he felt at home. Later, Izuku fell into a deep sleep while his companions stayed nearby. He dropped straight into the mindscape, a vast black void with no floor and no sky, only an endless cosmos scattered with floating stars. Each star represented a stolen quirk, each flicker a personality echo, each constellation shaped by his choices. Izuku stood barefoot, breathing slowly, eyes adjusting to the glowing clusters. He had been here many times before enough to move through it with the familiarity of a second home. From behind him, the familiar vestige of his quirk addressed him, greeting his return and calling him Little Thief. Izuku did not flinch and turned casually. The vestige took the form of a shadowy silhouette taller and sharper than Izuku, its eyes glowing a faint green like dying embers. Izuku responded that he had a lot going on and joked that All Might punching him so hard he saw a vision of heaven had not been on his schedule. The vestige smirked and noted that he had survived only barely, because Izuku was stubborn and because the power living inside him refused to let him die easily. Izuku shrugged and accepted the compliment. The vestige drifted forward and surveyed the drifting quirk stars, commenting that Izuku had expanded his collection since their last meeting. Izuku grinned and admitted he might be hoarding them. The vestige's expression grew serious and he gestured toward a region of the mindscape Izuku rarely looked at. A cluster of lights hovered there, familiar stolen stars, repulsion rings, dragon fist, grapple, strength boosts, but the new cluster was different. It resembled a solar system, with a glowing white star at the center and 6 smaller stars orbiting it. Each was distinct and oddly familiar. The 6th was pink, warm and soft, like a heartbeat. Izuku frowned and said that the cluster had grown closer since the last time. The vestige confirmed that it was drawing nearer, faster than before. Izuku stepped closer and felt a gravity in that place, the pull of the white core humming against his skin. He identified it quietly as One for All. The vestige explained that it was the legacy of previous users, each embedding a part of themselves into the core, shaping that white star over time. He reminded Izuku that he was tied to it by blood, fate, and proximity. Izuku swallowed and thought of his grandmother, Nana Shimura. The vestige acknowledged a faint connection. One for All recognized lineage and Izuku's DNA carried her echo. That recognition explained why the power's presence was drifting closer to his mindscape. Izuku asked if it meant the power was trying to merge with him. The vestige said not yet, but that One for All saw him. When Izuku asked what the power wanted, the vestige answered simply that it wanted a successor. Izuku's stomach dropped. He murmured that Nana had passed it on to his sister and that she had inherited it. The vestige confirmed that One for All was not passive. It observed, judged, and chose. Izuku admitted he did not like where this might be going. The vestige chuckled and reminded him that he thrived under pressure. Izuku wondered what would happen if One for All got too close. The vestige replied that it would be a collision not only of quirks but of destinies. He told Izuku that he was something new, not purely All for One or One for All, but something in between, evolving. Izuku watched the white star, the power his father had wanted to give to Nana, draw slowly closer. The vestige whispered that sooner or later he and the power would meet. Izuku exhaled hard and resolved that he would deal with it when it happened. The stars pulsed in response. Somewhere in the real world, between 2 concerned companions, Izuku stirred in his sleep as the universe inside him shifted another inch closer. Aizawa later stood at the podium in class, his posture as resigned as ever, while the room buzzed with nerves and gossip about the USJ incident. He cleared his throat and announced dryly that there would be a new student transferring into the hero course and that the class should try not to scare the newcomer off. He added that he did not particularly care either way. Mina murmured that he clearly cared, and Kaminari nodded in agreement almost imperceptibly. Aizawa continued, explaining that the new student would join Class 1A and instructed everyone to treat him with respect. Aizawa warned that anyone who did not comply would be expelled, and the class immediately sat straighter. He then turned toward the door and called for Shimurazawa to enter. The door slid open and Izuku walked in, blue hair neat but slightly fluffed, red eyes calm but bright, a small bandage on his cheek, a uniform pristine. His posture was relaxed but respectful. He looked nothing like the kid who had vanished a year ago, yet everything like the boy some of them remembered. He bowed politely and introduced himself as Izuku Shimurazawa, explaining that he was happy to join Class 1A and looked forward to learning with everyone. The class murmured with questions and whispers about Shimura, speculation about whether he was Aizawa's child, comments on his hair and eyes, and curiosity about his background. 2 students did not whisper. Bakugo froze mid-breath, eyes widening, while Nana stared as if she had seen a ghost, her pencil rolling off her desk. Izuku glanced toward them with a small, warm smile. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Nana's expression went still. Behind his scarf, Aizawa hid the smallest, proudest smile and told the class to stop staring, instructing Shimurazawa to sit wherever he wanted because class was starting. The beginning had arrived. Lunch at UA felt different. Izuku sat at one of the far tables, scarf off, visor tucked away, sleeves rolled up, and a literal mountain of food in front of him: katsudon, miso soup, rice, carriage, a tray that suggested vigilant training needed a lot of fuel. He had just taken his first bite when a shadow passed over him, then another, then a whole group gathered. Kirishima asked to join and pulled out a chair without waiting for an answer. Izuku blinked, swallowed, and nodded. The table became an unofficial curiosity zone as classmates leaned in with questions and comments. Kirishima grinned and joked that Izuku ate more than Sato and Shoji combined. Shiro leaned forward and asked about the circumstances of his transfer. Mina complimented his hair with sparkling enthusiasm, wondering about dye, quirk, or style. Tokoyami bowed politely and noted that Izuku carried a calm but powerful presence. Ochako tilted her head, gently curious about whether he was adopted. Denki pointed out how striking Izuku's eyes looked. Izuku had expected the attention. Aizawa had warned him that kids were nosy. He set down his chopsticks and offered rapid-fire answers to get ahead of the questions. First, he explained that his appetite had always been like that and joked about future lunch stampedes. Second, he said that his transfer had not been random but had been last-minute and complicated. Third, he confirmed his hair was natural. Fourth, he explained that Aizawa had adopted him recently. Fifth, he thanked them for the comment about his eyes and admitted he could not really control them. The table reacted with an impressed chorus and playful commentary. Mina mused that he was like a cool stray cat Aizawa had taken in. Kirishima suggested training together, saying Izuku felt like he might be hiding muscles. Tokoyami nodded in approval. Izuku laughed nervously and promised he was not that mysterious, only trying to fit in. Ochako smiled warmly and said they were glad he was there, which tightened Izuku's chest in a way he hadn't felt in years, a small, quiet relief that came from feeling accepted and normal. He hid the tiny blush by taking another bite. Across the cafeteria, Bakugo watched silently, jaw tight, while at another table Nana stared at Izuku with a blend of hurt, longing, and confusion. Izuku did not notice, not yet, because his classmates were asking about his quirk with curiosity rather than hostility. When Mina leaned forward with the obvious question about his quirk, Izuku felt the dread of having to reveal something meant to be kept private. Kirishima offered a soft nudge, but Izuku decided it was time to control the narrative, remembering Aizawa's advice from the night before that it was better for others to hear it from him. He told them that his quirk was called All For One. He showed a small, dark hole in the center of his palm and a gentle swirl of green energy flickered around his fingers as a demonstration. He explained that All For One allowed him to take quirks from people he touched and use them, or give them to someone else, and that he only took quirks from willing donors. The revelation silenced the table for a moment. Denki commented that the name sounded impressive. Shiro likened it, jokingly, to the opposite of One For All. Izuku acknowledged that others often made that comparison. Ochako asked whether he could take quirks permanently, and Izuku admitted that he could if he chose to, though he reassured them that he kept only a few at a time, things like super regeneration, strength boosts, force shields, and a grapple ability that he found particularly fun. The conversation turned excited as classmates compared it to other hero abilities and asked to see it sometime. Jairu noted that this explained why his hair and eyes looked different. The tension eased as curiosity replaced fear. For once people looked impressed rather than wary. Then, from across the room, Bakugo stood up so abruptly his chair clattered to the floor, staring at Izuku with a mix of shock and fury. Nana's face registered as if she had seen a ghost. Izuku pretended not to notice, savoring the fact that classmates were treating him with interest instead of contempt, a small miracle for someone who had once been cruelly dismissed. He kept eating, trying to stay calm as the dynamics around him shifted. Later, Aizawa stood at the front of the room with the same slouched posture and tired stare, though he now carried the steadiness of someone who had recovered from a dangerous incident 2 weeks earlier. He told the students to settle down and reminded them that their fight was not over yet. Aizawa announced dryly that it was not even close, and half the class tensed as if he were about to announce a surprise combat gauntlet or another pop quiz from hell. He then added that the UA Sports Festival was around the corner. Instant eruption followed. The entire class exploded with cheers, groans, and excited chatter. Kirishima pumped his fist. Mina kicked her legs under her desk. Kaminari immediately began bragging. Izuku did not cheer like the others. He was too busy feeling an internal excitement that showed on his face. Aizawa noticed at once, and Izuku saw the corners of the teacher's eyes crinkle faintly behind the scarf in what looked like a hidden chuckle. Izuku tried to wipe the eager gleam from his face, but it was too late. Aizawa raised a brow. He knew exactly what that look meant. Izuku was not thinking about glory, or fame, or proving himself to the world. He was thinking about Quirks, hundreds of them, all in one place. He swallowed a little too loudly as an avalanche of possibilities rushed through his mind, and then corrected himself to thinking of willing donors. From the corner, Jai leaned toward Momo and noted that Izuku looked like he wanted to devour the competition. Bakugo scowled and muttered that of course. The nerd was drooling, calling him a freak. Nana sat stiffly at her desk, jaw clenched, and did not meet his eye. Aizawa clapped once and ordered everyone to settle down. He gave Izuku a side glance and told him to wipe his mouth, remarking that he looked like a villain in a buffet line. The class snickered. Izuku tucked his face into his scarf, though he could not completely hide his thoughts. The sports festival was not just an event to him, it was an opportunity. It was a god-tier showcase of quirks, and he wanted to approach it like research. He had earned every quirk he had from criminals, abusers, and murderers, people who did not deserve their gifts, and he had never taken from someone innocent. He was determined to keep that code. What he needed, specifically, was a copying quirk. No theft, no harm, just data collection. His foot tapped under the desk with impatience. He thought of Class 1B's Nido Monoma, whose copy quirk lasted only 10 minutes and was too short for Izuku's long-term planning. He needed something better. Weeks ago he had contacted Jiren, a black market broker with a sleazy appearance but an unmatched network. If a superior copying quirk existed, Jiren would find it. Izuku kept his face neutral as he remembered the conversation, when Jiren had rasped through a cigarette that copying quirks were rare and often taken by companies or hidden away for research, but that he would keep an eye out. Patience had paid before, and now the sports festival was the perfect scouting ground. Even without taking anything, he could observe, analyze, and predict, and perhaps identify which quirks he might want someday from villains, of course. He scratched his cheek and muttered to himself that he would copy first and take later, keeping his ethics intact. Kaminari leaned in to ask what he had said, and Izuku dismissed it as nothing. Aizawa reminded the class that the festival would be broadcast worldwide and warned them not to embarrass him. Izuku smirked inwardly, planning to put on a show that also served his research. Aizawa dismissed the class with his usual admonition to go home and stay safe, and the students began to file out, some buzzing with excitement and others already stress-eating their lunches. As Izuku stood, Aizawa asked him to stay. A few students glanced back, Bakugo with suspicion, Nana with confusion, but Izuku nodded and waited until the last of them had gone. When the door clicked shut, Aizawa dropped his tired teacher act and leaned back against the desk with the sort of seriousness that preceded a private conversation. He asked Izuku to tell him his plan for the festival. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and admitted that he had not planned much special preparation. He fought nightly and felt generally warmed up. Aizawa did not let him play dumb, pointing out that Izuku had more experience than the rest of the class combined, with combat, mobility, and situational awareness honed by fighting villains and dangerous opponents. Aizawa referenced Izuku's confrontation with Inomu and said he was not happy about that part. Izuku defended himself, explaining that the Nomu had tried to kill Aizawa. Aizawa stepped closer and emphasized that whatever Izuku did at the festival had to exclude lethal force, lethal combinations, and absolutely no stealing quirks. Izuku affirmed that he had promised Nizu not to break those rules. When Aizawa asked about training, Izuku described his usual routine: sparring, testing new combos with Kana or Himiko, and practicing quirk management and non-lethal moves. Aizawa observed that Izuku did not sound stressed. Izuku responded that the festival seemed easy compared to some of his past fights, and Aizawa asked him to stop speaking of dangerous encounters so casually. Then Aizawa's expression softened, and he told Izuku quietly to be careful because many eyes would be on him, some friendly and some not. Izuku understood the implication and thought of the commission, the underworld, certain villains, and his former family. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and told him that he had nothing to prove to anyone but himself. Izuku acknowledged the sentiment and called Aizawa dad, which made the teacher freeze and cough into his scarf to hide his mild blush. He waved Izuku off and sent him home before he could become sentimental. Night fell and the operation began. Izuku and Himiko moved along the rooftop edge like two shadows, the midnight air cool around them. A full week of waiting for Jiren to deliver had finally reached its payoff. Izuku's visor tracked the target's heat signature with clarity. The target was a greasy, middle-aged man in a cheap jacket, leaving an underground gambling den with an air of ownership. Izuku recognized him as a quirk trafficker, a black market broker who exploited people. Izuku indicated through his visor that the man was the one they were after. Himiko grinned, fangs showing under her mask, and observed that he looked like a target. Izuku reminded her that there would be no stabbing until after he secured the quirk, and she pouted. Himiko declared that she would take dibs on stabbing afterward, and Izuku noted that she always did. He could not help but chuckle. Their twisted version of a date night felt, in its own way, comforting. Izuku crouched lower on the rooftop, cape fluttering in the breeze. His newly rebuilt visor scanned the man below and highlighted a faint, pulsing node of quirk activity. Everything Jiren had said matched up, half-cut. A copying quirk at 50% power, stable and easily amplifiable. Izuku's heart beat faster at the thought of safely copying innocent quirks, studying them, strategizing, and reaching the next level. He liked his lips behind the mask, feeling a sharp, eager hunger for the opportunity. Himiko leaned against him from behind and asked if he was all right, noting his breathing sounded odd. Izuku told her he was great and that this was the one he had been waiting for. Himiko giggled and wondered if Jiren had been right about the target's cowardice. Izuku predicted that the man would scream first. They slipped off the rooftop as quietly as falling snow. Izuku landed behind the man without a sound. Himiko dropped onto a dumpster like a feral cat ready to pounce. The man froze. Izuku spoke through his mask in a low, distorted voice, greeting the man with good evening. The man spun around, pale and stammering that Izuku was Faux All For One. Izuku touched the man's shoulder, and a green flare erupted between their palms. The man screamed and Himiko clapped excitedly. Izuku watched the swirl of energy slide into his hand and felt the new star form somewhere in his inner mindscape. Then it clicked, half-cut. Stable, clean, copying exactly what he had sought. He stepped back and cracked his knuckles. Himiko tilted her head and asked if it was good. Izuku smiled behind the mask and told her that this would change everything. The man collapsed to his knees, sobbing and clutching his now quirkless hands. Himiko's grin widened and she urged him to finish the job. Izuku sighed and insisted that he remain alive. He needed the man for leverage against Jiren. Himiko twirled her knife like a baton and acknowledged the order. As she chased the man screaming down the alley, Izuku did not watch the pursuit. He watched his palm and the faint shimmer swirling there, a new tool, a new way to grow without breaking his oath, and an edge for the sports festival that no one had seen coming. A sudden, familiar sharp instinct slammed through him. He froze for a moment, then moved. A force shield flared to life around him with a loud thump just in time for something fast, heavy, and furious to slam into it like a meteor. The impact shook the alley, cracked concrete, and sent dust exploding from the pavement. Izuku skidded back half a meter despite bracing with super strength. Standing in the crater she had just created was Mirko, the rabbit hero he had narrowly avoided months before. Muscles flexed and eyes burning, she had the look of someone who hunted villains for sport and had just found favorite prey again. Mirko offered a grin, teeth visible in the cold night air, and called him Blue Boy, noting that it had been a long time. Izuku swallowed hard behind his mask, realizing he had not sensed her approach. Mirko cracked her knuckles and accused him of hiding as Faux All For One. She reminded him that he had given Hawks, Endeavor, and herself a tough fight and declared that she had been itching for round 2. Himiko was still pursuing the target. Izuku found himself alone and unprepared, facing someone capable of ending the fight in a single blow. He lowered his stance and told himself he had been waiting for this too. Mirko did not pause. She launched forward with the wild, reckless speed she was famous for, each kick cracking the pavement as she closed the distance in an instant. Izuku did not retreat this time. He stepped into her attack, moving with a storm of borrowed power. He twisted his wrist and used aim dodge to guide his body at the perfect angle, just barely slipping under her swinging heel. Her kick carved a trench through the asphalt where his head had been only moments before. Izuku countered immediately. Blunt force surged through his fist, bolstered by super strength and reinforced by repulsion rings around his knuckles, creating an explosive recoil that snapped outward in a ring of white energy. His punch struck Mirko's forearm as she blocked, and the shockwave sent her skidding back 3 meters. Mirko landed in a crouch, boots scraping, eyes blazing with an animal grin, and declared that he had clearly been training. Izuku vanished in an instant, using instant transmission to appear behind her in a single thought, then fired a short-range burst of his impure beam aimed at her legs. The strike was intended to slow rather than maim. Mirko felt the heat and kicked off a nearby wall, rebounding upward like a pinball while the beam scorched the ground below. She laughed as she twisted midair and taunted that he was not running tonight. Izuku spun, the force shield flaring an instant before Mirko dropped with a double heel strike aimed to crush his chest. The shield cracked but held. Izuku's eyes glowed green behind the mask as he told her he was not running, only testing. Mirko's grin turned feral, ready for the next exchange. Mirko shouted that they should test until something broke, her grin sharpening into a wide, wild expression that Izuku recognized instantly. It meant she was no longer playing. Her muscles coiled like cables pulled tight. Mirko crouched low and growled that the blue boy should see if he could handle it. She launched herself into the air, calling her move Lunar Arc as she carved a crescent-shaped path through the street, tearing up the ground in a glowing half-moon of dust and cracked pavement. Izuku barely had time to bring up a force shield before Mirko struck a spinning, drop-kicking whirlwind of pure muscle and momentum. Her heel slammed into the shield with a sonic crack and the shield shattered. Izuku was thrown backward like a ragdoll, but aim dodge adjusted his rotation at the last second so he landed sliding instead of face-first into concrete. His boots scraped a long trench across the asphalt before he caught himself. Mirko landed like a meteor, legs flexing, grinning even wider, and declared that now they were talking. Izuku felt his heart hammering with adrenaline and a weird, genuine excitement. He had wanted to see one of her signature moves up close for as long as he could remember. His visor flickered red warnings and his forearm ached from absorbing the blow. He knew that if the kick had hit him clean, the result would have been far worse. Mirko cracked her neck and said it was round 2, the copycat taunt clear in her voice. Izuku inhaled slowly, raising his palm as green energy swirled. He agreed and steadied himself, inviting her to continue. Mirko charged again, twisting into another lunar arc as dust exploded behind her like a rocket trail. At the last second Izuku felt something click in his mind, a connection of quirks he had never combined before. It was a reckless, Mirko-level idea. He smirked behind his mask and decided to try it. Instant transmission put him in front of her in a blink. Shock absorption took the brunt of her momentum as she slammed into him. Then he channeled everything at once. His palm glowed violently green, blunt force complemented his arm, super strength locked his muscles, repulsion rings spun into existence, dragon fist ignited a roaring spectral beast around his arm, and impure beam coiled inside the dragon's jaws like a laser primed to fire. He called it a new move and released it. He named the technique Dragon Breaker and slammed his fist forward. The spectral dragon opened its mouth, the impure beam fired, and the blunt force repulsion wave detonated. The resulting shock wave rattled windows down the block. Mirko crossed her arms in front of her face just in time, but the blast hit her like a freight train wrapped in fireworks and launched her backward in a spinning arc through a parked truck and into a building wall that cracked under the force. Silence held for a moment, then smoke billowed from the hole she had made. Izuku panted, his arms steaming and his visor glitching from the output, while his body mended quietly thanks to super regeneration. Nearby, Himiko reacted with enthusiastic approval, clearly impressed, momentarily forgetting that a captive was tied and gagged behind her. A chunk of wall crumbled and Mirko stepped through it, bruised and with a small cut on her lip, hair wild, still grinning as if she had just found religion. She laughed loudly, calling what had just happened awesome. Izuku swallowed. She was not limping or winded, she was amped and ready for more. She cracked her knuckles and said they should go for round 3, warning him to hit her harder next time. Before they could continue, Aizawa moved. His scarf wrapped around Mirko's waist and yanked her off the ground, and he ordered her to stop fighting his son. With his eyes glowing faintly and his hair lifting, he erased her quirk completely. Mirko kicked and thrashed like a furious rabbit being held by the scruff, insisting she had been winning. Aizawa deadpanned that she had not been winning. Izuku felt the moment freeze in his chest. No one talked to Mirko like that unless they had a special standing. Mirko demanded to know what he had meant by calling Izuku his son, and Izuku, still steaming from the Dragon Breaker, pointed out in mild offense that he had a name. Aizawa explained, flatly, that the case file had been updated and the person called Faux All For One was no longer wanted. Izuku was legally cleared and under supervision. Mirko admitted she had not read the file because it was boring, and Aizawa responded with the patient sigh of someone used to that exact answer. He described that he had adopted a traumatized teenager who had survived alone, become a vigilante, and later saved his life. He emphasized that Izuku was not a gremlin. Izuku allowed a small, sheepish comment that sometimes he could be a little gremlin, which Aizawa found unhelpful. Mirko barked out a laugh, amused at the image of Aizawa as a single father, and stared at Izuku with raised eyebrows, asking if he was allowed to call Aizawa dad. Izuku looked away immediately, cheeks flushing behind his visor. Aizawa froze and asserted that such a detail was none of Mirko's business. Mirko relented a little, smirking and noting that Izuku kicked like a busted grenade. She popped her shoulder back into place with a muted complaint. Aizawa finally released her, the scarf unwrapping reluctantly. He reiterated that Izuku was legally cleared, training, and under UA's supervision, and firmly instructed Mirko not to attack him in alleys like a feral animal hunting snacks. Mirko pointed at Izuku as the scene settled. Mirko declared that they would finish their fight someday, and Izuku squeaked that he hoped they would not. Mirko laughed and leapt away, disappearing down the street with 2 quick kicks, gone as fast as she had arrived. Aizawa asked Izuku if he was hurt. Izuku shook his head and explained that his regeneration had already kicked in. Aizawa examined him briefly and told him to stop improvising ridiculous moves in back alleys. Izuku mumbled that it had not been ridiculous and that it had been awesome. Aizawa sighed and announced that Izuku was grounded. Izuku protested that one could not ground a vigilante. Aizawa replied that he absolutely could, since Izuku lived in his house. Izuku deflated. Aizawa then put a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder and told him to come home, and that Himiko should come too. From the shadows, Himiko raised her hand and said she was still there and that she loved the chaotic family dynamic. Aizawa groaned. It was going to be a long night. Izuku was practically vibrating in place. He stood in his UA gym uniform, tapping his foot and staring at the waiting room door like it led to a world of possibilities. Every few seconds he muttered about signatures and possibilities under his breath. Class 1A watched him, split between excitement, nerves, and pretending not to notice the eager gleam in his eye. Todoroki stepped forward, walked up to Izuku, stopped inches away, and told him he was declaring war. Todoroki said that Izuku was too strong to ignore and that he would defeat him in the festival using only his ice side to prove his point. Izuku blinked and then laughed in bafflement, noting that Todoroki seemed serious. Bakugo shot out of his seat, angry that Todoroki had declared war on Izuku and not him. Todoroki remained calm and said he was not interested in Bakugo right then. Bakugo made an inhuman noise, and a classmate gently pulled him back before he could escalate. Izuku observed that Todoroki could have simply suggested a friendly match. Todoroki refused, and the tension held. Before Bakugo could act, Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, announcing that Class 1A was on in 30 seconds. Students scrambled, adrenaline surging as the crowd outside roared. Izuku stepped toward the exit with the others, rolling his shoulders and breathing in the charged atmosphere, feeling every quirk in the stadium like static on his skin. He grinned at the sheer number of quirks, puzzles, and chances. This was going to be fun. The stadium vibrated with noise. Present Mike stood at the center podium, wildly hyping the crowd, while Aizawa slumped in the commentator's seat, scarf wrapped around his shoulders and muttering that he hated being there. Present Mike continued to build excitement, and Aizawa dryly told him to shut up. The audience loved the exchange. Izuku, standing with Class 1A at the entrance tunnel, could not help a small smile. Aizawa's reluctance gave the best possible view of his son performing today. Present Mike called for the students to enter, and the tunnel lit up as the doors opened. Class 1A stepped into the arena to a roaring crowd. Izuku walked among them with his hands in his pockets, trying not to stare too hard at every quirk signature pulsing in the stadium. The introductions continued as other classes filed in. Midnight, the arena judge, strode forward with her whip twirling and warned the students not to make her regret showing up. Midnight then asked for a representative to give the opening pledge and pointed toward Class 1. Bakugo strode forward from 1, as ranks like he owned the place. Izuku hoped he would not say something foolish. Bakugo grabbed the microphone and declared that he intended to. The declaration landed like an explosion, silencing the stadium for a heartbeat before the crowd erupted into cheers, gasps, laughter, and incredulous commentary. Izuku rubbed his face, unsurprised by Bakugo's behavior. Even Aizawa, in the commentator's booth, pinched the bridge of his nose. Present Mike laughed and praised Bakugo for his explosive brevity. Students from other classes reacted in kind, and Class 1A became a target for attention across the festival. Izuku exhaled slowly, recognizing that everyone would be aiming at them now, and felt a rush of anticipatory excitement. The giant jumbotron over the stadium flickered to life, and Midnight tapped the screen with her whip to signal that the events were about to begin. A huge spinning wheel appeared on the screen, its sections labeled Obstacle Race, Cavalry Battle, Human Dodgeball, Capture the Flag, Giant Robots Round 2, Lava Run, and other options that were definitely not legal in any normal school. It spun fast, clicking with every rotation. Himiko would have bounced off the walls if she had been allowed in the stands. Bakugo crossed his arms as if everything on that wheel personally offended him. Todoroki watched quietly, already calculating how he might freeze whatever the event turned out to be. The wheel slowed and clacked to a stop on the obstacle race. The crowd erupted in cheers. Midnight snapped her whip and announced that the obstacle race would be a classic test of speed, improvisation, quirk mastery, and survival instincts. Present Mike called from the booth that with over 2 kilometers of mayhem, the course would get messy. Midnight raised a finger and paced in front of the students as she explained the rules. Competitors would start at the gate behind her, run the entire course, and reach the finish line to qualify. She made it clear that conventional fighting was banned, but tripping, blocking, throwing, confusing, baiting, distracting, scaring, irritating, or what she described as accidentally nudging someone into a pit, were allowed. A few students swallowed hard. Bakugo grinned like someone who had just been given permission to cause trouble. Izuku raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether some kinds of fighting were being permitted. Midnight winked and reminded them that certain actions would not be called fighting if they chose not to call them that. She pointed toward the massive metal starting gates, slowly lowering behind her. The first 60 students to cross the finish line would qualify for the next round. Everyone else would have to try again another year. Izuku felt his heart leap. The unpredictability of an obstacle race meant quirk variety, and he could already sense dozens of signatures out on the course flaring and pulsing, inviting study. Midnight signaled for the competitors to head to the gate. Class 1A and the rest of the students filed toward the starting line. Izuku exhaled slowly, smiling to himself. This was going to be interesting. Toshinori and Inko sat in the VIP box beside other faculty and board members as drone cameras swept over the field. Inko clasped her hands and told her husband that Nana looked nervous but would do great. Toshinori agreed, watching his daughter with pride. Then his gaze flicked to Izuku and tightened for a moment before he forced himself to look away. Principal Nizu sat 2 seats down, sipping tea and appearing oddly entertained. Toshinori cleared his throat and asked Principal Nizu about an earlier remark regarding Izuku being restricted. Nizu explained cheerfully that Izuku's past performances suggested he was far outside the standard student power curve. If Izuku were allowed full access to every ability, Nizu said he could teleport at the start, dash through obstacles, mimic other quirks, and finish the race before anyone else left the line. For fairness, Nizu had asked Izuku to limit certain abilities during the festival and Izuku had agreed. When Toshinori asked which abilities had been restricted, Nizu ticked off a list: instant transmission, a high-powered impure beam, overly strong dragon constructs, anything involving stolen one for all-like enhancements, and several other tricks. Inko placed a hand to her chest and asked if Izuku was being handicapped. Nizu smiled and preferred the term balanced, but admitted the restrictions were dramatic. Toshinori absorbed that information with a slow breath and watched the students below. Nana stretched, determined. Izuku studied the nearby competitors with analytical calm. Nizu remarked that this would be entertaining regardless. Down on the field, Izuku cracked his knuckles, feeling good. The borrowed engine quirk pulsed faintly in his calves, ready to ignite. Tenya had been earnest and had urged Izuku to use his quirk freely if it would help him become a better hero. Izuku had smiled, thanked him, and prepared to go all out inside the limits he had agreed to. He stood at the very front of the pack, barely able to stay still. Other students were tense or anxious. Izuku practically hummed with anticipation. His sister Nana approached him, taller now and steadier with one for all humming beneath her skin. She walked up as if approaching something she respected and feared. Nana offered him a quiet wish of good luck. Izuku returned the sentiment with a soft, tentative smile and reached out his hand. For a moment she moved forward, then froze. Her eyes flicked to his palm and to the dark, hollow mark at its center, to the quirk that had once taken so much. She drew her hand back as if she had touched something too hot. Izuku kept his smile, but behind it something tightened. He acknowledged her quietly and focused back on the race. Izuku acknowledged that it made sense. Before he could say anything else, the starting cannon boomed. The gates dropped, and Izuku let instinct take the wheel. His calves erupted with engine fire, blue sparks tearing through the dirt as pipes extended through his gym pants like chrome veins. He did not just run. He launched. The strength enhancement modules he had taken months ago roared alive in his muscles, fusing with the jet thrusters kicking off behind him. The entire front row blurred in his wake. Even Bakugo shouted in disbelief, but wind pressure swallowed the sound. Izuku shot down the track like a missile wrapped in denim, the world surged past him in a riot of color and cheering. This was what freedom felt like, a rush of air, a storm of power, and a stadium full of quirks waiting to be analyzed, copied, taken, or broken. Nizu giggled into his teacup and murmured that even nerfed he was still terrifying. Toshinori tensed. Inko covered her mouth. Nana watched her brother shoot forward like a bullet and felt her stomach twist, not from fear but from the sinking realization that Izuku Shimurazawa was no longer someone she could save, he was someone she would have to catch, if she could. Izuku skidded to a stop on the ball of his feet, engines on his calves roaring and sputtering like miniature turbines. Dust kicked up around him as he stared up at a wall of metal giants, the zero-pointers, towering, city-block-sized robots set in a neat formation. Present Mike practically screamed into the mic that the zero-pointers were back. Izuku's eyebrows shot up. He had to fight these during the entrance exam? Without powers like his, that explained why only the most reckless or talented passed. He bounced lightly on his heels, letting the new engine quirk purr. This was the moment where a normal competitor would panic or flee. Izuku reminded himself that Nizu had told him to hold back, so a light attack it would be. A robot swung a massive arm toward him. Izuku stepped forward and flicked his wrist. A translucent teal force shield curved into being with a soft whum, absorbing the hit like a pillow tap. He judged the strike too light and layered in a thread of blunt force, a hint of strength enhancement, and a microspark of an impure beam just enough to tickle the metal. He jabbed the shield. The robot launched backward like it had been flung, skidding across the ground with sparks and clattering metal. A panel detached and skittered away. Izuku flinched and told himself that maybe he had been too hard. The crowd went wild. Present Mike shouted about an unidentified competitor with anti-tank hands. Izawa, in the booth, buried his face in his scarf, exasperated but unsurprised. Nizu, seated beside him, clapped politely as if watching a school play. Izuku zipped past the toppled machine, trying to ignore the cameras and the gasps. Izuku landed in the soft dirt on the far side of the pit, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. His calves were still steaming, engines whining happily after their first real workout. His gym uniform pants, however, were shredded around the knees. He glanced down and thought that he had overdone the boost. He had combined engine, strength enhancement, and a precisely angled burst of repulsion to launch himself over the entire pit in one clean arc, and the air pressure had shredded the fabric on the way up. Present Mike announced that Shimurazawa had just cleared the pit like a blue missile in boots. Aizawa slumped in his chair. Nizu sipped his tea and murmured that it was marvelous form but terrible fabric integrity. Izuku did not waste time worrying about wardrobe malfunctions. The next hazard stretched out before him like a war zone, the minefield, scattered with dozens of non-lethal explosive plates. The crowd tensed. Izuku blinked once, then blurred forward. He did not touch the mines. He was simply too fast, a streak of blue wind blasting through the obstacle course like a ghost. All anyone saw was a spray of dust, a shockwave of displaced air, and a trail carved into the dirt. Before Class 1B reached the first mine, before Todoroki finished calculating how to ice the field, before Bakugo could curse, Izuku crossed the finish line. The stadium erupted. Present Mike declared that he had broken the old record by almost a full minute. Bakugo froze mid-stride, eyes twitching. Todoroki's breath fogged in front of him. The other students stared as if they had watched an alien spaceship land. Toshinori gripped the railing and realized that Izuku had not been supposed to be this strong. Inko fainted into her husband's arm. Aizawa sighed behind the mic and dryly commented that had been him holding back. Izuku stood calmly in the center of the arena, hands on his hips and a faint smile tugging his lips. The stadium slowly settled as the last students limped, dragged, or exploded their way across the finish line. Some were bruised, some were half buried in dirt, a few were absolutely fuming, and a handful looked like they were questioning their life choices entirely. Izuku stood among the qualifiers, bouncing lightly on his heels, engines humming quietly beneath the surface. His pants remained shredded at the calves, a fashion disaster he had accepted. Midnight strode back to center stage, heels clicking against the arena floor and her whip twirling lazily around her wrist. She announced congratulations to the qualifiers, prompting cheers from the crowd. Izuku clapped politely. Bakugo yelled something unintelligible in frustration. Midnight signaled to the giant jumbotron behind her and announced that it was time for the second event selection. The massive screen flickered and then displayed another giant spinning wheel, even more chaotic than the last. The categories read: Cavalry Battle, Capture the Flag, Hero vs. Villain Chase, Free-for-all Freeze Tag, Quirkless Combat Round, Tug-of-War with Robots, Minecart Mania, and Gauntlet Roulette. Izuku leaned forward a little. More events meant more Quirk exposure. Present Mike urged everyone to spin the wheel. The wheel started spinning, clicking loudly with each rotation as the students tensed and murmured. Some groaned at the more ridiculous options. Izuku hummed with his hands in his pockets, not caring what the event was, he would adapt within seconds. The wheel slowed and clacked to a stop, the selected tile lighting up to reveal Cavalry Battle. The arena burst into equal cheers and groans. Midnight grinned wickedly and announced that 50 points would go to everyone except the first-place winner, who she declared worth 10 million points as she pointed directly at Izuku. Izuku froze. Todoroki inhaled slowly. Bakugo muttered a violent underbreath. Nizu sipped his tea without breaking eye contact. Aizawa massaged his temples, already regretting his profession. Midnight clapped and instructed everyone to form teams and try not to trample each other. Izuku stood silently for a moment, engines cooling, feeling dozens of eyes on him, and thought that Nizu had definitely done that on purpose. The hunt began, except this time he was the prey. At the moment Present Mike signaled the start, every team charged Izuku. The rush was a chaotic stampede. Bakugo's group blasted forward. Todoroki's team sprinted with military precision, ice already frosting the ground. Nana's group surged from the left, Hatsum shouting about field data while Ochako floated. Obstacles into the air, dozens more teams formed a tidal wave screaming for the 10 million headband. Izuku slipped his hands into his pockets and smirked, deciding to have some fun. He watched the chaos close in until they were seconds away from dogpiling him. Then his engine quirk activated and he launched upward, reappearing 10 meters above everyone on a thin force shield platform beneath his boots. The crowd went wild. Present Mike blared into the speakers about the unbelievable sight. Below, everyone skidded to a stop and stared up. Bakugo snarled and demanded that he come down, palms sparking. Todoroki said they needed to freeze him in place. Nana clenched her teeth and insisted she needed the headband. Izuku shrugged with a cocky grin and pointed out that they had come at him all at once. He then stomped lightly and fired a concentrated repulsion ring straight down. The wind pressure sent half the approaching teams stumbling backward. He flipped off the platform and landed on another force shield midair, then another, stepping across the sky. He called down that he would not take anyone's quirk but that their dignity was fair game. Bakugo rocketed upward with an explosion. Todoroki iced part of the field to gain elevation. Nana jumped with OFA-enhanced power. Izuku's grin widened. Now they were playing his game. What had started as survival had become sport. He kept one eye on the clock in his head. 9 minutes, 8, 7. He had practiced tracking timing during patrols, balancing quirk cooldowns, and timing moves between attacks. Compared to that, a school event was nothing. The entire arena became a three-dimensional game of catch. He skimmed across thin force shields like stepping stones, ricocheted off repulsion rings to change direction, and used short engine bursts for sudden speed spikes. He used light, controlled taps with blunt force to keep things entertaining, knocking over overeager students without hurting anyone. The crowd went wild, and Present Mike shouted that he was playing tag in three-dimensional space and that someone should stop him. Izuku dodged a combined attack from two teams, spun in midair, and landed on a raised shield platform long enough to look down. There, right below him, stood his sister Nana Estrella Yagi, charging with her team but not using one for all. No flicker of extra power, no hint of enhanced speed or strength. He observed that she was either holding back or still refusing to use that quirk, shrugged, and boosted away before she could reach him. Nana stopped mid-run, breath shaky and fixated on the spot he had vanished from. She clenched her fist, trying to steady her emotions. Tokoyami asked if she was all right. Nana forced a shaky smile and said she was fine. Hatsum circled, shouting about her super jump boots, and Ochako floated after Izuku, exasperated at his speed. Izuku glided above them, counting down the last minutes. He dodged Bakugo's explosions, sidestepped Todoroki's ice pillars, leapt over Monoma's copying attempts, and outran entire cavalry formations with a grin. When the buzzer blared, he did not flinch. He hovered, hands in his pockets, the 10 million headband untouched. He had played the game, kept his promise not to go all out, and held back. The stunned silence in the stadium showed that nobody else had realized that. Everyone was given 2 hours for lunch before the final event. Izuku opened the door Aizawa had told him to use, expecting a quiet room, a bento, and his father grading papers. Instead he found chaos warm, loud, and oddly energetic. Himiko greeted him energetically and gave him a friendly embrace. Kana leaned against the couch with her usual tired but smug expression, seemingly amused. A third figure stood there as well, Rumi Usajiyama, Mirko, tall and athletic with white hair and rabbit-like ears, dressed casually but radiating intensity. Izuku and Himiko both froze. Kana smirked. Rumi crossed her arms, cracked her neck, and teased that he should say hello to their guest. Kana explained that Rumi had come along because she was curious and nosy and refused to admit how interested she was in meeting him. Rumi denied the accusation. Rumi insisted that she just wanted to see him fight up close, that he was interesting and she owed him a rematch. Himiko hugged Izuku again and teased that Rumi was clearly flustered by him. Rumi blushed and punched the wall in frustration, telling them to shut up. Izuku stood there, blinking rapidly as his brain tried to reboot. He pointed between the 3 girls and asked if they were a team now. Rumi shrugged and said it looked like it. Himiko beamed, affirming it excitedly. Kana slid onto the couch and remarked that she was fine as long as she wasn't responsible for any more property damage. Izuku felt his face heat up. His mouth worked but no words came out. Rumi smirked and poked his chest, warning him not to pass out since they had come to cheer him on. Himiko nodded eagerly and added that they would feed him. Kana held up bento boxes and said she would keep him from dying. The 3 girls clustered around him like a pack claiming their territory, and Izuku realized he might actually be in over his head not with the sports festival, but with them. Nana sat with her tray of food largely untouched, poking half-heartedly at her katsudon while Kirishima and Mina argued about who could bench more if they trained with Sato. Uraraka laughed and Bakugo shouted at someone. Life went on around her, but she barely heard it. Her eyes kept drifting back to her right hand, the hand that held one for all. It pulsed sometimes, like a heartbeat that was not hers, like someone knocking on the other side of her skin. She clenched and unclenched her fingers. Mina leaned over, concern replacing her usual bubbly grin, and asked Nana if she was okay. Nana forced a small smile and said she was fine, apologizing and claiming she was just thinking. Bakugo snorted and accused extras of distracting her, but Nana did not rise to the bait. She continued staring at her palm. It was not pain, one for all did not hurt in that way, but she kept having flashes, little sparks that seemed to be trying to say something. Images, voices, a silhouette she did not recognize. Her father had told her this was normal, that the quirk had a will and she would feel previous users eventually. But there was something else he did not know. One for all felt afraid and angry, and every time she trained she felt a sharp panic, as if it were warning her about something. She bit her lip, wanting to tell someone, Uraraka, Tsu, even Bakugo, but she knew she could not. Her father had drilled into her that one for all was a national secret. If villains found out, her friends could be targeted. Kirishima nudged her shoulder gently and asked if she was sure she was okay, noting she looked pale. Nana forced out a laugh, waved it off, and said she was just nervous about the next event. Everyone accepted that answer, except Todoroki, who glanced at her from across the table with narrowed eyes, not in judgment but in curiosity. Nana swallowed hard, looked at her hand again, felt one for all pulse warm, insistent, worried, and whispered so quietly no one could hear that she wondered what it was trying to tell her. The crowd's roar filled the stadium as everyone filed back in. Present Mike hyped the audience while Midnight took center stage, her heels clicking on the arena floor as she struck a dramatic pose. Midnight announced that it was time for the final event of the day and that the crowd had been waiting for the battle tournament. The crowd screamed, students braced themselves. Midnight explained that there had been an unexpected addition to the roster, leaving an extra slot in the brackets. Because of that, the final round would not be a one-on-one but a 3-way battle royal. The 3 winners of the semi-final matches would meet in the explosive finale. Gasps and cheers rippled through the stadium. Bakugo grinned fiercely while Todoroki maintained a calm expression. Nana swallowed hard. Midnight gestured to the screen and announced that the matchups had been randomized with no complaints or do-overs, letting destiny or chaos decide the competitors. The screen shuffled names rapidly before slowing and stopping. Murmurs ran through the class. Izuku saw his first opponent, blinked, then smirked at the matchup. He thought it would be fun. Midnight then called for the first two fighters to the stage and instructed the rest to wait in the stands or prep rooms. The stadium trembled with anticipation. This was more than combat. The whole world was watching heroes, civilians, villains, the commission, and Izuku's old family. He cracked his knuckles, bounced lightly on his heels, and told himself that tournament mode was on. Izuku stepped onto the tiled arena floor, his boots clicking softly against the polished stone. The crowd's roar dimmed into a low hum behind him as the stadium doors slid shut. Across from him stood a tall, tired-eyed boy with messy purple hair and an expression that said he would rather be anywhere else. Hitoshi Shinso, a general studies student with a chip on his shoulder and something sharp simmering beneath the surface. Present Mike announced Shinso Hitoshi from general studies as an underrated underdog. Shinso did not react visibly. Present Mike then announced Izuku as a dramatic, record-breaking speedster from the hero course, a proclamation that made Izuku wince and think it was far too dramatic. Shinso spoke flatly and unimpressed, observing that Izuku was the famous transfer everyone had been talking about and remarking that he had expected someone taller. Izuku, confused, responded with a tentative thanks. Shinso corrected him, saying that was not a compliment, and told Izuku that while he was ridiculously strong, strength alone did not win everything. Shinso argued that Izuku should have been in general studies with him and accused him of not having the mindset of a hero. Izuku raised an eyebrow and pointed out that Shinso did not even know him. Shinso narrowed his gaze and said he knew enough. The way Shinso spoke sent a small alert flashing through Izuku's head. He did not know what Shinso's quirk was, which meant he had to be careful. He relaxed his shoulders, adopting a comfortable stance, and reflected that he had heard about kids in general studies wanting to move into the hero course. Shinso cracked his knuckles and told Izuku that he was here to take what should have been his. Midnight lifted her arm and asked if they were ready. Izuku forced himself to stay silent and calm, thinking that he should not respond to anything strange. When the match began, Shinso's lips curved into a knowing smirk and he opened his mouth to taunt Izuku about his father. Izuku did not notice the trap until his pupils constricted and then widened into empty red rings. Shinso's smirk deepened as he ordered Izuku to walk out of the arena. Izuku turned and began to obey, stepping toward the boundary like a sleepwalker. The crowd erupted in confused shouting. Present Mike faltered mid-sentence and Aizawa almost stood. Class 1A panicked. Bakugo's chair toppled as he sprang up, and Nana went pale. Izuku, inside his own head, felt neither fear nor confusion. Instead, he was fascinated. He recognized the mechanism for what it was, brainwashing. He followed his body with detached interest. A familiar voice appeared beside him, low and amused. Izuku's AFO vestige manifested at his side in a shimmer of dark green flame, arms folded, and remarked that someone had been hijacked, calling it embarrassing. Izuku mentally told the vestige that he was kind of busy being mind-controlled. The vestige pointed out that Izuku was still capable of thinking internally because his many mental fortifications, resistance traits, and the Nomu's pain nullification kept the control limited to surface actions. The vestige said that Shinso's control could not reach Izuku's core and that, yes, he could break out of it, but suggested letting Shinso enjoy his moment a few more steps to understand the opponent's resolve. Izuku let his blank body march toward the chalk line until a low flicker of green energy under his skin stopped his foot 1 inch before stepping out. The vestige had decided that was enough. Izuku then complimented Shinso's quirk aloud, and the brainwashing shattered. Control flooded back to his limbs and he looked up at Shinso with a mix of admiration and mischief. Shinso reacted with disbelief, pleading for an explanation because no one had ever broken out of his brainwashing before. Izuku brushed his sleeves and told Shinso that he should be proud most people would not have broken free. He admitted that Shinso had forced him into a corner and that he respected being pushed that far. Izuku activated the engines on his calves and accelerated. He lowered his stance and, shifting in a blur, launched himself at Shinso with a non-lethal takedown. He formed a force shield around his open palm and tapped Shinso's chest with controlled blunt force. The shockwave sent Shinso skidding across the tiles in a clean, controlled arc and out of the ring without lasting injury. Midnight announced that Shinso was out and that Izuku Shimura was the winner. The crowd roared. Shinso lay on his back for a moment, then sat up and glared at Izuku. Izuku walked over and offered his hand, telling Shinso that he had been impressive and that his quirk was incredible. Shinso hesitated, then accepted the hand. They walked side by side toward the tunnel as the stadium noise faded. Midnight smiled and commented on their sportsmanship and emotional maturity. Izuku returned a polite smile while inwardly noting that his mission had succeeded. As they passed each other, Izuku had brushed Shinso's wrist in a casual gesture. A soft pulse of green light only Izuku could feel slipped into his palm, and his vestige hummed approval. He had added 2 new quirks to his collection, an engine ability similar to Tenya's and Shinso's brainwash pattern. Reaching the hallway, Izuku stretched and considered his next targets. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk had immense utility, allowing the fabrication of tools and gear based on detailed understanding. Ochako's zero gravity offered simple, flexible mobility and battlefield control. He smiled at the possibilities. Aizawa, watching from the stands, pinched the bridge of his nose because he recognized the familiar expression of someone planning something morally gray. Present Mike, excited, announced the next match for the crowd. As they left the arena, Shinso quietly thanked Izuku for what he had said earlier. Izuku clapped him on the shoulder and told him he had really earned it. As the doors closed behind the other man and he walked deeper into the tunnel, Izuku muttered to himself with a small, eager grin that it was time to keep stacking the deck. Izuku slouched back in the bleachers, arms crossed while the tournament fights flashed below explosions, ice waves, laser beams, lightning. The crowd roared for every flashy hit, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. Quirks, all of them. He let his eyes half close and pictured the strange constellation map in his head, each ability glowing like a star or drifting like an ember in the void. He murmured under his breath that he would see what he was working with. The list glowed in his mind. Shock absorption, super regeneration, blunt force, force shield, repulsion rings, impure beam, super strength, engine, brainwash, instant transmission, dragon fist, shape-shifting, grapple, strength enhancement, multiplied 5 times. And more, each quirk orbiting him like its own private galaxy. He had never slowed long enough to appreciate it all. He had been fighting, running, dodging the commission, surviving, not cataloging, not savoring. Now he could, and it felt good. He thought about the ones he had transferred away, little motes drifting like distant sparks. Speedy recovery had been given to Aizawa so the man would not have to walk around looking like half a mummy every week. That one had surprised Izuku when it slid out of him and into Aizawa's palm, passing like a torch. In its place he had taken the Nomu's super regeneration, something more durable and immediate. Izuku smirked, thinking that this one was far better. The mental map hummed in the back of his brain like purring engines. It was more than power and more than winning. It was the hoarding instinct, the thrill of acquiring something rare, dangerous, beautiful in the way only raw power could be. He leaned back, fingers tapping his bicep, recognizing the mindset now, how dragons curled around gold and trinkets, collecting not out of need but because some ancient instinct pleased them. His quirks were his hoard, each earned, stolen, taken from abusers, or willingly given by allies who trusted him. He felt the weight of them all and smiled. He was not done yet. Aizawa glanced up from the faculty area, already understanding what Izuku's smile meant. Somewhere in the stands, Nana watched him too, confused and uneasy at how familiar he felt. The Jumbotron reset and the bracket names slid into place like puzzle pieces. The screen announced Round 2, Match 1, Izuku Shimura Aizawa vs Nana Yagi. Izuku let out a low whistle, noting that this was unexpected. Classmates nearby murmured confused, excited, terrified as the stadium erupted. Nana, however, froze. Color drained from her face. Her chopsticks clattered to the floor. Bakugo stopped mid-shout. Ochako gasped and grabbed Nana's arm, asking if she was okay. Nana did not answer. Her breath hitched and her pupils constricted. Her fingers twitched as if she had touched live electricity. She stared at the screen, hands shaking until she clasped them to steady herself. To everyone else it was just a match between classmates, but to her it was the brother who had run away, the boy she had hurt without meaning to, the vigilante who had faced extreme danger, the one she still cared about now standing on the opposite side of the ring. She whispered that she did not understand why it had to be him. Izuku sighed softly, not annoyed or angry but resigned, as if he had expected this outcome weeks ago. He rose and stretched as if it were any other fight, admitting that this was bound to happen eventually. He did not look scared or guilty or eager. He smiled quietly and descended the bleacher steps with his hands in his pockets. As he passed Nana's aisle he did not stop or make a scene, but he tilted his head enough to tell her not to hold back. Nana's breath hitched. She understood he meant it not as a taunt or a threat but as a promise. He would not hold back either. Midnight's voice then echoed through the arena, announcing that the fighters of the first match should come to the arena floor. Nana's friends nudged her gently. Kirishima encouraged her that she could do it. Todoroki watched silently, studying both siblings. Bakugo muttered that this was going to be a mess. Nana forced herself to stand on unsteady legs, her heart pounding. She told herself she could not run again and followed Izuku into the sunlight of the arena. Up in the VIP box the air felt taut and heavy. The giant screen below repeated Izuku and Nana's names, and the crowd's roar filled the stadium. Inside the reserved viewing room, however, silence reigned until Toshinori Yagi slammed both hands on the railing and demanded loudly what this meant. His golden suit creased, his face flushed, and one for all seemed to shimmer behind his expression. Inko sprang to her feet, trembling with anger and fear, insisting that this had to be a mistake and telling Nizu that Nana could not be made to fight him, unable to finish the thought. Nizu, calm and sipping tea as if not witnessing a family meltdown, set his cup down and explained cheerfully that this was no mistake. The bracket was randomized and fair. Toshinori demanded to know how Nizu expected them to accept that. Nizu smiled and clarified that he did not expect anyone to believe what they did not want to but that he expected everyone to follow the festival rules. Toshinori's fist tightened as he argued that Izuku was dangerous and that they had seen what he was capable of. Nizu countered that he had also seen Nana's training. Inko objected that the situations were not the same. Nizu continued, saying he had seen Izuku's self-control despite complicated circumstances and that this match was a test for both children. Toshinori trembled with fury as he protested that Nizu was putting his daughter in the ring with a boy connected to powerful and dangerous forces, a vigilante who had once faced a Nomu and a child who had stood up to All Might. Nizu's eyes gleamed as he revealed that the reason for the matchup was that Izuku himself had requested it. That statement silenced both parents. Inko whispered a stunned question. Nizu folded his paws and explained that as a condition of attending UA, Izuku had insisted on being treated equally, no special safety nets, no selective matchups, no coddling. A thought hung in the air. If he and Nana crossed paths, then they crossed paths. Toshinori looked as if someone had punched the air out of him. Inko covered her mouth, tears brimming. Nizu finished with a small, almost sad smile, explaining that he was no longer their little boy but something else now, something they had not nurtured or guided but that he had become anyway. The stadium erupted as Izuku and Nana stepped into the arena. Nizu glanced at the lights, ears twitching, and indicated that the match was about to begin, inviting everyone to take their seats because the children had worked very hard. Toshinori and Inko stared at the arena, horror and helplessness mixing on their faces as their daughter finally faced the sun they had pushed away. The arena lights blazed down on them, heat rising off the stone tiles as the crowd settled into a restless hush. All that noise and energy, and yet between the two of them there was only quiet. Izuku stood relaxed, hands in his pockets, posture loose and steady. Nana stood stiff as a board, fists trembling at her sides, breath shaky enough to hear. Two siblings. Two paths. Two very different reasons for being here. Izuku tilted his head, watching her with the cool patience of someone who already knew how this would go. He did not feel hate, fury, or bitterness. He had burned through all of that long ago. What he felt was tired and almost disappointed. Nana was not like their parents, not cruel, not calculating, not malicious. She was soft, easily influenced, and quick to believe whatever made her feel safe. Someone who folded instead of questioned. He thought bluntly that she was not evil, just weak, and that weakness had brought them to this point. Nana saw his sigh and it shattered her. She swallowed, voice trembling so much it barely came out as she tried to speak his name. Izuku did not flinch, blink, or react much at all. He asked her quietly to stop, not here, not now. Her eyes widened, hurt flashing across her face. She opened her mouth again, but the words would not come. The silence between them stretched like a chasm. Around them, the stadium murmured, some confused, some leaning in, some sensing the tension without knowing why. Present Mike, for once, did not scream. Even he felt the weight. Midnight raised her whip, but for a brief moment her expression softened, as if she could feel the history simmering in the air. Nana wiped at her eyes quickly, trying to hide it and failing. Izuku's gaze did not budge or soften. It remained unreadable. He finally asked if she was ready to fight. Her knees nearly buckled, but she forced herself to nod. She had to prove something, to him, to herself, to the quirk burning in her chest. Midnight called for everyone to take their marks and then signaled the start of the match as her whip cracked through the air. Izuku did not waste a second. The moment the whip cracked, he lunged, engine flaring in his legs, air blasting behind him as he closed the distance in a flash. Not at full power, but fast enough that most students could not track him. He swung with a controlled, measured strike aimed at her shoulder, not enough to break, just enough to force engagement. Nana jerked aside at the last second and stumbled. Izuku clicked his tongue and dashed again. She dodged again, barely. Another swipe, another dodge. A feint made her flinch and jump back. She was not fighting, not striking, not even using her quirk. She was simply running. Izuku's annoyance flared. He blurred forward once more and stopped right in front of her. Nana squeaked and rolled out of the way, scraping her knees on the floor. Izuku planted his palm on the ground as he pivoted and muttered under his breath for Nana to pick a side. Another dodge, another retreat, another wasted opportunity. In the stands, Aizawa's expression tightened behind his scarf. He recognized that body language and knew that frustration. He understood that Izuku was not angry about strength or skill. He was angry because she was not choosing, not committing, not standing her ground. She did what she always did: avoided, hesitated, folded under pressure. Aizawa sighed and told the young man that he was still holding onto that wound. Present Mike, hyped out of habit, started to slow his commentary, noting that Nana was dodging again and that it was another close call, his words trailing as he tried to make sense of the scene. The crowd grew confused and murmurs filled the air. Izuku darted forward once more, appearing behind Nana this time. She gasped and lunged forward, but still she dodged and continued retreating. Izuku's jaw clenched. He did not shout or scowl, but his eyes narrowed each time she scrambled away. He could not hear Aizawa's counsel any longer. All he saw was the pattern he had lived with for years. Nana trying to be loved, trying to be the good kid, trying to avoid hurting anyone, even him. She was apologizing with her feet. He exhaled sharply and told her to stop dodging. She froze for half a second, and that was all he needed. In that pause, the tiniest betrayal of fear, Izuku shot forward, ready to end the dance because he was done. Watching her run from him and from the truth. He saw it all before it happened. Her trembling hands, watery eyes, fingers curling into fists as if trying to squeeze courage out of her own bones. She was not afraid of losing. She was afraid of disappointing. That look was painfully familiar, and Izuku felt his irritation loosen just a little. He straightened and spoke to her in a steadier tone, like the big brother she barely remembered but had missed. He warned that she would break herself if she kept acting like this and urged her to pick a stance, a goal, any reason to stop running. He said she should fight him if she wanted to prove something and not cry at him. Nana wiped her face with her sleeve, chest shaking. For the first time since the match began, she nodded. She stepped back. Her boots dug into the arena floor and her fingers tightened. A spark flickered around her arm, tiny and unstable, and then it grew. Golden lightning arced up her limb and burst across her shoulder, whipping her hair behind her from the force. Students gasped, and Present Mike almost swallowed his microphone. Toshinori stood up from the VIP box with panic etched on his face. Nana clenched her teeth and, more to herself than to him, whispered that she was not running. She declared that this time it would be different and roared as she launched forward, chanting the name of her move and building into a full power strike. Her fist drew back, drenched in golden power, unstable, raw, and burning too bright, and she shouted that she was going at 100% as she drove it straight into Izuku's chest. He did not block. He did not dodge. He let it hit him dead on. A blinding burst of energy erupted through the arena. A shockwave rippled across the stadium, flattening the grass, kicking dust into the air, and rattling the entire structure. Spectators in the front row grabbed the rails. Hats flew off. Microphones squealed. Aizawa blinked once, his scarf snapping back from the force. When the dust finally cleared, Izuku was still standing, barely moved an inch. Smoke drifted off his shirt. His chest steamed. His boots were planted so deep into the ground the concrete cracked around them. He was not hurt. His quirk had absorbed the impact. Nana, however, stumbled back with a scream. Her arm was already bruised and swollen, clearly badly injured and hanging uselessly at her side. She collapsed to her knees, crying out from the pain. Izuku looked down at her, chest rising slowly, expression steady and unreadable. He did not gloat or smirk. He simply stared at her, something complicated flickering in his eyes. He understood, too well, what breaking yourself for someone else felt like, and he hated watching her learn it the hard way. He did not wait for midnight to call the match, did not wait for the crowd to react, did not even look at the scoreboard flashing his victory. The moment Nana's knees hit the floor, he stepped forward. Her breathing hitched in sharp, painful bursts. Her injured arm hung limp and trembling. Tears streamed down her face from the intensity of the pain. Izuku crouched beside her, his expression calm but tight around the eyes. He murmured that it had been a nice hit. Nana blinked up at him through blurred vision, cheeks streaked with tears and dirt, and thought that he had not moved at all. Izuku explained that he had not needed to move and that she had swung with conviction, and that was what mattered. Her eyes widened a little, then she passed out with the faintest smile tugging at her lips. Izuku let out a slow sigh, half tired and half something much softer. He stood, adjusted her weight, and hoisted her carefully over his shoulders in a fireman carry. The crowd erupted, some cheered, some whispered, many simply stared, unsure what they had just witnessed. Up in the VIP section, Toshinori's jaw clenched. Inko covered her mouth, shaken. Nizu nodded approvingly. Aizawa watched Izuku walk off the field with his sister, and something in him softened. His kid had grown into someone terrifying in power, but also someone gentle where it counted. Izuku stepped out of the arena and into the tunnel, the noise fading behind him. Recovery Girl was already preparing her equipment when he arrived. He gently laid Nana down on the bed, brushing debris from her hair, and leaned in close to tell her that she had done well, better than she thought. Her sleeping face relaxed, the pain easing from her brow, and she smiled faintly even while unconscious. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow but said nothing, humming knowingly as she began treatment. Izuku straightened, rolled the tension from his shoulders, and stepped back into the hallway. Aizawa stood there, arms crossed but with softer eyes. He told Izuku that he had handled that well, praising his restraint and judgment. Izuku shrugged and said he had simply done what made sense. Aizawa admitted he was still proud. Izuku blinked at the unexpected praise and, after a beat, offered a quiet thank you, calling Aizawa Dad. Aizawa cleared his throat as if trying not to be flustered and told him to return to the stands. He would want to see who his next opponent would be. Izuku walked off with his hands in his pockets and his heartbeat steady. He returned to the stands for the next match. He stood loosely, hands in his pockets, visor off, his gym uniform dust-stained from the earlier matches. Across from him, Bakugo vibrated like a grenade with legs, palms already sparking. Todoroki stood calm and composed, frost creeping up the tiles around his feet. A triangle of tension, a triangle of history, three kids who should never have ended up on the same battlefield so early in life. Present Mike hyped the crowd into a frenzy, but Izuku barely heard him. His mind was busy. Bakugo's explosion quirk was absolutely worth copying. Todoroki's half-cold half-hot had versatility Izuku needed. Both of them together would be perfect additions to his growing arsenal. He rolled his shoulders lazily, thinking he could touch them both if he played it right. Bakugo squinted at him like he was staring at a ghost he swore had died 2 years ago and growled that he would take Izuku down first. Izuku offered a bored half-smile and acknowledged the challenge. Todoroki met Izuku's gaze and stated plainly that Izuku was strong, but made it clear that he was not holding back for Izuku's sake. Izuku thought back that Todoroki was one of the last people he expected to hold back, and then, with a hint of edge, noted that Todoroki tended to hold back in his own way. Bakugo snapped that he should not be ignored and demanded the attention he felt he deserved. Izuku's thoughts drifted for a moment to endeavor contempt for the man who had used power and control to break a family, pushing Rei so far that she suffered and their household fractured. Hellflame was definitely on Izuku's to-acquire list, and he planned to seek out Rei Todoroki to make sure nothing stopped him. For now, he flexed his fingers. A faint green glow pulsed at his veins. Heat and cold gathered across from him. This was his chance to gain explosion and half-cold half-hot without hurting anyone innocent. 2 perfect trophies. Midnight signaled with her whip, and the arena leaned forward in anticipation. She called for the fighters to begin, and the match started with the crack of her whip. Bakugo lunged like a living rocket. Todoroki unleashed a sweep of ice that froze part of the stage. Izuku blurred between them, engines roaring inside his suit, repulsion rings sparking, his boots skidding across ice and shattered ground. It was controlled chaos, elegant and frantic at once. Present Mike erupted in excited commentary, exclaiming in awe as the crowd roared and the arena filled with the intensity of the 3 combatants. Present Mike announced that Izuku had slid under Bakugo's AP blast with 0 effort and that Todoroki was freezing the entire left wing of the arena, warning that they were all going to die and drawing Aizawa's calm attention back to the fight. Aizawa noted that the announcer was still yelling directly into his ear. Present Mike defended himself by insisting it was his job. Bakugo launched himself diagonally across the battlefield, declaring that he was going to blow Izuku's smug face off. A flash of green cut through the explosion. Izuku dodged so fast Bakugo punched empty air, the shockwave blowing apart concrete. Izuku slid across the ground and used a repulsion ring burst to spin out of the way of Todoroki's ice spike. He complimented Todoroki's aim casually and suggested, with a light tease, that Todoroki might try the left side next time. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and heat rippled from him. His left arm twitched. Izuku noticed and filed it away, timing his plan. The crowd erupted. Class 1A screamed and banged on the railing while Class 1B shouted with equal parts admiration and jealousy. Pro heroes in the VIP balcony leaned forward in their seats. Present Mike was broadcasting at full volume, running breathless commentary about firepower, footwork, and dodges as though the arena itself were breaking records. Aizawa sighed and muttered that the commentary would be coming out of UA's budget. On the field, Bakugo continued detonating everything. Todoroki alternated between freezing and blasting fire, and Izuku weaved through it all like a dancer. Explosion smoke, ice shards, flashes of green power, and heat waves distorted the air. The crowd ate up the chaos, and Izuku found himself actually enjoying it. The movement, the strategy, the micro-reads, and the bonus of being able to steal any quirk he touched. He had one goal left for the match: get close enough to put a hand on both of them. Bakugo reached his limit first. The explosions grew sharper and angrier, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. He had been chasing Izuku uselessly for minutes and resented Todoroki freezing half the stage and the crowd cheering for anyone else. He announced that he had enough, rocketed straight up into the sky, and spun violently. The air around him warped into a tornado of smoke and flame. Present Mike warned that the kid was actually going for it. Todoroki's eyes widened. Izuku raised an eyebrow. From the air, Bakugo screamed his signature move and then came down like a meteor wrapped in explosions, a controlled hurricane of destruction. The blast hit the arena dead center. A shockwave rippled across the stands, people flinched and some ducked. Aizawa braced and clutched the railing. Izuku moved instantly, teleporting out of the blast radius in a green flash. Todoroki was not so lucky. The explosion swallowed him, ice shattered and fire sputtered out. He slammed backward and skidded across the stone until his unconscious form toppled over the edge of the arena. Midnight threw her whip down and announced that Shoto Todoroki was out of bounds and unable to continue, eliminated. The stadium roared. Todoroki lay still, smoke rising off his uniform, hair singed at the ends. Endeavor leapt to his feet in the VIP section, shouting Shoto's name, but Izuku beat him there. Izuku teleported next to Todoroki, checked his pulse and breathing, then signaled for the medbots to hurry. Bakugo landed in the crater, panting and baring his teeth in a grin. He turned toward Izuku and declared that with one down it was just the two of them. Izuku stayed crouched beside Todoroki's unconscious body a moment longer, noting the bruise forming on the boy's temple, then stood, dusted his palms, and told Bakugo, calmly and with a touch of sarcasm, that it had been a nice move and terrible aim. Bakugo snarled and reignited his palms. Izuku rolled his neck, green light flickering behind his eyes. His plan shifted. He now only needed to touch one person. First came explosion, then he would reach for the owner of Hellflame. He stepped back into the arena and felt the crowd hold its breath. The real fight was about to start. The arena floor was wrecked cracked concrete, smoking craters, and shards of ice melting into muddy puddles. Todoroki was already being hauled away by medical bots, limp and steaming, while Izuku and Bakugo did not pause. The second Todoroki was cleared, Bakugo blasted straight at Izuku with a feral scream, sparks crackling off his arms. Izuku grinned, sharp and excited, finally facing someone who could really push him. Bakugo swung a right hook trailing an explosion. Izuku ducked under it and fired a repulsion ring burst into Bakugo's ribs, sending him skidding across the tiles. Bakugo recovered instantly, boots digging into the floor and smoke billowing around him, accusing Izuku of treating it like a joke. Izuku admitted that, in a way, he kind of did. Bakugo went feral and launched a barrage of AP shots, tiny, concentrated detonations that whistled across the field. Izuku wove between them with efficient, razor-sharp movements, engines flaring behind his calves. His dodges were clinical, not frantic. He read Bakugo like an open book. The crowd chanted their names, Present Mike screamed commentary, and Aizawa watched without moving, tired and proud. Bakugo blasted forward again, sweat pouring down his face and sparks flying brighter as his nitroglycerin production ramped up. Izuku made a mental note. The sweatier Bakugo got, the stronger he became, so keep distance until he peaked, then close in for the touch. Bakugo roared and exploded upward into a vaulting arc, swinging down with a blast meant to crater the stage. Izuku raised a hand and produced an invisible force shield that absorbed the impact like a heat wave, forcing Bakugo to recoil midair and land rolling with a scream. Bakugo demanded that Izuku stop dodging and fight him. Izuku responded that he was fighting, and that Bakugo was just slow. Bakugo's explosions flared brighter, and Izuku's pulse quickened with excitement. This was the Bakugo he had always imagined, unrestrained and furious. Stronger by the second. Izuku countered, using engine to dash circles around Bakugo, flicking his wrist, tapping his shoulder, and knocking his palm just out of position so the next blast fired wide. Bakugo screamed in frustration, shouting at Izuku to stand still. Izuku leaned in close as he slipped past another explosion and challenged Bakugo to make him. That broke something in Bakugo. He blasted backward, using an explosion to launch straight at Izuku head-on, palms crashing together for an all-or-nothing blast. Izuku's hair flickered green and his hand lit up. His smile sharpened. He wanted this. He wanted to see how far Bakugo could go and then surpass it. This wasn't fear or anger or revenge. It was the thrill of finally beating the boy who had stepped on him his whole life. Izuku slid one foot back, feeling the ground vibrate. Almost close enough. Just one touch. One graze. Explosion would be his. Bakugo, too furious to notice he was running straight into Izuku's trap, was gone in every way that mattered. The thinking part of him had checked out. He was running on pure rage, sweat, and instinct, explosions erupting from his palms without rhythm or strategy. His blasts were massive and powerful but sloppy and uncontrolled. Izuku had been waiting for this exact opening. Bakugo lunged with a scream that barely sounded human anymore, palms roaring with nitroglycerin-fueled fire. Izuku stepped in instead of back, ducked under Bakugo's outstretched arm, snapped forward with a burst of engine-assisted footwork, and pivoted behind him in a single smooth motion. Bakugo spun too late. Izuku's fist was already glowing. He did not hit him with a full-strength Quirk cocktail. Nizu would have killed him for that, but he used just enough. Repulsion rings, strength enhancer, and a blunt force strike. A bright shockwave cracked across the arena as Izuku slammed a tight, precise punch into Bakugo's gut. Bakugo's eyes bulged and air blasted out of his lungs. The explosion in his palms snuffed out mid-spark. Then the impact launched him clean across the arena. He sailed backward, arms flailing, trailing a line of dust before his body slammed into the boundary wall and toppled over it. The stadium fell silent for a heartbeat. Midnight's eyes widened and Present Mike froze mid-yell. Aizawa's scarf fluttered from the shockwave. Bakugo did not get up. His right hand twitched once, then went limp. Midnight whipped her arm in the air and announced that Katsuki Bakugo was out of bounds and unable to continue. The arena announcer then declared Izuku Shimura the winner of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd exploded into cheering, screaming, and chanting his name. Some students cried. Some were speechless. Cameras zoomed in on Izuku standing there, chest rising calmly, hands dropping back into his pockets as if he hadn't just overpowered two of the most hyped students in the country. Aizawa let out the quietest breath of relief and pride anyone had ever seen. Up in the VIP box, Toshinori slumped into his chair with a stunned, conflicted stare. Nana, her arm healed and wrapped, whispered in disbelief that that was her brother. Izuku rolled his shoulders, dusted off his shirt, and muttered that he guessed it was done. He cracked a small, satisfied smirk. The crowd kept screaming his name as the camera feed cut to one of the VIP rooms, where the real chaos was just getting started. Himiko had practically climbed onto the railing, kicking her legs like an excited child, shouting that he was hers and that he was amazing and could punch a Nomu in half. Kana had to drag her back before she fell onto the lower balcony. Kana herself stood with her arms crossed, grinning sharp and proud, too smug for someone who used to snipe criminals from 500 meters away. She said that the kid was unstoppable and praised how he read Bakugo's openings with perfect timing, precision, and efficiency, adding that she had taught him well. Himiko elbowed Kana and teased that Kana was taking credit for her boyfriend's rise. Kana shrugged, satisfied. Rumi leaned forward in her seat, ears twitching and grinning wildly, calling Izuku a monster in the best possible way and admitting she loved it. Himiko gasped theatrically and claimed him too, and Rumi roughed up Himiko's hair before grinning even more broadly. All three shared a look that said they were united in spoiling him later. Himiko then asked aloud how they would reward their little champion. Kana suggested dinner first, noting that he would pretend he was not hungry but definitely would be. Himiko added that there would be affectionate congratulations. Rumi stretched, cracked her knuckles, and, with a wicked grin, said she planned to tease him and make sure he remembered the night, a playful promise rather than anything crossing a line. Himiko squealed, Kana smiled, and Rumi looked proud. They leaned forward as Izuku's victory ceremony began, eyes locked on him. Kana raised an imaginary glass and told the others they should make sure he never forgot the night. Himiko giggled and Rumi's grin widened. Izuku, on the arena floor, had no idea what kind of congratulations awaited him later. If he felt a sudden shiver run down his spine, it was just the universe's way of warning him. Izuku hadn't felt this loose in days. Hopping rooftops, shifting through shadows, letting the city breathe around him felt like slipping back into his true skin after wearing something too tight for too long. School was fine. His friends were fine. His father was better than fine. But patrolling as Faux All For One felt like home. He had not come out that night just to crack skulls or scare the underworld straight. He had something quieter and overdue in mind. Thanks to Shapeshift, it was not hard. He listened carefully in the alley, adjusted his voice box, and shifted the shape of his throat and jaw until he could produce a deep, stern, gravelly tone. He practiced under his breath the line that his wife was expecting a visitor. The disgust he felt imitating that man stuck in his throat, but he held it for her. He walked into the hospital through the staff entrance, his height adjusted just enough to pass for Endeavor from behind. Nurses did not question it. No one who worked in that building wanted to confront that man unless they legally had to. A nurse bowed politely and told him that Mrs. Todoroki was awake and that if he wished to see her, he could. Izuku nodded, keeping his posture rigid and authoritative enough to match the JRK's body language, and told her he would not be long. Inside, the hospital lights softened and the scent of antiseptic dulled into something almost warm. The hallway to the private psychiatric wing was quiet, peaceful in that strange way places built for broken people often are. Izuku slowed his footsteps. He knew about Rei Todoroki and what she had survived, and he knew what Shoto never said out loud. He stopped at her door, took a breath, and let the shapeshift melt enough so he would not terrify her, masking his face and voice to seem non-threatening. He knocked lightly. Rei invited him to enter with a gentle, confused voice. Izuku stepped inside quietly. Rei Todoroki sat upright on her bed, a soft shawl over her shoulders, white hair framing tired but gentle eyes. She blinked at him, puzzled but not frightened, and immediately observed that he was not the person she was expecting. Izuku froze. Rei gave a faint, knowing smile and noted that he never knocked. He relaxed a fraction and stepped forward, bowing properly. He explained that he had not wanted the staff to stop him from visiting. Rei tilted her head and asked why they would. Her eyes softened as she realized he was a friend of Shoto's, and Izuku nodded without speaking. She let out a slow breath and said it was kind of him, because Shoto did not have many people he could confide in. Izuku moved closer to the bedside and told her quietly that he wanted to make sure she was okay and to let her know someone truly saw her, not the way Shoto had painted her. Rei blinked and her lip trembled once. No one had visited her like that before. She commented that he was very gentle. Izuku swallowed and apologized for what Shoto had done to her and to Shoto himself, saying none of them deserved that. Rei exhaled shakily but held steady, then asked his name. Izuku hesitated and declined to give it, saying simply that he was someone who cared. Rei offered a sad, small smile and thanked him for caring. He bowed again and promised to return if she wished it. She replied that she would like that very much. He turned to leave, paused in the doorway, and added quietly that one day Shoto would not be able to hurt anyone again. Rei stared at him calmly and approved. Izuku stepped back into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind him. His expression hardened slightly. That night was not about revenge, at least not yet, but Endeavor's name had been added to Izuku Shimuraizawa's list, and Izuku never erased a name once it was on there. Later, the scene shifted back to UA High School. Aizawa stood before the class with his usual deadpan expression, his scarf drooping lazily as he scanned the students with that sharp, quiet presence only he could manage. He told them they had done well during the sports festival. Some of them had performed exceptionally, others had made choices that needed addressing. Half the class shifted in embarrassment. Mineta whimpered, Bakugo clicked his tongue, and Todoroki tried to look as if he did not exist. Izuku sat calm and upright, radiating a quiet confidence he refused to admit. Aizawa moved on to the next step of their hero training, clicking a remote to project a slide that read internships. A chorus of whispers rose as students reacted. He explained that the sports festival served as a scouting opportunity and that professionals from across the nation had watched and submitted offers. Not everyone had been scouted, and he reminded those students not to complain. The school had partnerships with many hero agencies and everyone would be placed somewhere suitable. Aizawa then noted that some students had received more attention than others, and he warned the class not to overreact when he addressed that point. Everyone exchanged glances, sensing the storm around the mentions of offers and attention. When he changed the slide again, the room perked up. The new title on the projector read hero names. A wave of excitement swept the class. Hagakure squealed, Kirishima pumped his fist, and Bakugo smirked as if destiny had presented him with the perfect title. Aizawa, looking drained, announced that Midnight would handle this portion because he did not have the energy. Right on cue, Midnight strode in with a dramatic entrance, heels clicking and a flamboyant presence that lit up the room. She greeted the first years enthusiastically and explained that hero names were their identity, pride, and personal brand. They needed to be memorable, meaningful, and marketable. The class buzzed with excitement and nerves. Izuku, however, remained composed, already accustomed to public identity and scrutiny. Aizawa checked in quietly with Izuku, who confirmed he already had a hero name and did not plan to change it. Midnight called him forward, but Izuku declined to participate and explained that he would sit this part out. Midnight blinked but noted that the principal had already approved his file anyway. Aizawa waved him off and indicated he could go. Aizawa told him to stay out of trouble. He did not need to add that he expected Izuku to go on patrols. It was implied. Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder and slipped out, leaving behind 20 curious eyes and a room full of whispers. The students speculated among themselves, wondering whether he already had a hero name, whether he had registered early, what the name might be, and why he would not reveal it. Izuku Shimurazawa had two names, one for the light and one for the dark, and he was not ready to show the world how deeply those two sides intertwined. Not yet. Before he had made 10 steps down the hallway, Nana called his name. Her voice was small, shaky, but determined. He stopped. Nana stood there with her hands balled into fists and shoulders tense, as if she were physically holding her courage in place. He did not run or glare. He waited. Just if they could talk. Izuku nodded once and motioned for her to follow. They slipped into an empty side room and closed the doors softly behind them. Silence stretched between them while Nana wrung her hands and avoided looking at him. Izuku leaned back against a desk, arms crossed, quiet but attentive. She told him that she wanted him to have one for all. He blinked slowly and raised a brow. Nana rushed on before he could speak, saying she knew what he would think, that their father would be furious and might disown her, but that she did not care. Her eyes finally met his and were wet and raw. She confessed that she did not deserve the power, that she had been chosen because she was their daughter and had gone along with it, pretending to be special when she believed she was not, certainly not in comparison to him. Izuku felt an unpleasant tug in his chest. Guilt crept in. Nana insisted that he was stronger, braver, and smarter, that he had become a hero on his own while she had been handed power for convenience. She lowered her head and said she did not deserve it. Izuku inhaled and let the breath out slowly. He told her firmly but kindly that he would not take it. She looked up, startled. He explained that he did not need it and did not want it, that he had earned what he had and built who he was, and that he was done basing his life on what their father thought he should be. Her lip trembled as she admitted she did not know how to control the power, that she kept hurting herself and could barely use it. Izuku rubbed his forehead and suggested she stop trying to force everything into one limb. He urged her to spread the power evenly, to think of diffusion rather than detonation. Nana blinked, once, twice, and then said that the idea actually made sense. He responded dryly that maybe she would stop shattering her bones every time she sneezed, which coaxed the tiniest laugh out of her, weak but real. Suddenly Nana threw her arms around him in a desperate hug, the kind she had not given him since they were children. Izuku froze for a moment and then cautiously put a hand on her back, neither fully hugging back nor pushing her away. She whispered her thanks into his shoulder. He acknowledged her quietly. When she pulled away, wiping at her eyes, she looked lighter and more centered. She said she would see him back in class and slipped out, closing the door behind her. Izuku stood alone for a moment and then exhaled. He muttered under his breath that he wished his sister good luck, then turned on his heel and headed down the hall, already planning his next move. Lunch at Ya always smelled like cafeteria mystery and warm katsudon, but Izuku did not mind. He had his tray, his usual spot, and a moment of peace. He ate like a human black hole, still buzzing from the sports festival and from the 20-something quirks humming under his skin. His phone buzzed with internship offers, one after another. Agencies, pro heroes, and even a couple of borderline shady groups had reached out. He considered the options mentally. Someone cool like Ryukyu, someone strong like Mirko, someone terrifying like Endeavor. No, he was not suicidal. The truth was he did not need a traditional internship. He had already done more real-world hero work than many pros on those lists. He could spend the week doing what mattered most, patrolling as Faux All For One, cleaning out the scum, testing new combinations, and, by his standards, stealing quirks responsibly. He imagined who would join him: Himiko, twitchy if she did not stab something at least once every couple of days; Kana, showing up with intel and a sniper rifle; Rumi, either joining or punching through a wall to drag him out for training. That sounded better than standing around at some agency pretending he needed guidance. He finished his katsudon, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and murmured to himself that internship week would just be work as usual. A slow grin spread across his face at the thought of working as Faux All For One and doing it with the girls by his side. Shadows fell over the table and his usual accidental friend group gathered around him with trays in hand. Kirishima flopped into the seat across from him and exclaimed that Izuku had to tell him whether he had gotten a billion offers after wrecking the whole festival. Mina slid in next to Kirishima and said she wanted to know who he was picking, insisting he should go to someone awesome. Jiro, quieter, commented that although he was acting calm, he was probably drowning in paperwork. Ochako sat down as well, smiling softly, and mentioned that she had received a few offers. Izuku told them he was still deciding. Tokoyami loomed by the edge of the table with his arms crossed and dark shadow peeking out curiously. Izuku offered a small, practiced smile that fit the nice, normal hero student persona he wore at school. He admitted that he had a couple of options and promised nothing crazy. Kirishima slammed his hands on the table and accused Izuku of lying, pointing out that Aizawa-sensei's clipboard had been thicker than a dictionary. Izuku coughed into his fist and conceded that might be true. Mina gasped and asked who he was going to pick, naming several potential mentors with dramatic enthusiasm. Izuku's smile twitched at one name as the memory of an awkward restraining technique lingered in his shoulder. He lied that he was still thinking and pretended to be busy with the stray vegetable on his tray. Ochako leaned in and offered to help him decide or to accompany him. Izuku imagined taking any of them on patrol and pictured disaster, so he declined, raising his hands and insisting he would figure it out, saying he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Tokoyami nodded and suggested that choosing a mentor whose shadow complements one's own would be wise. Dark Shadow added that Izuku should pick someone cool. Inside, Izuku's thoughts were running in a different direction. He was not planning on doing any of the official internships. He intended to spend the week conducting his own patrols and handling criminals behind the scenes. Kirishima grinned and assured him that whatever he chose would be super manly. Jiro nudged Kirishima and advised not to overthink it. Mina leaned across the table, enthused about one particular hero, and Izuku visibly flinched. He remembered Rumi's blunt invitation and the rough training that would come with it. He forced a smile and said maybe. The group laughed and continued to tease each other, passing food around. Izuku nodded along and kept up the casual conversation, while privately resolving not to pick any of them. He already knew exactly how he would spend internship week, and it was not going to be anything UA approved of. A student from General Studies asked to speak with Shimurazawa privately. Izuku excused himself and followed the student down a hall into an empty side room. The door clicked shut behind them. The student shoved him back against the wall, then a disguise fell away. The student revealed herself to be Himiko Toga. After a brief, tense exchange, she stepped back and slipped away before anyone nearby noticed. Izuku opened the door for her when she left and smoothed his shirt as if nothing unusual had occurred, only the faintest trace of lipstick on his jaw. He returned to the cafeteria with his expression settled into its usual calm, but inwardly he resolved that he needed to install better locks at home. Later, on the crowded platform that smelled faintly of metal and the collective rush of teenagers, Class 1A lined up with their bags and internship papers. Aizawa stood before them with his sleeping bag slung over one arm and delivered his usual flat, blunt instructions. Do not embarrass the school, do not get kidnapped, do not die, and try to avoid becoming a public relations disaster. A few students nodded grimly, Mineta whimpered, and Kirishima took selfies. Izuku stood near the middle of the line with his backpack over one shoulder, humming as if he were heading to a legitimate agency. In reality, the moment no one was looking, he planned to begin his unofficial patrols, pursuing villains and cleaning up the streets on his own terms. His gaze swept across his classmates and settled on Ida. The class representative was unusually stiff and distant, the kind of haunted look that suggested he was thinking about things far beyond internships. Izuku worried about where those thoughts might lead. He respected Ida and did not want grief to push him into something reckless. A few feet away, Todoroki stood with his suitcase and his hands in his pockets, staring in that quiet, calculating way he had. There was, however, a faint spark of determination in his eyes that marked movement towards something difficult. Izuku acknowledged him with a small nod, and Todoroki returned it. Heading to Endeavor's agency was not easy for Todoroki, but it was a step forward. A step toward owning his power instead of rejecting half of himself. Izuku felt quietly proud. Bakugo stood farther down the platform, already glaring at everyone breathing near him. Himiko was not in disguise today. She had left earlier, waiting until Izuku's train disappeared. Kano was somewhere out of sight. He could sense her nearby, probably perched on a roof with a sniper scope because she liked the drama of it. Aizawa finished lecturing the class and clapped once, instructing them to board their trains when they arrived, to be professional and not to cause trouble. He then singled out Izuku with a pointed, private warning. Izuku put a hand over his chest and insisted that he was always well behaved. Aizawa snorted and sent them on their way. The first train pulled in with a hiss, and students began boarding in groups, waving and shouting promises to keep in touch. Izuku stepped to his assigned platform spot, waited until the people around him were distracted, and vanished in a flash of green light, instantaneously relocated and unseen. He was off to meet his teammates, off to patrol the city, off to act as a cover he had chosen. The bar was dim and dusty and still smelled faintly of old smoke and cleaner. Tamura Shigaraki sat hunched over the counter, scratching his neck like a restless animal. Kurojairi hovered nearby as a quiet, misting presence. Sitting between them, calm and still with a blade across his lap, was the hero killer, Stain. Stain did not drink or fidget. He stared at Shigaraki with the unnerving, fanatic focus of a man who had already judged another and found him lacking. Shigaraki, oblivious or pretending not to care, offered Stain an invitation to join their cause to kill heroes and bring down the system, confident that Stain would fit in. Stain corrected him, stating that he did not kill heroes but frauds, idol worshippers, vanity projects, and empty symbols. He declared that Shigaraki was not righteous but childish, lashing out from boredom and seeking chaos rather than justice. Tamura stiffened and objected, insisting that this was his league, his cause, and his plan. Stain rose, and the room seemed to go cold. Stain reminded him that he had asked to join and that it had been a mistake, that Tamura lacked conviction, DSPLN, and the integrity required to reshape the world. When Tamura stepped forward in anger, Stain was suddenly in front of him, blades flashing to positions that left no doubt he could act in an instant. The blade at Tamura's throat and the others at his wrist and heart froze him with a sharp, wordless warning. Kurojairi warned that the action was unwise, but Stain dismissed him and said that Tamura was no leader and would be among the first to fall if society were to be purged. Tamura trembled with fury and humiliation. The blade at his throat pressed a little harder, a whisper away from harm. Then Stain stepped back, sheathed his blades calmly, and declared that he did not join children playing villain and that he had unfinished work elsewhere. Kurojairi bowed slightly and offered to return Tamura to the city. Stain nodded curtly and, with one final look of condemnation, stepped through Kurojairi's warp gate and vanished into the mist. The bar fell silent. Tamura's hands shook with rage and embarrassment. He punched the counter, splintering wood and sending glass flying, and screamed that the world and its symbols were worthless and that, when he was done, everyone would pay. The evening had been peaceful in that peculiar vigilante way they liked. Rumi moved from rooftop to rooftop with an energetic grin. Kana adjusted her rifle as if it were an accessory. Himiko held Izuku's arm closely. Faux All For One's visor glowed faintly as he scanned the streets below. Hosu at night always felt magnetized, as if it pulled trouble toward itself. Izuku liked that, trouble meant quirks. He had already picked up a few promising abilities, a developing materialization quirk, a callback signal like a psychic tracker for things he touched, and a simple demolition technique. He felt like he had restocked the shelves of his personal armory. Then the city erupted. It began with one explosion, then another, then a string of them. That threw lights into a strobe. Hosu's lights flickered and sirens wailed as smoke rolled down the streets. Izuku's instincts hit like a physical shove, and he identified the cause with a single term, Nomus. Not one or two, but a dozen. Their silhouettes appeared at the far end of the district, lurching, twitching, snarling things that moved like diseased animals. They were not as strong as the USJ monstrosity, but they were numerous and fast. Rumi cracked her knuckles, thrilled at the prospect of a fight and teasing that Izuku had indeed brought her on a date to destroy things. Himiko produced her knives with feral delight and asked if they could keep one of the creatures. Kana raised her rifle, noting that these Nomus were prototypes, unfinished stock with sloppy, rushed movements. Izuku shed his hoodie and let his visor light up as he shifted fully into his vigilante persona, identifying the Nomus as Tamura's thrown-together forces. Izuku sensed another presence in the air, faint, sharp, and purposeful. He noted that Stain was in the area, and his teammates paid attention. Kana acknowledged the hero killer, and Himiko reacted with appreciative interest. Izuku warned everyone not to split up, explaining that the Nomus might be weak individually but coordinated dangerously. One Nomu lunged from the alley beside him, and Himiko reacted immediately, driving a blade into its throat before it could reach him. She assured him that they all knew to stay together. Rumi announced the murder party rules and launched forward, kicking a Nomu back until it collapsed in sparks and smoke. She then attacked the second one, urging everyone to clear them out. Kana fired a trio of incapacitating darts in rapid succession, each striking its target and dropping two Nomus while the third twitched. Izuku blurred forward with his engine and repulsion rings, seized the twitching Nomu by the jaw, and slammed it into the pavement with a force that sent cracks spiderwebbing across the alley. He exhaled. The city burned. Screams echoed. The night had become chaos. Somewhere deeper in Hosu, Ida was about to do something catastrophically stupid, and Izuku felt it like a punch in the gut. He looked to Rumi, Himiko, and Kana. They stared back, breathless and wired on adrenaline. Izuku instructed them to split the Nomus, pull them away from civilians, and not to finish every one of them so he could see if any had unique quirks. Kana asked what he planned to do, and Izuku resolved to go after Stain because Ida was in danger. Himiko smiled wider, Rumi cracked her knuckles again, and Kana smirked. Rumi teased Izuku not to steal all of Stain's kills, and Izuku admitted without promising anything. Izuku's boots barely touched rooftops as repulsion rings fired off in quick bursts, sending him through the city like a pinball shot through a vast machine. Each burst lit his visor with new data, each flex of his engines pushed him faster. Hosu was a maze of fire and smoke, but he did not slow. He cut corners by ricocheting off vents, leapt entire streets with downward moves, and threaded between burning billboards like a projectile. The visor pinged with 3 clustered life signatures, 2 paralyzed, 1 moving into a killing stance. Izuku's stomach tightened. Ida lay on the ground, frozen and helpless, eyes wide and chest heaving. Native was nearby, clearly injured. Stain was exactly as expected, lean, predatory, eyes burning with a conviction that felt almost religious, blade angled and ready. Izuku landed on the wall above them, perched like a blue-haired gargoyle. He recognized that Stain had tracked Ida alone, and he could not blame him, but this time Izuku believed he could win. The visor locked onto Stain and scanned for openings. Stain leaned close to Ida and declared that Ida was unworthy of the word hero. Izuku did not wait. He launched himself into the fray. Stain's blade began to fall and Ida's eyes squeezed shut, but Izuku crashed into Stain like a meteor, the impact sending a shockwave through the alley. Stain skidded backward with boots digging into concrete, and Izuku landed between him and Ida with his visor flaring blue. Izuku told Stain that Ida might be an idiot, but he was Izuku's idiot, and that if Stain tried to kill him again Izuku would make sure Stain could never hurt him again. Stain straightened, wiping a split lip, and called Izuku a false successor and a vigilante plague. Izuku popped his neck and told Stain he talked too much. Stain grinned and invited a test of conviction. Izuku replied that his conviction matched his reputation and indicated he had more to offer. Izuku moved deliberately, not relying on engine or his signature beams unless necessary. He fought like a stripped-down, unfamiliar version of himself, shaping blunt force barriers with precise timing to redirect Stain's blade instead of matching it directly. Stain's attacks were surgical, aimed at weak points, and Izuku respected the danger as he prepared to counter. Stain slashed low, grazing Izuku's leg, and Izuku vaulted upward with a twist so the blade passed without causing a serious wound. Stain noted Izuku's quick adaptation. Izuku acknowledged he was a fast learner. He then used a microburst of repulsion to blast Stain backward, sending him skidding against a wall and rebounding into a crouch. Ida grunted, still frozen on the ground, and Izuku gave a quick glance, hoping he would remain out of the fight and not start connecting dots. Stain lunged again, blade angled for Izuku's visor. Izuku ducked, letting the slash pass, then countered with a blunt enhanced elbow that struck Stain's ribs and made him stagger. Stain recovered and flicked his tongue like a lash, and Izuku jumped back, avoiding direct contact and aiming to neutralize the dangerous quirk rather than engage with it. Stain laughed and judged Izuku's skill and caution, noting his veteran-like style and hidden methods. Izuku countered that he hid his identity, not his nature, and that Ida did not need more trauma. Stain found some perverse amusement in the situation and called Izuku's actions ironic. Izuku dismissed the idea and insisted it was efficient. Then Izuku attacked with the intent to end it. He feinted left to force Stain into a counter, snapped around, and slammed a blunt-enhanced palm into Stain's jaw. The blow echoed through the alley and sent Stain's blade clattering across the concrete. Stain dropped to a knee and Izuku's visor pulsed, showing a perfect opening to target Stain's quirk. A shadow moved. Stain lunged with it. Hidden dagger and grazed Izuku's cheek, a shallow cut that stung but did not stop him. Stain attempted to claim advantage from the injury, but Izuku responded without hesitation. He raised 2 fingers and activated Brainwash with a precise gesture. Stain froze mid-action as the effect took hold. Half-Cut's half-power version was weaker, but Stain had practically responded into the activation. Izuku stepped forward and warned Stain to watch what he said around him. Stain trembled, trying to resist. Izuku smiled and ordered him to stop moving. Stain went rigid. Ida stared shocked. Faux All For One took a deep breath and declared that round 2 was over. Izuku dropped down beside the pile of incapacitated nomus just as the girls were finishing their cleanup. Himiko perched on a junked robot crate, legs swinging and dotted with debris she seemed to think was decorative. Kana casually reloaded her rifle as if it were a slow Tuesday. Rumi stood with hands on hips over a Nomu that had been decisively disabled, its chassis dented where Rumi had landed a powerful kick. Rumi smirked at Izuku as he landed and teased that it had moved hard. Izuku laughed and remarked that she clearly enjoyed it. He activated his visor and scanned each Nomu, checking Quirk signatures. His hopeful hum shifted into a disappointed groan as the readouts came back. The Quirks were low-grade basic shock absorption, muscle enhancement knockoffs, and a strange, elastic skull that offered little of interest. Himiko thought the name sounded funny. Izuku told her it was not. She stuck out her tongue and giggled. Izuku stepped toward the last living Nomu and siphoned away a few Quirks just in case, but found nothing special. He clicked his tongue and noted that whoever manufactured these things was clearly cutting corners. Rumi suggested they had poor taste, and Kana agreed with a lazy smirk. Izuku then turned to Himiko and beckoned her closer. She approached willingly. He placed 2 fingers gently on her cheek and used All For One in its softest, most controlled form. A dark shimmer flowed from his palm into her skin as blood curdle, once Stain's signature ability, was passed to her. Himiko reacted with surprised delight at the new ability. Rumi admitted she was a little jealous, and Kana leaned in curious about how Himiko might use it. The group shared a brief, excited moment before moving on. Rumi commented on the quirk's potential and Kana smirked about planning to experiment later. Izuku looked flustered. They agreed to discuss their plans later. Izuku returned to UA with the same casual confidence. He always carried steady steps, relaxed shoulders, a quiet half-smile that betrayed how much he had enjoyed the week. Rumi had stopped by that morning to give him a quick farewell, and Himiko and Kana offered brief goodbyes and playful banter. By the time he passed through UA's gates, he looked like someone who had spent a week doing exactly what he wanted. Class 1A, however, returned like a parade. Most of them strode back onto campus wearing small souvenirs from their experiences. Uraraka had a determined glint after training with Gunhead. Ida appeared healthier on the surface, though Izuku could see the coil of guilt twisting in his expression. Hosu still haunted him. Todoroki moved with quieter steps, the beginnings of thaw in his posture. Momo glowed with newfound confidence. Even Kaminari held his chest out like a newly emboldened person. Bakugo nearly made Izuku stumble when he walked by. He now sported an aggressively styled haircut, locks combed back with so much gel they looked stiff, though a few rebellious strands still stuck up. Bakugo stomped past and warned everyone not to say a word, his presence crackling with hostility. As the class settled, chatter filled the air, stories of villains, rescues, drills, close calls. Some proudly displayed new gear, others bore fresh bruises. Izuku took his seat as Aizawa lounged in his sleeping bag at the front. When the bell rang, Aizawa emerged and dryly noted that most of them had survived, then announced the next bit of business. Midterm exams were approaching. Half the class visibly deflated at the news. Aizawa explained there would be both written and practical exams, both important and difficult, and that performance would determine who attended the summer training camp. That reminder snapped most of the class upright and attentive. Izuku rested his cheek on his hand and watched everyone react. Midterms meant written and practical tests. It would be straightforward for him. He had spent time studying advanced hero theory even before he had a quirk. He hummed quietly to himself, eyes half-lidded with amusement. It was good to be home. And as for the practical exam, he was not worried. Behind his scarf, Aizawa's eyes drifted toward Izuku for a half-second, simply checking that he was all right. Izuku gave the tiniest nod in return. Aizawa moved on. Aizawa warned the class to take the practical exam seriously and made clear that anyone who slacked off would face consequences. He pointed toward the door and reminded them that hero training would start in 10 minutes, ordering them to get changed, get ready, and try not to embarrass him. The class scrambled to their feet. Izuku rose at a normal pace, hands in his pockets, listening to his classmates mutter anxiously about tests, quirks, training camps, and failing grades. He could not help smiling a little. Midterms, villain attacks, training camp life was about to get extremely interesting. Meanwhile, in the league's hideout, Tamura tapped his fingers against the metal counter in a rapid, irritated rhythm he had carried since Hosu. Jiren strode in with a suitcase in one hand and a cigarette in the other, telling Tamura that he had brought some colorful candidates. Tamura glared but did not interrupt. He could not deny Jiren's talent for finding the scum and monsters no one else wanted. The suitcase clicked open. The first to step forward was a tall man with messy black hair and pale skin marked by scars and burn patterns, as if stitched and patched after terrible injuries. His cold, sunken eyes flicked up to Tamura with a patient, burning hatred. Jiren introduced him as Dabi and warned not to touch his flames. Tamura stared, Dabi stared back. It was mutual judgment and a hesitant willingness to work together. Next came a man dressed like a circus dropout, in a tuxedo coat with face paint and a little hat. Jiren presented him as Mr. Compress, noting his performance skills. Mr. Compress bowed dramatically, and corrected that he preferred to call his acts performances. Tamura's lip-twitched magicians were unsettling, and this one felt worse. Behind him stepped a tall, red-haired woman with a confident frame and a small pride pin on her vest. She cracked her knuckles and made it clear that she would respond with overwhelming force to anyone who caused trouble. Jiren described her as direct. Lastly, a scaly, reptilian man with a scarf and wild eyes stepped forward and proclaimed himself Spinner, a devotee of Stain's ideals who wished to aid someone worthy of those principles. Tamura clicked his tongue. 4 odd recruits, 4 potential headaches. But he needed bodies, fighters, and people who shared a hatred of the system. Tamura agreed to consider them for the league. Jiren whistled and called it a big step for him, but Tamura was already looking at the screen on the bar counter, where a news report replayed the Hosu footage. He fixated on the youth shown there: Izuku Shimurazawa, the boy who had interfered with the Nomu and All Might, the one who had embarrassed the league's plans. Jiren noticed the twitch in Tamura's fingers and asked if he was still thinking about him. Tamura erupted in rage, bitter and desperate, railing that Izuku had ruined everything, stolen a Nomu's quirks, interfered with All Might, and turned his attack into a farce. He kicked a chair until it splintered against the bar and swore vengeance, promising to make the boy pay. Kurojirai placed a calming hand on Tamura's shoulder and urged patience, noting that plans were unfolding. Tamura shivered with a dangerous intensity, muttering that the boy thought he was special and promising that he would be shown otherwise. Jiren remarked that Tamura might want to recruit more than 4 people if that was his goal. The league was forming. Villains were gathering. Plans shifted. All of Tamura Shigaraki's hatred focused on Izuku Shimurazawa. Aizawa stood at the front of the room with a clipboard in hand, looking like a man about to hand down orders rather than grades. Class 1A tensed, even Bakugo paused mid-grumble. Aizawa explained that, with midterms approaching, he had run their academic progress through UA's ranking system and would announce the results. Kaminari muttered that he hoped it would not be Bakugo. Aizawa revealed that first place belonged to Izuku Shimurazawa. A few jaws dropped, some groans followed, and Bakugo exploded in indignation. Izuku blinked. He had not tried that hard, but his nightly study of criminal patterns, physics, math, and urban planning for his vigilante activities had helped him on written exams. Aizawa continued that second place went to Momo Yaoyorozu and third to Shoto Todoroki. The room reacted with a mixture of pride and panic. Jiro thumped her forehead on her desk, Kirishima congratulated Todoroki, and Mina declared she was doomed. Bakugo glared at Izuku as if the ranking system must have been rigged. Izuku shrugged and explained that Nizu had told him to put effort into the written exam this time. Aizawa instructed those at the bottom to start studying immediately and forbade shaking answers out of the top student. He told them they would be paired off for the practical portion soon and reminded them that midterms would determine who went to the training camp. A faint smirk curled behind his scarf. Class 1 erupted into anxious whispers. Izuku leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. Top of the rankings felt easy for now, but he was no longer thinking only of tests, he was thinking about the training camp and the villains gathering in the shadows. Somewhere out there, Shigaraki was planning. Midterms would be the least of Class 1 as worries. Later, Izuku sat on a park bench beside Rei Todoroki, letting her enjoy the sunlight like something fragile. Rei held a paper cup of warm tea in both hands, fingers curled gently around it, and she said that it had been a very long time since she had felt the wind like that or heard children laughing. Izuku glanced at her. She already looked healthier, still pale, still delicate, but present and awake. She brushed a strand of white hair behind her ear, and the softness of her uncertain smile made him feel warm beneath his scarf. Awake in a way she probably had not been in years, Rei felt a small, cautious warmth returning to her. Izuku said simply that he was glad and that she deserved more than a room in silence. Her smile widened, faintly playful, and she responded that he was the boy who pretended he was not doing anything extraordinary. Izuku blinked, his face flushing lightly, and told her he was just helping. Rei whispered that not many helped the broken and that most people avoided them. He did not know how to answer, so he remained quiet. She did not seem to mind. Across the park, behind a tree doing a poor job of hiding them, Himiko, Kana, and Rumi peeked around the trunk. Himiko loudly remarked that Rei was pretty. Kana smirked and said Izuku had good taste. Rumi bounced with restless energy and joked that if Rei became part of their circle, she would have to keep up with her cardio routine. Kana elbowed Rumi and teased that her cardio was mostly trying to outrun questionable choices. Himiko snorted and asked if they liked her, and all three nodded. Back on the bench, Rei tilted her head and observed that Izuku's friends were watching them. Izuku acknowledged that they were, and added that it was normal. Rei chuckled softly, a laugh like someone remembering they were allowed to feel happy, and said she did not mind, that it was nice to have people who cared. Izuku looked down at his hands, realizing how much he cared but uncertain if he was allowed to admit it. Rei set her tea aside and leaned slightly toward him, asking if she could ask him something. Izuku agreed. She asked whether, when he looked at her, he saw a fragile woman who needed saving. Izuku answered without hesitation that he did not. He added, almost shyly, that he saw someone brave enough to survive hell and someone who deserved better. Rei's breath caught and her eyes softened as she told him he was very kind. Izuku cleared his throat and said he tried. Behind the tree, Himiko pumped a fist and encouraged him to try. Kana told Himiko to whisper quieter, and Himiko protested that she was whispering. Rumi grinned and said to let him handle it. Rei reached out and brushed Izuku's sleeve. She said she would like to take more walks and asked if he would accompany her. Izuku nodded and smiled back a little, saying he would like that too. What had begun as a simple park visit started to feel like the beginning of something bigger, something warmer, while Izuku's friends continued to watch and murmur plans behind the tree. Not long after, three women converged on Rei with energetic friendliness. Himiko arrived first with a bright smile and introduced herself as Himiko, one of Izuku's close partners. She complimented Rei up close and said Izuku had excellent taste and their approval. Rei blinked and greeted her awkwardly. Kana sat down beside Rei with a confident smirk, introducing herself as Kana Tsutsumi, another of Izuku's partners. She noted how he looked at Rei. Rei flushed at the thought. Rumi then dropped onto the bench on the other side, throwing an arm over the back with casual swagger and introducing herself as Rumi Usajiyama. She sized Rei up in a friendly way and remarked that she could see why Izuku was gentle with her. Rei stammered that she was older and that she was damaged. Himiko leaned forward until her forehead touched Rei's gently and said that Izuku had his own scars, which made them fit together. Kana added that none of them were particularly normal and that was why things worked. Rumi said that if Rei ever decided she wanted to be part of their circle, her kindness and the trust Izuku showed would speak for themselves. Rei lifted a trembling hand to her chest, overwhelmed by acceptance she had not expected. She said she did not know what to say. Himiko suggested that she say she would keep walking with them for now, and Rei drew a deep breath and smiled, warm and hopeful, saying she could do that. Izuku returned then, drying his hands and looking confused at the four of them sitting together and smiling like a newly formed group. Later, in the cafeteria, Izuku sat wedged between Kirishima and Jiro at their usual table, surrounded by a fortress of trays and a questionable serving of UA curry. The atmosphere felt charged, as if everyone knew something big was coming but could not yet identify it. Kirishima leaned forward with elbows on the table and asked what they thought the exam would include: robots, training obstacles, maybe a simulated villain attack, and said he was ready for anything. Jiro gave a dry look and commented that UA teachers seemed to enjoy pushing students, joking that they woke up thinking about how to challenge teenagers. Mina gasped dramatically and exaggerated possible threats, insisting UA could do anything. Izuku snorted at the idea of a laser bear pit, and Mina pointed her spoon at him in mock seriousness, maintaining her theory. Siro agreed with Mina, saying that after past events, nothing seemed off-limits. Ida sat rigidly and formally noted that while the written portion had been straightforward, the practical portion would demand rigorous standards of collaboration, strategy, and critical thinking. Izuku watched Ida and noticed a shadow in his eyes, a residue from past trauma, and hoped Ida would avoid making reckless choices during the exam. Todoroki slid into the seat next to Izuku and observed without preamble that whatever the exam turned out to be, UA would not make it easy and would likely intensify the difficulty for those who had stood out at the sports festival. Izuku nodded slowly, agreeing that the standout students should expect extra scrutiny. Kirishima nudged him and teased that Izuku was a champ of the festival, encouraging him with a grin. Jiro jabbed a thumb toward him and warned that they were definitely cooking something nasty specifically for him. He added that Izuku was seriously strong and that they were going to try to break him. Izuku smiled politely, but behind his eyes a little thrill ran warm down his spine. He thought, let them try. He wouldn't break. He'd only learn. He took another bite of katsudon and leaned back, listening to his friends bicker and speculate, enjoying the moment of calm before the inevitable storm. Whatever UA had planned next, he'd be ready. And he was pretty sure it wouldn't involve robots or bears. Knowing Aizawa, it would be much worse. Something lightly tapped the back of his head like a mosquito landing rather than a real hit. The dramatic gasp behind him made it obvious who it was before he turned. Nito Monoma stood there with his usual theatrical smugness, hand poised midair as if he had just shoved a king off a throne, and he offered an ostentatious apology to the sports festival champion, hoping he hadn't damaged that precious, terrifying quirk. Izuku's mind went blank. He could not place the face. He stared at Monoma, squinting as though trying to remember which hallway locker the guy lived in. His friends watched in awkward silence, waiting for an explosion. Nothing came. Monoma blinked and, growing more frantic, reminded everyone of who he was and proclaimed his name. Izuku snapped his fingers softly and acknowledged that Monoma was the copy Quirk guy, admitting that he had forgotten the name. Monoma's composure faltered visibly. He lunged in with frustrated accusations, claiming Izuku stole the spotlight, humiliated Class 1B by simply existing, and went around collecting quirks like trading cards. Izuku tilted his head, genuinely puzzled, and answered that he didn't understand the complaint. Mina covered her mouth to hide a laugh, and Kirishima whispered that Izuku had effectively erased Monoma from his memory. Monoma grew more agitated, flailing for a comeback, when Itsuki Kendo intervened. She stepped in, grabbed Monoma by the collar like a misbehaving child, and apologized on his behalf, explaining that he got dangerously worked up. Kendo added that the physical portion of the midterm had been rumored to be robots, just like the entrance exam. Mina brightened and enthused that it would be smashy time, while Denki raised both arms, relieved at the idea of something he could handle without causing problems. Izuku registered the conversation with a small, private skepticism. If Nizu was involved and Aizawa was watching, robots were probably the least likely option. Kendo steered an increasingly loud Monoma away, who screamed that Izuku had done it on purpose and that he felt attacked. By the time the commotion vanished around the corner, Izuku had already moved on mentally. He had bigger things to focus on than a copy Quirk user with poor manners. The fake city spread out in front of them, broken streets and half-crumbled buildings arranged for the exam. Class 1A stood in a line at the edge, costumes on, air buzzing with nerves. Izuku rolled his shoulders under his cape, mask and visor in place. To everyone else it was his hero costume. To him, it felt like the usual vigilante gear with the school logo added. Aizawa stood off to the side, hands in his pockets, trying to look bored. Beside him were the other teachers in full costume, and in front of all of them Nizu hopped up on a small metal box with a microphone in his paw. Nizu greeted them, then addressed the rumors that their opponents would be robots. He announced that the rumors were wrong. On cue, Snipe adjusted his hat, Midnight cracked her whip, 13 waved politely, and Cementos rumbled his stone arms. The class broke into whispers. Izuku sighed internally. He had expected something more challenging than tin cans. Nizu explained the practical exam. For the physical exam, students would work in pairs against their teachers. Their objective would be to either escape the combat zone or handcuff their assigned teacher, and the teachers would of course try to stop them. The class reacted with a mixture of excitement and dread. Nizu then said there was one exception they needed to address before announcing teams. He referenced the vigilante who had been causing a stir in the underground scene, the one the media insisted on calling Faux All For One. The whispering exploded across the line. Nizu lifted a paw for silence and then turned his black eyes directly toward Izuku, stating that the vigilante was their classmate, Izuku Shimurazawa. For a moment everything felt quiet. Izuku slowly reached up, unsealed his mask, and pulled it down so the visor retracted, revealing his blue hair, red eyes, and freckles, the same face his classmates had had lunch with, now rearranged in a new context. Kaminari's jaw dropped. He reacted with disbelief that they had been sitting with a walking urban legend at lunch. Mina pointed at Izuku with wide eyes and said that this revelation explained a lot. Tsuyu blinked and observed that it made sense why Izuku always looked so relaxed when villains came up. Nana stared at him, mouth slightly open and knuckles white at her sides. Bakugo's eye twitched fiercely as he muttered a harsh insult, calling Izuku a shitty nerd. Aizawa confronted Izuku, accusing him of stealing Quirks and punching Nomus while Aizawa had been dealing with Best Genus hair gel. Izuku scratched his cheek and offered a sheepish explanation that it was an occupational hazard. Aizawa exhaled into his scarf as if he had been holding his breath since Nizu had spoken, though the bandage on his face masked a small, proud smile. Nizu held the room briefly with a raised paw and explained that Aizawa was operating legally, holding a special license, working under Nizu's direct supervision, and subject to stricter rules than the students. He warned everyone not to try to copy those methods or they would be arrested, which caused a few would-be imitators to slump in disappointment. Nizu added that because of Aizawa's unusual experience and power level, pairing him with another student would not provide a fair or useful test, so a small adjustment had been made. Izuku sensed what was coming and wanted to protest, but Nizu announced that Shimurazawa would not be pairing with another student and would instead face a single teacher alone. Present Mike leaned toward Aizawa and teased that Aizawa owed him 500 yen for predicting this outcome. Aizawa groaned quietly. Nizu then revealed that Aizawa's opponent would be All Might. Heavy footsteps announced All Might's arrival as he strode out from behind Cementos's bulk in full hero costume, his grin not quite reaching his eyes. All Might's booming proclamation declared that he and young Shimura had unfinished business. Izuku swallowed and met his gaze across the training ground, remembering their last brutal encounter when his ribs had been broken and his mask in pieces. He let his own mouth curl into a small, sharp smile. Round 2 had begun. The exams continued, one pair after another disappearing into the fake city. From the monitoring room, Izuku watched Kirishima and Sato repeatedly get walled in by Cementos until they finally punched a tunnel straight through and escaped, which seemed fitting for those two. Zero and Mineta against Midnight became chaotic enough that Izuku tried not to dwell on it. Uraraka and Aoyama had it rough against 13, but Uraraka's thinking finally clicked mid-panic and she used Aoyama as a human rocket, sending him floating over the exit gate while she skated debris to clear the path. It was messy but smart. Momo and Todoroki against Aizawa demanded Izuku's attention. He watched his father erase their quirks, slip around them, and test their teamwork. When Momo started issuing orders and improvising gear on the fly, Izuku felt a swelling pride. She was improving. Todoroki even used more fire sporadically. Koda and Gyru nearly fell to present mixed noise until Koda remembered he could command birds, hundreds of them, and when the sky blackened with wings, Mike lost control of his speakers, which made Izuku suppress a laugh. Mina and Denki facing Nizu felt plainly outmatched as Nizu weaponized the whole practice city against them, and Izuku catalogued each trap, recognizing several from past vigilante jobs. Tsuyu and Tokoyami handled ectoplasm by going full stealth, pitting shadow clones against actual shadow. Ida and Ojiro ground down power loader with DSPLN and timing. One by one, teams finished, returning beaten and exhausted but mostly passing. Then it was Nana and Bakugo's turn. Izuku leaned forward, unintentionally drawn to the monitor. On the street set, All Might stood like a living wall, while Nana and Bakugo crouched behind a busted car, breathing hard despite the fight not quite having started. Izuku noted to himself that this seemed like a warm-up for them. When the buzzer sounded, Bakugo charged first, explosions snapping and curses flying. Nana hesitated for only a moment before engaging with improved control, yellow lightning flaring over her limbs as she moved to flank All Might. All Might remained still at first, allowing Bakugo to get close before redirecting him with a single hand and sending him tumbling without throwing a punch. Nana's one-for-all punch slammed into his side and made him slide back a step, which made Izuku think that she had learned. On the screen, All Might praised her form and then intensified the challenge, forcing the students into each other's paths with debris, wind pressure, and sheer speed. Nana's timing began to fray and Bakugo grew more frustrated and erratic. They were powerful, but All Might was treating them like training weights. Izuku's jaw tightened at the memory of what it felt like to hit someone with everything and have it barely register. Bakugo eventually reached his limit. All Might caught an arm mid-explosion, spun him, and sent him toward the capture area. Nana rushed with another full-force punch, but All Might sidestepped, tapped her shoulder, and she stumbled into the gate. All Might declared that they both passed but still had much to learn, and the teachers responded with cheers while the class made mixed noises. Izuku exhaled slowly, his hands clenched without his noticing, knuckles white. Aizawa murmured from behind him that he had been glaring at the monitor long enough. Izuku turned to find his father standing in the side hall doorway, scarf loose and hair a little more frizzed than usual, eyes tired but steady. Aizawa told him that he was up next and that Nizu was finishing the field reset, and then asked if Izuku was ready. Izuku snorted and said he had been ready since USJ. Aizawa's mouth twitched as he reminded Izuku of their conversation. Do not underestimate All Might, do not let emotions drive the fight, and absolutely do not blow up half the facility, since Nizu would make Aizawa fix it. Izuku allowed himself a rueful remark that he could make no promises about the last one, though the edge in his voice had softened. He rolled his shoulders and felt the quiet hum of his quirks waiting beneath his skin. Strength boosts, shields, teleportation, dragon fist, blunt force, shock absorption, and super regeneration among them, along with more unusual abilities in reserve. He was no longer the quirkless child who had cried and flailed in his first vigilante fights. This time, if All Might punched a wall, something would punch back. Outside, Present Mix's voice announced over the speakers that the final exam would be a one-on-one special. Student Izuku Shimurazawa versus the symbol of peace, All Might. Aizawa inclined his head toward the gate. A voice from the stands urged him to go show what their kid could do. Izuku grinned, sharp and bright, and started walking toward the light of the fake city, his heart beating fast in a good way. Round 2 was about to start. Izuku rolled his shoulders and let out a slow breath, boots clicking on the mock asphalt as he walked toward the center of the staged city. Wind machines hummed above, lifting his cape just enough to make it flutter. His visor glowed faint blue, providing live readings on the environment, the buildings, and the distant heat signature that could only belong to one man. All Might stood at the far end of the main street, backlit by the artificial afternoon sun in a classic pose, arms folded over his chest as if this were a photo shoot and not an exam. All Might boomed a dramatic welcome to young Shimurazawa and announced the match. Izuku dismissed the theatrics and asked Nizu through his visor about the win condition. Nizu announced the rules over the speakers. Izuku could either escape through the designated gate or incapacitate All Might so he could not pursue, and All Might needed to capture Izuku with special cuffs or render him unable to fight, with a reminder that the buildings were reinforced but not indestructible. Present Mike provided energetic commentary that Izuku tuned out, focusing instead on the giant in red, white, and blue. All Might warned that Izuku had chosen a dangerous path and that he would not hold back, insisting the world could not afford another All For One. Izuku retorted that All Might did not get to speak as if he knew him, and that he could not both threaten his life and then play teacher. A flicker of guilt crossed All Might's face before he returned to stubborn resolve and declared that if Izuku wanted to walk this road, he had better show he could survive it. Sirens along the mock city's edges blared and a giant countdown flashed red on a billboard. When Nizu announced the start, All Might blurred into motion. Izuku did not see the first step, only the street exploding under the hero's foot as he launched forward. This time, however, Izuku was already moving. He engaged his engines, layered over a strength enhancer, and kicked off the ground with repulsion rings flashing at his feet to add an explosive shove. The world streaked sideways as he shot into a parallel alley and avoided the cratered spot left by All Might's punch. All Might landed and spun, searching. Izuku popped out of the alley ahead with a translucent curve of force forming into a shield in front of him. His other hand glowed as he channeled Impure Beam at a moderated level so he would not overexert himself. He taunted All Might and released the beam. It struck All Might's raised forearm and the hero braced, cape whipping in the backlash. All Might acknowledged the impressive output and warned that it would take more than that. Izuku used instant transmission to lock onto the afterimage of All Might's energy trail and reappeared above and behind him, preparing a fist wrapped in a swirling combination of blunt force, strength enhancers, and the phantom outline of a roaring dragon fist. All Might twisted just in time to see the glowing dragon shape and react. Izuku's blow drove down. The dragon-wrapped fist struck All Might's crossed arms and sent the hero sliding through the street in a trench of upturned pavement. Concrete chunks rained as All Might slid back and then pushed forward with a grin that hid a deeper strain. All Might vanished and reappeared with a broad fist that cracked Izuku's force shield like glass and sent him flying into a storefront. Fake windows shattered and shelves collapsed around him. Izuku rolled, letting shock absorption handle most of the impact while his regeneration eased the ache. He blurred away with instant transmission and reappeared on a rooftop as All Might leapt after him, cape flaring. From above, Izuku finally saw the pattern in All Might's movements. The timing had small inconsistencies. The recovery between blows was a hair slower. When All Might landed, there was a tiny hitch in his posture, as if his body wanted to fold inward but his pride would not allow it. Izuku's visor tracked microtremors in the hero's frame and warned that All Might's reserves were low, though the remaining strength was still formidable. They clashed again. Izuku met All Might head-on this time, engines roaring and blunt force turning counters into explosive impacts. Fist met fist in a flurry that sent shockwaves rippling through the mock city. Thesens shuddered with the force. Present mix commentary was barely audible over the booms. Nana pressed to the glass, trembling and worried they would break the whole field. Inko watched in stunned silence, clutching her bag. Toshinori's friends and staff sat behind Nizu and Aizawa, wide-eyed. Aizawa, scarf tight around his neck, said that Izuku was finally making All Might work for it, his voice flat but eyes soft. Izuku ducked under a straight punch, used repulsion rings to kick off All Might's chest, and then snapped a dragon fist uppercut into his chin. The glowing dragon's head flared on impact and sent All Might skidding through 3 buildings before he came to a stop in a cloud of dust and smoke. Izuku landed on a streetlight, breathing heavily from the mental effort of juggling so many quirks without overdoing it rather than from exhaustion. The smoke thinned and All Might stood in the crater, shoulders heaving. Through the visor's zoom, Izuku could see a faint sign of injury at the corner of All Might's mouth, a subtle marker of how hard the hero had been pushed. All Might spoke in a lower, more personal tone that Izuku had grown. Izuku acknowledged the observation. Izuku reminded All Might that the older man had not been there for what followed and that he had managed on his own. The air chilled between them. All Might narrowed his eyes and warned Izuku that he was walking a dangerous edge, citing the quirks he stole and the name he had taken and asking if he wanted to be seen as a villain. Izuku shot back that he did not care how he was seen and that the people he saved knew what he was. All Might's voice sharpened as he asked about the people Izuku had killed, saying he had seen the files and that vigilante or not, taking lives was not the path of a hero. Izuku's fists clenched. A familiar anger rose in him. He spoke quietly that All Might had almost killed him at USJ, that the hero had not known who he was and had reacted to the name All For One with a punch meant to erase him, and he told All Might not to lecture him about morals. All Might flinched, then pushed forward, shouting that he had to be sure and that if he hesitated people would die. His punch came like a meteor. Izuku did not dodge. He relied on his shock absorption and rapid regeneration, taking the blow and being sent crashing through the street and into a subway entrance. The world became impact, ringing and dust. He lay there for a moment with his ears buzzing as his body began to heal more quickly than his head could protest. Staring up at the broken ceiling, he decided that enough of trading blows had become feeding All Might's martyr complex. He pushed himself up, coughed and teleported back to street level. All Might turned toward him, winded, fists still raised, and commented that Izuku could still stand after that impressed, young Shimura. Izuku cut him off by using his real voice and calling the older man by his given name, Toshinori. The hero froze. Izuku stepped closer and dimmed his visor so Toshinori could clearly see his red eyes. He said he had a question. All Might's jaw tightened and began to protest that this was not the time, but Izuku insisted it was and demanded an answer. He deactivated his flashy quirks and stood with his hands at his sides, asking whether All Might had ever truly seen him as his son or had only tolerated him until a better option appeared. The silence hit as if it were a physical strike. Inko's breath caught in the stands, Nana covered her mouth, and Aizawa glanced at Nizu, who said nothing, his tail curled. All Might stared as though the question had struck him. His shoulders trembled. Toshinori showed through the symbol for a moment. He began to say that he loved Izuku as his. Then there was a click. Izuku's eyes flashed purple for an instant as a copied brainwashing effect snapped into place. He confirmed that he had the hero under his quirk. All Might's pupils dilated and his stance locked mid-step. On the control platform, some teachers leaned forward. Vlad King suspected a brainwashing quirk. Aizawa noted that Izuku had copied something like Shinso. Izuku approached All Might slowly, feeling the hero's raw power beneath the surface even as the older man stood frozen. He instructed All Might quietly enough that only the exam microphones would clearly pick it up to nod if he understood. All Might's head dipped once, jerky. Izuku then ordered that for the rest of the exam All Might would not attack him, would stay on his knees and allow himself to be restrained, would not try to break free or injure himself trying, and would remember everything that had happened and the question he had been asked. All Might sank to his knees with a heavy crack in the pavement. Izuku took the special cuffs from his belt with hands that trembled barely and secured them around the hero's wrists. The exam buzzers sounded. Nizu announced that All Might had been restrained and that Izuku Shimurazawa had passed the practical exam. The speakers blared present Mick's enthusiastic voice. In the observation stands, some students cheered while others simply stared. Bakugo shook with rage. Todoroki looked at Izuku as if seeing a different person. Nana's eyes filled with tears that she could not explain. Izuku stepped back as the brainwashing faded. All Might blinked, flexed his fingers, and murmured that he understood now, small and quiet. Izuku turned away, engines humming faintly in his legs, and told him that the answer he heard had been All Might's. He walked toward the exam gate, cape dragging through the dust, leaving the symbol of peace kneeling alone in the wrecked street. Later, Izuku pushed open the door to the observation room, the last traces of adrenaline still buzzing in his arms. He folded his visor back into the respirator with a soft mechanical sound, exposing his face. The class snapped their attention to him. The room erupted. Kirishima nearly tackled him in a celebratory handshake, Kaminari vibrated with excitement, and Ashido bounced as if made of spring. Even Todoroki appeared oddly impressed and conflicted. The students shouted that the fight had been insane, counted off the different quirks they had seen, and praised his combinations, speed, and the way he had absorbed All Might's blows. Bakugo scowled with his arms crossed but admitted grudgingly that the performance had not been bad. Nana stood behind the crowd, fiddling with her sleeves, and offered him a small, shy smile. Izuku met her with a nod that brightened her face. Aizawa, leaning against the wall with a thermos, lifted an eyebrow and noted that Izuku had not demolished half the training site, adding that he was proud of him. His approval landed warm and grounding. The class continued to chatter over one another, analyzing the tactics, the displays of power, the brainwash trick, and the fact that Izuku had weathered All Might's attacks and still stood. The noise bounced around him like popcorn in a kettle. Surrounded by kids who had once been his peers but were now his strange little found tribe, Izuku felt something unusual. Not rage. Not bitterness. Not the tight coil of trauma that usually lived under his ribs. Contentment. A quiet, almost comfortable feeling. He had beaten his demon. He had proven himself his way. On his terms. Not as Nana's replacement. Not as Toshinori's mistake. Not as a quirkless disappointment. As Izuku Shimurazawa. He exhaled through his nose, crossed his arms, and gave the room a small, satisfied grin. Izuku let the praise wash over him and said that it was about time he sent him flying for once. His classmates laughed, half in disbelief, half in awe. The payback he had waited years for tasted sweeter than any victory he had imagined. Izuku dropped back into his usual seat as Aizawa shuffled in, a sleeping bag half-zipped around his waist as if he had given up halfway through becoming a caterpillar. Aizawa looked marginally awake, which in itself felt like a victory. Aizawa addressed the class dryly, calling them problem children and noting that overall they had not embarrassed him. He would take that. A few cheers answered him. Mineta began sniffling for no reason at all. Aizawa lifted a clipboard and announced that those who passed the practical and written exams would be joining the summer training camp. He then raised a finger and added that those who did not pass would still be going. The room exploded with cheers. Aizawa clarified that they would be taking remedial lessons during camp with him, which deflated half the class instantly. He told them not to look at him like that, adding that it builds character as he sipped from his thermos. Izuku watched the reactions with mild amusement. Kaminari looked like he had just watched his Jibu die in front of him. Siro patted him on the back consolingly. Todoroki blinked, processing the concept of extra work like it was an alien language. Bakugo grumbled that he would beat nature itself. Aizawa rolled his shoulders, waved them off, and reminded them to get camp gear, buy what they needed, and pack what they did not have by Monday. He warned them not to do anything stupid and stared directly at Izuku. Izuku raised his hands innocently and said that he had not done anything. Aizawa returned the flattest look a human could manage, and the class giggled under their breath. Aizawa dismissed them. Chairs scraped and conversations bubbled as plans erupted. Several students suggested going to grab supplies together. Others argued about what to bring and where to meet. Izuku stretched, slinging his bag over his shoulder. He did not really need supplies. He had lived in far worse conditions on the streets and during late-night patrols, but he politely nodded when Kirishima and Tsuyu invited him. He declined. He had other things to do. Patrol, a visit to Rei, training, and later a celebration with 3 friends who insisted on marking his exam win enthusiastically. He had a full evening. As he stepped into the hallway with the cheerful noise of Class 1A behind him, Izuku felt that same odd tug in his chest again, something soft, a sense of belonging creeping up on him when he was not looking. Summer camp would be interesting and dangerous, he knew. He could practically feel the coming storm. He could not wait. Izuku should have known better the moment Himiko batted her lashes and urged him that it would be fun. Now he stood in front of the massive multi-floor shopping center, watching 3 chaotic friends lead Rei Todoroki inside like they were inducting her into a club. Rei did not resist, she smiled. The smile looked natural and soft compared to the hollow, medicated blankness she had worn when he first saw her. She held her purse close and walked with light steps, her silver hair fluttering. Kana called back, waving 2 shopping bags and urging him to hurry. Himiko clung to Rei's arm, declaring they would dress her up and spoil her. Rumi protested the idea of dyeing Rei's hair, insisting that Rei was perfect as she was, and hooked her arm around Rei's other side. Rei laughed softly, a genuine, warm sound that made Izuku's heart do a strange little flip. He power-walked to catch up, knowing better than to run full speed in public unless he wanted to be on the evening news, and managed to slot himself beside his expanding group of friends like a very tired, very fond companion. Izuku muttered that it was supposed to be a date and wondered why he was getting left behind. Kana nudged him, explaining that they were busy spoiling Rei and that he would be spoiled later. Himiko grinned and reminded him that they were owed for bringing Rei home. Rei blinked at the phrase. Izuku rubbed his face and said to ignore them. They said things. Rumi wrapped an arm around Rei's waist and tugged her a little closer, insisting that the truth was Rei was adorable, she was sweet, and she was joining their group. Rei flushed but did not pull away. She looked shy and hopeful, as if this was the first time in a decade someone treated her like a person instead of a patient. Izuku exhaled softly. He liked seeing it. They moved through the mall, the friends window shopping and squealing over outfits while discussing clothing choices openly. Rei warmed to them, her laughter becoming more frequent and her posture more relaxed. Izuku trailed behind carrying most of the bags, watching them bounce from store to store and finding himself smiling. This felt normal. This felt sweet. This felt like a family. For someone who had spent years being treated like a tool, a monster, or a corpse, it felt strangely healing. The girls linked arms again with Rei in the middle, and Himiko walked backward beaming that after this they would have ice cream, then hit the arcade, and then relax at home together. Rei blinked and asked if all of that would happen today. Rumi smirked that they moved fast, and Kana winked to emphasize the point. Izuku sighed fond, tired, and hopelessly smitten. Rei looked up at him with soft eyes and quietly told him that she liked it. Izuku's heart nearly stopped. Summer camp could wait. Today was theirs. Izuku did not usually get nervous when his friends left him alone. He valued his breathing room, his quiet 5 minutes. His chance to finally let his shoulders drop and not worry about being dragged into a fitting room against his will. He leaned against the railing, exhaled, and let the mall noise blur into background static. Which, of course, meant it would not last. Footsteps approached from behind, too soft for a civilian, too deliberate for a wandering shopper. Izuku's instincts flickered. His muscles coiled. His quirks hummed under his skin, waiting for permission. Before he could turn, an arm casually draped around his neck. Not tight. Not threatening. Familiar. Mocking. Shigaraki approached and greeted him lazily, claiming he recognized that fluffy blue hair from the sports festival. Izuku froze. A chill slid down his spine. The scent was acrid and dusty, like something long rotted in the sun. The touch was light but precise. And the pinky did not touch his skin but hovered, poised and deliberate, attached to a pale hand, to a pale wrist, to a black hoodie pulled low. Above it, pale blue hair spilled from the hood. Shigaraki leaned closer and spoke in a conspiratorial murmur as if two acquaintances had met by chance. He told Izuku to be a good blueberry and not to make a scene. Izuku's stomach twisted. In a flash he understood how dangerous the situation was. One wrong twitch and the surrounding mall would become a disaster. One wrong pull and civilians could be hurt before he could even react. Shigaraki's grip tightened just slightly, not enough to threaten physically, but enough to remind Izuku of the balance they were perched on. Izuku moved with the sudden, sure motion of someone who had decided enough was enough. His fingers clamped around Shigaraki's wrist, twisted, and pinned the villain's arm behind his back. He guided Shigaraki's face down against the table between them, firm, controlled, a clear reminder that he had always been holding back. Shigaraki hissed, more startled than hurt. He tried to protest, and Izuku let his anger sharpen without spectacle. His calm turned hard. He told Shigaraki that he did not protect hero society as a concept, he protected his people. He made it clear that he did not care what Shigaraki did to the world at large, but warned that if Shigaraki laid a hand on Himiko, Kana, Rei, Rumi, Aizawa, or anyone tied to him, Izuku would ensure that Shigaraki and his organization could never threaten them again. Shigaraki's breath hitched. He stopped struggling. He could feel, through the hold, that Izuku was not bluffing. Izuku softened enough to let the message be understood and then released him, stepping back and resuming a relaxed, almost polite posture. He told Shigaraki to come to him directly next time if he wanted something and ordered him not to touch, follow, or think about his loved ones. Shigaraki rubbed his wrist, relieved it was still intact, and muttered that Izuku was insane. Izuku smirked and called him a hypocrite. For Shigaraki, the worst part was the realization that Izuku was not posturing. If this Izuku ever decided the league was prey, they would not survive long. Izuku slipped back into the flow of the mall crowd, letting the last trace of Shigaraki's presence fade like smoke. By the time Himiko, Kana, Rumi, and Rei returned, giggling about something he would hear about later, Shigaraki was gone, swallowed by the noise and bodies of the building. Himiko looped her arm through his and teased him playfully, asking if someone had bothered him. Izuku answered with a soft but edged smile, and said it was nothing he could not handle. Rumi complained that if someone had started something, she should have been allowed to take them through the food court. Kana leaned on his shoulder with a lazy grin and remarked that if Izuku sounded like that, whoever had bothered him would never try again. Rei walked slightly behind, calm and gentle, her eyes flickering with protective instinct as she checked that everything was okay. Izuku reached back and took her hand for reassurance. They walked out of the mall together, him in the middle, for friends around him like planets orbiting a small sun. Anyone watching could see it clearly, they belonged to one another. Even as he laughed at something Himiko whispered, a thought simmered beneath the surface. That mall encounter had exposed a flaw. He was powerful, absurdly so, but he could not be everywhere at once. The idea that someone could target his family while he was away made a cold pressure bloom in his chest. Unacceptable. He needed a quirk that worked even when he could not. Not a shield or a sensor, but something automatic and constant that could defend, retaliate, warn him, and mark attackers. He would need Jiren to dig deep for this one, perhaps tapping black market contacts, rogue inventors, or retired heroes with unusual abilities. It might have to be experimental. Himiko tugged at his sleeve and pulled him back into the present, insisting they get sweets. They moved together laughing, while behind Izuku's eyes the gears were turning cold, meticulous, predatory. He would find that quirk. He would take it. And when he did, no one hero, villain, monster, or god would ever get close enough to harm the people he loved again. The buses waited in the morning sun, engines humming, and Class 1A moved like a small, chaotic colony of ants. Ida barked orders with a clipboard like a battle captain, and Momo calmly counted heads as if she were running a Fortune 500 company. Izuku strolled up last, duffel bag slung over his shoulder, looking like he had just woken from a pleasant nap instead of a night spent triple-checking security protocols. His new failsafe was still settling into his system, a very strange quirk Jiren had dug up from the deepest corners of the underworld. It was clone division, a splitting type quirk. 1 Izuku became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Every division halved size and intelligence but kept instincts, memory, and the link. It made a perfect mobile surveillance unit, a perfect early warning system, a perfect deterrent. A few of the mini-clones traveled with the girls in secret, tucked under coats or inside backpacks like silent little shadows too small to notice, too limited to act independently, but sharp enough to scream through their link to Izuku the moment danger brushed against them. If Shigaraki even thought about ignoring that warning from the mall, Izuku would get the alert instantly and the man would vanish from their radar. Spotted his classmates waving. Ashido jumped enthusiastically. Kaminari was already complaining about how heavy his bag was, Siro offered duct tape solutions, and Kirishima was being Kirishima. Izuku kept scanning anyway, checking faces, motions, and the environment out of habit and necessity. It was not paranoia when someone was actually hunting you. Aizawa arrived a moment later, scarf trailing, coffee in hand, eyes half open but searching subtly for one student in particular. Izuku raised a hand in greeting. Aizawa returned a faint, ghostly smile that carried pride, exasperation, and worry. Aizawa muttered that everyone should be on the bus and to try not to be idiots on the way there. The class piled inside, chattering, laughing, and complaining. Izuku climbed aboard last, glancing once more at the world outside the parking lot. His clones pinged tiny, simple confirmations. His charges were safe for now. He slid into his seat and let the bus roll forward. Summer training camp was supposed to be dangerous, but for Izuku Shimurazawa, danger was usually the part he brought with him. Later, somewhere between Kaminari's terrible jokes and the soft rumble of the bus engine, Izuku dozed off. His forehead nudged the window and his breath fogged the glass as he slipped into the dark, star-filled mindscape he always visited. The place greeted him the same way each time. A quiet void, warm like a dream and lit by hundreds of floating lights. Each star represented a quirk, each constellation a stolen legacy. Standing in the center of it all was his vestige, the echo of All For One, settled into his subconscious like the world's snarkiest roommate. The vestige tilted its head as Izuku approached and observed that heading into the woods with 30 teenagers who barely understood fire safety seemed destined for disaster. Izuku rubbed his eyes and thought that he was trying to sleep, not stress out. The vestige told him that this was not stress but strategy, and bluntly stated there was a mole in his class. Izuku's brows rose at the certainty. The vestige listed patterns calmly and analytically without naming anyone. The villains had known too much at USJ exact layouts, exact timing, perfect target selection, which meant someone had fed them information. The vestige suggested the mole might be timid enough not to draw attention, observant, with access but no strong presence, someone who could slip information without being suspected, or someone clever enough to pretend to be harmless. Izuku exhaled slowly and let a few faces drift through his mind, none of them comfortable to linger on. The vestige floated past him and tapped the bright white star that represented Ofa, reminding him that it remained close and watchful. The vestige cautioned that the task of hunting the mole might not be Izuku's burden yet, but it would probably become his problem, since everything in his life had a habit of doing that. Izuku groaned and covered his face, wishing aloud in his head that he could survive camp without a villain attack for once. The vestige noted that trouble seemed to gravitate toward him as it often did toward his partner, and warned him to stay alert because someone was watching his class and the League, having learned from USJ, would likely avoid repeating the same mistakes. The mindscape dimmed as the bus slowed and reality tugged him back. In an instant, the ground gave way. Dirt and trees shifted into a roaring wave that swept Class 1A toward a cliff in a dramatic, chaotic landslide. Limbs flailed and shocked voices filled the air. Aizawa reacted with a resigned sigh, as if this were simply another Tuesday. Izuku remained planted on solid rock beside his father. Maladay's ears twitched as she wondered why he had not fallen. Pixie Bob leaned forward with hands on her hips, eyes sparkling as she deduced that he must be the special case Eraserhead had warned them about the quiet terror with the scary quirk. Izuku introduced himself politely as Izuku Shimurazawa. Koda stared at him from behind his hat, unimpressed and ready to be done with everyone's theatrics. Maladay noted that he was supposed to be with his class, experiencing the usual trials and development that came with falling and screaming. Aizawa explained that he needed Izuku up there for a moment and that Izuku could manage his development without a faceplant into a forest. Pixie Bob questioned the fairness of him getting a car ride, but Izuku suggested he could simply jump and catch up another way. The three of them reacted in surprise. Pixie Bob asked for clarification and Izuku pointed down to where his classmates were still sliding, now tiny shapes among the trees. He offered that he had plenty of ways to avoid dying on the way down and that he would take the long route to help them deal with whatever awaited below, calling it extra credit. Maladay looked to Aizawa and observed that the calmness was real. Aizawa commented that this was Izuku at his best and advised the others not to get in his way if he started testing things. Pixie Bob gave a playful wink and urged Izuku to try to get there before lunch, mentioning that the others only had a few hours to spare. Aizawa added a side note reminding him not to cheat by warping straight to the lodge, prompting Izuku to groan at the lack of fun. Aizawa deadpanned that he should simply survive the week. Izuku said they would talk about fun. He rolled his shoulders, stretched his legs, and stepped right off the cliff. He dropped like a stone for half a second, wind ripping past his ears, then engines burst from his calves, repulsion rings flickered to life around his feet, and he shot forward, chasing the faint screams of his class as he dove into the forest below. Izuku landed like a meteor, light, clean, controlled. The dirt under his boots barely trembled. A few meters away, Class 1A was in absolute panic, wrestling with lumbering earth creatures Pixie Bob had fashioned from the forest floor. Kirishima punched one in the face and shouted that it was so hard. Mina skated around another, insisting that this was not training and accusing the instructors of endangering them. Siro was already taped to a tree, inexplicably immobilized. Izuku stepped past them as if entering a grocery aisle, not an active battlefield. One dirt beast, about the size of a small truck, lunged at him, its rocky claws stretching forward. He flicked his wrist. A thin, shimmering crescent of impure beam snapped through the air and sliced the creature cleanly, causing it to dissipate in a burst of light. The other constructs froze for a heartbeat before Izuku fired another tiny beam that arced outward and triggered a chain reaction that caused the remaining earth creatures to collapse into harmless heaps with soft thuds. The battlefield cleared instantly. Class 1A stared at him with a mix of admiration, disbelief, and exhausted irritation. Izuku dusted his hands and said there were more coming. Mina screamed that he could not say that so casually. He shrugged and explained that there were a lot more, advising them to keep moving unless they wanted to be buried. Kirishima wiped sweat from his brow and asked if Izuku could blast them a path. Izuku shook his head and reminded them that Nizu was watching. Every face fell. Yaoyorozu muttered that the school principal was probably smiling right now. Izuku nodded and said the principal would tell Aizawa if Izuku did everything for them. Horror spread across the group. Ida ordered everyone to move like their grades depended on it. Izuku smirked, engines humming lightly as he lifted off again, and wished them good luck, noting that lunch was in 2 hours and advising them to try to survive until then. Then he vanished in a blue streak between the trees, leaving Class 1A to scramble as the next wave of earth creatures rose from the ground behind them. Later, Izuku stepped into the clearing as if he had taken a scenic stroll instead of racing through a monster-infested forest. He was calm. He brushed a leaf from his shoulder and took in the view. The training lodge sat quiet and untouched, sunlight hitting the roof just right, the air smelling of pine and distant river water. No chaos. No screams. No panicked lasers. Bliss. This was the perfect time to set up some insurance. Izuku lifted his hand and small versions of himself peeled off his shadow like droplets of living ink. Each clone was about knee-high, their intelligence varying between minimal and mildly attentive, but they were excellent scouts. Unlike the original, these mini Izukus had no impulse control issues. They followed orders like little blue bloodhounds. He assigned the tree line to the north quadrant and the clones scampered off into the woods, scrambling up bark with surprising speed. He ordered a patrol under the lodge in the south crawlspace and another group dove under the wooden deck, squeaking once before disappearing. He sent a smarter clone to the roof and perimeter to keep account of anything that moved. The clone nodded and zipped up the building like a spider. This was not paranoia. This was preparation. With a possible mole in Class 1A, Shigaraki acting twitchy, the League moving pieces around, and with Rei now involved in his life, Izuku was done taking chances. Anyone hoping to surprise him at this camp had another thing coming. He walked past the cabins, checking blind spots and exits as if on autopilot. A clone hopped onto his shoulder to show a little holographic map it had drawn with blue chalk, already charting motion signatures and a few traps. This camp would not become another catastrophe like USJ. He took a breath of mountain air, hands in his pockets, fully relaxed for the first time in days. Only an hour remained until his classmates arrived, and thanks to his little army hidden in branches, rafters, and shadows, he would know exactly when they did. Izuku was finishing his circuit, last clone placed, last blind spot sealed, when he heard the familiar sputter of the UA bus engine rolling up the mountain road. Dust kicked up along the path as the Pussycat's jeep followed behind. He stepped out of the treeline in time to see Pixie Bob nearly fall over herself, blurting out how he had gotten there first. Tiger blinked between Izuku and Aizawa as if physics needed explaining. Aizawa sipped his canned coffee, sighed, and muttered dryly that Izuku had walked. Izuku dipped his head politely. If they knew exactly how he had moved so quickly, they would have more questions than answers. Aizawa told him, since he was early and the others would not survive the forest for another hour, to make himself useful. Izuku guessed dinner, and Aizawa gave a subtle nod. Pixie Bob perked up and asked if he cooked. Maladay nudged her and warned her not to scare him off. Izuku did not mind. He slipped to the kitchen cabin and rolled up his sleeves. Cooking was easy and calming, a nice break from breaking villains. Inside, he surveyed the kitchen, an industrial stove, a well-stocked pantry, utensils arranged neatly. He disliked messy kitchens. He worked with smooth, practiced motions. Vegetables fell to precise cuts under his enhanced reflexes, and water boiled exactly when needed. A few clones popped in from the windowsill, too tiny and too dim for knives, but perfect for grabbing skis and ingredients. The aroma of grilled meat and simmering broth drifted through the camp. Outside, Tiger sniffed the air and asked if it was miso pork. Pixie Bob drooled. Aizawa took another sip of coffee and remarked that Izuku cooked. By the time Class 1A finally stumbled out of the forest, sweaty, filthy, rattled, Izuku had dinner plated, steaming, and ready. Their exhausted souls did not know that an efficient presence in the kitchen awaited them. Izuku leaned halfway out the mess hall doors, still wearing the apron he had claimed white, a little flour on the front, somehow making him look like the world's deadliest line cook. He cupped his hands and called that food was ready. Izuku called for everyone to come get the food while it was hot. The words had barely left him before the smell drifted out, savory, rich, warm enough to hit every exhausted Class 1A kid right in the soul. Miso pork, fresh rice, stir-fried vegetables, and something sweet simmering in the back filled the air. Kirishima nearly cried, asking if it was real food. Denki's stomach made a noise that he later swore echoed, and Siro grabbed Denki's shoulders, saying that if this was a dream they should not wake up. Even Bakugo froze for a second, eyes twitching at the unmistakable scent of master-level cooking. Todoroki blinked slowly and admitted that it smelled better than anything he had eaten in months. Mina practically levitated toward the door, marveling that Izuku could cook and wondering what he could not do. Inside, Pixie Bob and Mandalay hovered like hungry cats waiting their turn, and Aizawa looked more awake than usual with his coffee half forgotten. Izuku wiped his hands on the apron and calmly told them that plates were on the left and to avoid trampling each other. The class swarmed anyway, and Izuku watched his tired, bruised classmates devour the food he had made without hesitation or ego. He thought of the training held tomorrow and decided that tonight they could eat. Izuku sank deeper into the hot water of the springs, feeling his muscles finally loosen after a day of pretending not to laugh at his classmates' suffering. The springs were warm, the night air cool, and steam coiled lazily around the boys' side like drifting fog. Kaminari scooted closer with a dumb grin and asked Shimura what being a vigilante was really like. Siro nodded and asked whether it was dangerous, whether vigilantes fought villains every night, whether they had cool bases, sidekicks, or catchphrases. Kirishima splashed water and summarized that manly dudes help people illegally, which sounded hardcore. Izuku leaned an arm on the edge of the spring and explained that being a vigilante was not as cool as it looked. It was mostly running around, dealing with scumbags, and getting punched. Kaminari whispered that it sounded kind of cool. Before Izuku could elaborate further, Minetta's grappling line shot halfway up the wall. Koda glared down from the girl's side with the silent rage of a disappointed god. Izuku snagged Minetta's grappling device with grapple, reeled him in like a fish, and dunked him back into the boy's side with a splash. Minetta sputtered and asked to be allowed to dream. Izuku told him to dream quieter. Koda nodded approvingly. On the girl's side, the chatter quieted as Jiro, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Ashido, and Momo leaned against the divider and pretended not to eavesdrop. Kirishima asked when Izuku had started doing vigilante work. Izuku answered that he had begun at 13. Siro choked at the age, and Todoroki deadpanned that it sounded criminal. Izuku explained that it had been a choice between surviving or not. Once he had figured out how his quirk worked, he kept going, helping who he could and taking down those who deserved it. Kaminari whistled that Izuku made it sound normal, and Izuku corrected him, admitting that it had not been normal but that it was his. Mina whispered loudly from the other side that he was so cool, and Jiro shushed her. Kirishima stretched and remarked that Izuku was more open about this than expected. Izuku smiled and said he preferred to tell his classmates himself rather than have someone else reveal it later, which earned a collective nod of respect and something like understanding from Todoroki. Mineta popped back up with more questions about whether Izuku had been a lone wolf or a brooding edgelord at night. Izuku splashed him in the face and told him to go to sleep. Laughter rose with the steam around them. Morning sunlight cut through the trees and Class 1A stumbled onto the training field still groggy and sore from the previous day's grueling welcome. Most expected the usual setup and the pussycats posing dramatically. What they did not expect was Izuku already there, drenched in sweat and moving like a storm packed into one human shape. He was not just stretching or jogging. He was training as if 30 villains had their throats at once. Engines seemed to roar from his calves, repulsion rings flared around his feet and cracked the dirt, a blue-tinted shield shimmered as he rammed through boulders, and he flickered vanishing and reappearing meters away with controlled instant transmission landing combinations no normal human should have been able to track. Zero froze mid-step and asked if that was normal. Kaminari squinted and said that it looked like overkill. Mina's jaw dropped at how much Izuku was doing. Nana, standing near the front, watched with wide and almost starry eyes something like awe, confusion and a little pride. This was not the scared, lonely boy she remembered. Her brother looked like he could break the earth open with his bare hands. Ragdoll vibrated with excitement as she bounded forward and pointed, declaring that this was dedication and exactly why they were all there. She told the class that the training camp was for pushing quirks to their limits, making them grow past their comfort zones, breaking them down and building them back up. Pixie Bob added that by the end of the week they would be screaming thank you. Izuku finally slowed, wiped his forehead with the back of his wrist, and breathed steadily. He offered a small morning greeting, and the class collectively felt their souls leave their bodies at the thought of what his usual warm-up implied for the Pussycats' training. Izuku stepped back from the pulverized crater he had created, giving himself a momentary breather while Class 1A received a polite but intense briefing from the Pussycats. Kirishima was hardening until it hurt, Kaminari was deliberately frying his brain, Todoroki was being lectured about using both sides, Nana was punching through pain, and Mineta was crying for the 15th time. Izuku rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and exhaled slowly. With break over, he prepared to test something new. He closed his eyes and focused on the familiar tug within his chest where every borrowed quirk felt like a star on a string. Most of them were steady, humming quietly. But one of the signals shone strangely bright, vast, expansive, like a spotlight inside his skull. Search, Ragdoll's legendary quirk, pulsed in his mind. Izuku had copied it the night before with half-cut, barely 50% as strong as the original, but still absurdly useful. Izuku opened his eyes and the world exploded into data. Faint silhouettes shimmered across his vision. Class 1A, the Pussycats, Aizawa leaning against a tree drinking coffee like a sleep-deprived cryptid, even Koda sulking on a distant cliff. Every silhouette came with details, notes, weak points, movement predictions, stress levels, muscle fatigue, quirk output, trace emotional spikes. Izuku almost whistled at how much information the half-powered version provided. He tapped his visor thoughtfully and muttered that he did not need it anymore. The visor seemed offended. Izuku sighed and told it to relax, saying he was not throwing it out and that it had sentimental value. He turned his head and search snapped onto a new target, a clone he had put in the treetops. The clone waved enthusiastically, then fell off the branch. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose and conceded that you get what you pay for. Next he checked for threats, villain signatures, hostile intent, unknown life forms. Nothing yet. He noted a faint spike on the edge of Search's range, something hiding deeper in the forest, not close and not dangerous yet, but present. It could be wildlife, it could be something else. Either way, he would check it out tonight. For now he blinked Search off and let the data fade into sparks. Izuku cracked his knuckles and turned toward the training field. Break time was officially over. Izuku carried 2 bowls of curry, his own steaming gently, and a smaller one plated with extra care away from the noise of Class 1A learning how to cook without burning the mountain down. He followed the faint outline Search painted, a tiny silhouette perched on a high rock. Even without the quirk he could have found Koda. The kid always climbed where no one else wanted to go. He hopped up the ledges and reached the top. Koda sat with his arms wrapped around his knees, hat pulled low, and stiffened when Izuku approached, glaring as if he'd been practicing. Izuku offered the curry and mentioned he had made it extra mild with no vegetables Kota disliked. Kota stared at the bowl and refused, saying he did not want Izuku's pity. Izuku sat beside him and explained that it was not pity, only that Kota had not eaten dinner. Kota snapped that he did not want to eat with heroes, calling heroes stupid and accusing them of getting people killed before trailing off. Izuku finished softly that heroes had messed up Kota's life. Kota froze. Izuku did not push. He waited in the quiet while the forest noises filled the pause, cicadas, rustling leaves, someone yelling in the distance. Kota finally muttered that Izuku did not know anything. Izuku admitted he might not know everything but said he understood what it felt like to lose people and to hate those responsible. Kota asked who he had lost. Izuku answered simply that he had lost his family, adding that it was not in the way Kota might be thinking. He did not elaborate further, but he added that he knew what it felt like to look at the world and think it did not care, and to not trust anyone in a costume. Kota's glare softened to fraction. Izuku nudged the bowl toward him and told Kota he did not have to forgive or like heroes, but he did have to eat, otherwise he would pass out before training. Kota hesitated, then reached out and grabbed the bowl, huffing as if he had not just caved. Izuku smiled faintly and thanked him. Kota scowled and insisted he had not done anything. Izuku pointed out that eating the food was something. Kota looked away, cheeks puffed, and muttered that it was good. They sat together as the sun dipped behind the tree-line, two boys with scars no one else could see, sharing curry and silence on a cliff, and for the first time since arriving at camp, Kota did not look completely alone. Night at camp was meant to be fun, as the pussycats had promised. Flashlights, spooky noises, groups wandering through the dark while pretending not to be scared. Class 1A and 1B lined up with lanterns. Kaminari was already shaking, Minoma already trash-talking, Mina bragging she would not scream even once. Izuku hung near the back, keeping an eye on the forest and a clone tucked in the shadows, just in case. The game sounded fun, but he did not exactly do normal teenage activities. Then a sharp, acrid smell hit him, smoke. Izuku's head snapped up. Ragdoll lifted her head and narrowed her pupils, sensing the same thing. A burst of blue light erupted in the tree-line and a tall pillar of flame shot upward, bright against the night sky. Several students screamed as the blue fire raced across the forest floor, glittering with an unnatural heat only one person was known to produce. Someone cried out that the forest was burning, and Mandalay shouted that it was an attack, urging everyone to stay together. Pixie Bob screamed as the creatures she tried to summon were dispelled by the flames. The air vibrated with danger. Izuku felt his stomach drop as his vestige flared inside his mind. He realized the villains had arrived. He did not wait for instructions. He tore off his gym jacket, eyes already glowing as search activated, and villain signatures exploded into his vision, multiple targets in multiple directions, a coordinated assault. Izuku called out to Aizawa, his father, who was already activating his scarf and running toward the flames. Aizawa ordered everyone to protect the kids. Students panicked in different ways, some frozen, some backing up, some too shocked to move. Izuku stepped forward, fists clenching, expression calm and focused. No fear showed, only calculation. The League of Villains had walked into a camp full of potential victims and had wandered straight into his territory. Izuku felt the panic in his gut before anyone else reacted. Mandalay spun in circles, her voice cracking as she frantically searched for Kota, asking where he was and insisting he had been with them a moment ago. That was all Izuku needed to hear. He turned sharply to the terrified students and ordered everyone back to the cabin immediately, his voice carrying a cold, precise command none of them had heard before. They obeyed without thinking. Aizawa began to protest, scarf already flaring, but Izuku cut in and asked his father to stay with the students, pleading that they be protected. Aizawa hesitated, something he rarely did, but the strange mix of deadly focus and genuine fear in Izuku's voice made him stay. Aizawa agreed to remain with the students. A voice warned him not to do anything stupid. Izuku replied that he could make no promises. Izuku shot upward in a burst of repulsion rings and engines, clearing the tree-line like a missile. While in the air, he shut his eyes and sent a deep, wide, strong mental command outward. He ordered all clones to protect Class 1A and 1B, engage anything hostile, and use non-lethal force unless necessary. Dozens of tiny responses pinged through his mind like beeps, affirmations and short directives to protect, fight, and save. Down in the camp, miniature Izukus dropped from rooftops, scuttled out from behind cabins, and leapt from trees, small, messy, reckless, but absolutely ready to take on anything that came close. Then Izuku reached for the farthest signal, a clone station miles away in the city. Its thoughts were sluggish, but it understood the command and immediately sprinted off to call for backup from nearby heroes. Izuku streaked through the sky, the forest lighting up beneath him with streaks of blue energy and villain signatures. Search zeroed in, and he saw a small silhouette running, terrified. Behind the child, a large figure moved with bulging muscles and a menacing smile. Izuku bared his teeth and resolved that no one would touch that kid. He dove, engine screaming, a shockwave bursting behind him as he dropped like a comet straight toward Koda's location. Izuku hit Muscular like a human bullet. The villain's arm had not even finished its descent before a blue blur crashed into his ribs and sent him skidding sideways, boots tearing up rock and dirt. Koda crumpled to his knees, gasping and staring at the spot where the blow had almost ended him. Izuku landed between them, cape fluttering, eyes glowing red through his visor. He ordered Koda to back away and get behind the rocks, insisting that he not move. Koda's throat worked as he tried to answer, but Izuku cut him off and told him to go. Koda scrambled back, hands shaking. Muscular straightened, laughing in a rough, wheezing burst and insisting that the hit had hurt. He praised Izuku and jeered at the camp, calling it finally something fun. Izuku let strength enhancement, super strength, and shock absorption flow through him. The ground cracked under his feet. He told Muscular that he was not there for entertainment and that the villain had been about to kill a child. Muscular sneered and launched into a rant about heroes and how the parents of the boy had tried to be noble and paid for it. Koda froze behind the rock. Izuku's fingers curled as something ugly twisted in his chest. He accused Muscular of being the one who had killed Koda's parents. Muscular grinned and boasted that he had and threatened to send the boy to meet them once he tore Izuku apart. Muscular stomped forward, his quirk flaring as layers of muscle fibers bulged and wrapped his body like a living armor, his silhouette swelling with each step. Izuku did not move. He could feel the villain's amplified strength, speed, and durability through search like a thinner, louder echo of another monstrous threat Izuku remembered. Muscular roared and issued an ultimatum for Izuku to come at him or be broken slowly. Izuku exhaled and accepted. The world snapped into motion. Repulsion rings flared under Izuku's feet and he shot forward, engines in his calves screaming. Aim dodge kept his body just out of the path of Muscular's first wild swing, which tore a trench where Izuku had just stood. Izuku ducked inside Muscular's guard and drove an uppercut into the villain's gut, stacking his enhancements and hitting with a dragon fist-like force. A translucent dragon-shaped flash surrounded his fist as it connected. Muscular lurched, air forced from him, and stumbled back as his boots carved grooves in the ground. He taunted that it was not enough, coughing but still grinning. Izuku replied that it was not the end and was already above him. Repulsion rings kicked again, launching Izuku into the air. He twisted mid-flight, brought his hands together as energy gathered, and formed a massive, compressed fist of light blunt force layered with a condensed impure beam. He told Muscular to stay down and brought the construct down like a hammer. The energy slammed into Muscular's shoulder and chest, driving him to one knee and shattering rock under the force. Muscular roared and pushed back against it, his muscle armor bulking as his body fought the pressure. He admitted Izuku hit hard, still brash. Izuku let the energy construct vanish, dropped to the ground, and stepped in close again. He braced with shock absorption as Muscular swung a desperate haymaker. Izuku allowed the hit to graze him, boots sliding a few inches. Then he grabbed Muscular's mutated arm with both hands, refusing to take the villain's power for himself. He prepared to end the threat. Izuku spoke quietly about muscles that were all power and no control and shifted his stance, channeling every enhancement quirk he had into his grip. He twisted, and the overgrown fibers that formed Muscular's armor began to give way and unravel. Muscular cried out as the armor collapsed. Izuku stepped around him, secured the back of his head, and slammed him into the rock with a dragon fist-boosted impact. The cliffside yielded, dust and stone exploded outward and the sound of the collision rolled across the forest. When the clouds settled, Muscular lay half-buried in the rock and debris, his armor melted away and his body motionless. Izuku waited, watching, and search confirmed no life signature. He assessed the situation and, after a moment, muttered that the threat was disposed of. Then he turned away. Koda remained behind the rock, eyes wide and body trembling. He stared at the broken villain, then at Izuku. He breathed out that Izuku had killed him, more shock than accusation. Izuku crouched in front of Koda and retracted his visor so the boy could see his eyes. He explained that Muscular had been going to kill Koda and many others if left to continue. Koda clenched the fabric of his shirt and told Izuku that his parents had been heroes and had died to someone like that, and that no one had come for them. Izuku replied softly that he knew and was sorry it had taken this long. Koda's eyes filled, but he tried to glare through his tears. He asked why Izuku cared since they did not know each other. Izuku shrugged and said he did not have to know Koda. Being a child at a camp was reason enough to help. Koda dropped his gaze and his shoulders shook. For a moment, Izuku almost reached out to offer a comforting gesture before pausing. A short neutral pause followed as backup started to arrive. Izuku hesitated, then touched Koda anyway, his hand light and awkward. He told the boy that it was not his fault they had died and that it was not his fault he had been there, insisting the blame lay with the adults, people like him. Koda sniffed and muttered that Izuku was weird. Izuku let out a small laugh and admitted he heard that a lot. Search pinged in Izuku's head, villain signatures were moving through the forest, his clones clashing with them, and teachers were spreading out. He stood and offered Koda his hand, saying that Mandalay was freaking out and that they should head back. Koda stared at the hand for a long second, then took it. Izuku tightened his grip just enough to be reassuring and began leading him back through the trees, away from the ruined rock and the body that would never hurt anyone again. A wall of blue fire roared up in front of them, cutting off the path. Izuku stopped on a dime and yanked Koda back by the shoulder before the boy could stumble into the flames. Heat washed over them, casting everything in orange and blue. Izuku ordered Koda to stay behind him while he scanned the area. His visor flickered as Search provided details. To the left, leaning against a tree with lazy posture, stood a tall man with patchwork purple skin stapled to his face and arms, blue flames liking off his fingers. Straight ahead, perched on a branch, was a lanky figure in a long coat and a theatrical top hat, a mask covering his face. Half hidden by trees was a large person in a red dress and overalls with a metal collar around their neck, casually dragging a giant magnet. Off to the right stood a lizard-like man in stain-inspired gear, sword and shield at the ready. Near the ground, a skinny man in a black suit and white mask muttered to himself, his hands twitching. A tall figure bound in restraint-like wrappings showed a wide, unsettling grin as metal restraints clinked when he breathed. Upwind, past the flames, a child-sized silhouette in a trench coat and World War I-style gas mask held a strange rifle as a faint shimmer trailed around him. Izuku registered the League of Villains plus extras and thought, dryly, that they had come prepared. The purple patchwork man drawled that the target had been delivered with express shipping and that Shigaraki would be thrilled. The masked magician leapt off his branch with theatrical flourish and commented on the dramatic sight of Faux All For One and a child. Koda clutched the back of Izuku's shirt and stammered his name. Izuku murmured that he knew and told the boy not to let go. Magna set their magnet on a shoulder and scoffed that the kid was trembling and wondered aloud whether this was really the monster the boss feared, dismissing him as a middle schooler playing hero. Spinner pointed his sword at Izuku and argued that Stain had seen something in the boy, which is why the League was after him. The man in the mask jabbed a finger at Izuku and then at himself, muttering conflicting ideas about whether to grab the boy or talk first. The restrained figure scraped teeth against metal with a screech and muttered something threatening about attacking. Izuku chose not to dwell on the specifics. The gas-masked child mustered. Izuku's thought tightened his hold on his rifle as purple mist began to curl around his boots. Izuku clicked his tongue and noted that the League had splurged on manpower. Dabi's lip twitched in what might be a smirk as he said the League was here for Bakugo too, that Shigaraki wanted Izuku, and that he personally wanted to burn something. Izuku replied that neither of them were going to be taken. He shifted his stance, easing Koda fully behind him and keeping one arm ready to pull the boy in an instant. He let a faint pulse of power under his skin make itself known so the villains could sense it. Strength enhancement, shock absorption, repulsion rings humming low. Mustard's gas began to spread wider, a faint purple veil creeping along the ground. Izuku cursed softly about gas and prepared for the worst. Dabi reminisced about times Izuku had been busy incidents at USJ, Hosu, the sports festival, the mall and remarked that Izuku had angered someone important. When Izuku asked what would happen if they could not bring him in alive, the restrained man threatened serious harm. Koda flinched and Izuku felt it. He rolled his shoulders to loosen up and let Search feed him a tactical overlay of numbers, positions and ranges. 7 villains. 1 civilian. He had handled worse. He announced a change in rules and braced himself. When Dabi asked whether he would surrender easily, Izuku said he had decided that none of them would be allowed near the camp. Dropping his center of gravity, Izuku activated Repulsion Rings and Dragon Fist. He caught a ping from a clone overhead. Pro heroes were moving but still distant. He only needed to buy time and keep Koda alive. He told Koda to run toward the cliff they had started at when he moved, to stay low, follow the trees, and to stick with any of Izuku's clones if they appeared. Koda dug his fingers into Izuku's shirt and asked, shaking, whether Izuku was going to fight them all. Izuku smiled for the boy and said that this kind of thing was his specialty. Dabi noticed the smug vigilante attitude and predicted it wouldn't last. Blue fire exploded forward and Mustard's gas rolled in as the forest lit up and the league closed on Izuku and the boy. Izuku waited just until Koda's footsteps faded into the trees, then released every ounce of restraint he had been holding. The clearing detonated into motion. Izuku vanished from his spot as repulsion rings ignited under his feet like blue sparks. Dabi's flames snapped shut on empty air. Spinner barely had time to shout before Izuku slammed a heel into his jaw, using enough force to shatter the fanboy's mask and send him crashing into a boulder, unconscious but alive. Not worth killing. Magna swung their magnet like an executioner, but Izuku struck first, keeping the attack fast and precise, the clash moving and quick in an almost choreographed, anime-style sequence. The fight unfolded as a flurry of movement, punches and counters, sparks and bursts of energy, villains thrown off balance and sent skidding through undergrowth without any graphic detail. Izuku focused on disabling and disorienting them, buying time for Koda and the others to get to safety. Izuku flipped over the strike, grabbed the magnet mid-swing, and slammed it into her gut. She folded and wheezed, he left her breathing barely. Twice tried to duplicate himself, arms outstretched, arguing with himself in a panic that they could not handle Izuku. Izuku did not wait for the clone to form. One sweep of his leg knocked twice flat and knocked him out like a light. Mustard had relied on his gas to hide him. Izuku inhaled, filtering the smoke with a breathing technique he had copied weeks before, blurred forward, and grabbed the kid by the collar. A quick chop to the neck sent him crumpling harmlessly, his gun clattered to the dirt. Izuku muttered that he had known the kid was weak and ordered him to stay down. The harder fighters followed. Moonfish launched metal teeth like blades. Izuku slipped between them, feeling air rush past his face. One wrong move would have been dangerous. He snapped his fingers and unleashed a repulsion cannon, a compressed blast of force that struck Moonfish hard. The metal teeth were sent retracting and the villain was hurled backward, crashing into trees and skidding across the ground until he collapsed, unconscious. Izuku noted, dryly, that the villain had been dealt with. Mr. Compress realized too late that he was the last semi-competent fighter standing and flicked a marble at Izuku. Izuku caught the marble and crushed it. Mr. Compress pleaded, but Izuku slammed him into a tree with enough force to knock him out without killing him, telling him that he was theatrical rather than monstrous and that he would live. That left the biggest threat. Dabi stood at the edge of the clearing, blue fire crawling up his arm, expression unreadable. Dabi accused Izuku of killing Muscular. Izuku admitted that he had. Dabi replied that it saved him trouble and then launched a plume of blue fire that split the clearing in two. Izuku shot upward with repulsion rings, arcing over the flames. Dabi pivoted and sent another wave. Izuku countered by clapping his hands and forming a vacuum burst that snuffed half of the flames out in midair. Dabi muttered that Izuku was a cheater. Izuku replied that he preferred enthusiast and then rocketed downward, using engine and strength enhancement at full throttle to plant a punch into Dabi's side. Dabi coughed, slammed into a tree and crumpled, his flames sputtering out. Izuku grabbed the front of his shirt and warned Dabi not to come near Koda again, promising that Dabi would be next if he did. Dabi scoffed that Izuku was nothing like All Might. Izuku acknowledged the jab with a dry, confident remark. Dabi soon passed out. Silence fell over the forest, broken only by the crackle of fading flames and Izuku's steady breathing as he stood among a clearing of defeated villains. All down. All handled. Only one job remained: find Koda and make sure he was okay and then trace back whoever had sent this attack toward his class. Izuku landed beside the others just as the last Nomu was being subdued by arriving professionals. Koda clung to Izuku's shirt, not shaking anymore, but still gripping him tight like a child who had just realized the world could be dangerous. Izuku kept a steady, gentle hand on the boy's head as he walked toward the cluster of students and heroes gathering in the clearing. Nana saw that her brother was safe and sprinted to them, face red and puffy with tears. She nearly collapsed into Izuku, clutching his sleeve, and said that Bakugo had been taken. Izuku blinked once. The pattern made sense: too many assailants at once, too disorganized, too unfocused on the actual target. It had been a distraction to mask a more important theft. They wanted Bakugo. Izuku crouched so Nana could look him in the eyes and asked where it had happened. She pointed toward the opposite edge of the battleground and explained that a dark fog and Kurogyri had grabbed Bakugo and he had disappeared. Izuku nodded and told her that meant Bakugo was likely alive. If the attackers had wanted him dead, they would have killed him there. They needed him. They thought they could convert him, and they assumed Izuku would be too busy to follow. The surrounding heroes Midnight, Pixie Bob, Mandalay, Ragdoll turned their attention to Izuku. Even Aizawa's scarf stiffened slightly at the change in tone. Izuku told them not to worry, he would get Bakugo back. Kirishima, bruised and breathing hard, stepped forward and questioned whether Izuku was sure, warning that the League was dangerous. Izuku answered that they had taken something that did not belong to them and that he always returned things to their rightful place. Koda tugged at Izuku's shirt and asked if he would save Bakugo. Izuku placed his hand on the boy's head and promised that he did not leave people behind. Aizawa stepped closer, assessing the young man he had watched grow, and stated firmly that Izuku was not going alone. Izuku raised an eyebrow and started to protest, but Aizawa's stern voice ended the argument. Izuku considered for a long moment and then smirked. He said they would see. He turned toward the burning forest, villains KO'd behind him, Koda trembling at his side and Nana still wiping her eyes. Something cold settled in the pit of his stomach. The League thought they were hunters. Izuku would start hunting back tomorrow. Izuku moved through Kamino with the familiarity of someone who had lived there his whole life, silent, precise, and focused on a single point of interest. Search lit the district in his mind like a tactical HUD, every hostile signature glowing as a small red warning. Most were irrelevant, only one mattered. Bakugo's marker pulsed like a frantic heartbeat. The team spread out just as planned. Rumi perched on a rooftop railing, crouched low and ready to spring. Himiko hung upside down from a nearby streetlight, blades twirling between her fingers, waiting with an almost casual patience. Kana sat further back with a sniper's calm focus, scanning rooftops for ambushers. Rei floated quietly behind Izuku, her aura cool and soft, a pale frost drifting around her new sleeves. She had changed a lot. Her white and blue outfit glowed faintly under the street lamps, giving her the look of a spirit moving through the empty district. The gentle look did not fool Izuku. He could feel the quirks she had been practicing humming under the surface, cold, sharp, precise. Izuku instructed them to stay in position, his voice dropping into the composed tone he used when he was about to act. He warned that once he engaged, the opponents would bring everything they had and that no one was to move unless he ordered it. Himiko leaped onto his shoulders like a cat and grinned, commenting that she had wanted to attack the hand-wielding villain. Rumi flicked her ear and reminded everyone that Izuku would go in first and they were to clean up whatever remained. Rei drifted closer and cautioned Izuku to be careful, reminding him that he was still someone's child. Izuku paused at that and acknowledged her with a small nod. He promised he would be careful. He then took a step forward and followed the glowing marker only he could see. The girls melted into the shadows, disappearing like trained operatives. Izuku adjusted his respirator and the blue visor slid into place with a quiet mechanical hum. The derelict buildings around him groaned in the wind, and somewhere deeper in the district a villain's laugh echoed. Izuku rolled his shoulders, signaled that he had found his target, and vanished into the heart of Kamino, ready for confrontation. Izuku did not attempt subtlety when he reached the League's hideout. He walked up to the shabby metal door, cracked his neck, and knocked 3 times in a deliberately casual manner. Muffled voices inside fell silent and someone creaked closer in confusion. Izuku announced a mock pizza DLVI and added that it had extra anchovies. Before anyone could react, it kicked the door off its hinges. The slab of metal smashed into the magician-looking man at the counter and sent him sprawling into the bar. Spinner yelped and dove for cover, and twice tripped over himself in panic. Izuku was already moving. He surged across the floor with a repulsion burst that stressed the concrete, shoulder-checking Dabi so forcefully the flame-using villain went through a table. Shigaraki lunged, hand extended, but Izuku grabbed his wrist mid-air, twisted, and slammed him down into the wooden floor with bone-jarring force. Kurogyri's mist warped the air behind the counter, but Izuku did not bother to address him. A single warning to stop was enough to freeze the portal user. The killing intent saturating the room made the atmosphere thick. Himiko watched from outside through the cracked doorway and murmured to the others that Izuku had not started with stabbing this time. Rumi cracked her knuckles and allowed herself a pleased mutter. Inside the bar, Shigaraki writhed beneath Izuku's boot, furious and twitching with humiliation. He insisted that it had been a trap. Izuku leaned down, eyes glowing behind his visor, and suggested that it had looked like an invitation. He released another repulsion pulse that swept the room, knocking unconscious anyone who remained standing. The bar fell silent except for Shigaraki's strained breathing. Izuku did not gloat. He simply pressed harder with his boot and demanded to know where Bakugo was. The tone in his voice carried an unmistakable ferocity that froze every conscious villain in the room. At that moment, dark blotches in the air warped and stretched into unstable, hulking silhouettes, Nomu bodies collapsing onto the bar floor as energy-formed creatures. Izuku blinked in mild disbelief at the sudden reinforcement. Shigaraki, wheezing, confirmed that backup had arrived. One of the Nomu gave a broken snarl and lunged. Izuku held his ground and watched as the creatures rose through the sludge-like portals, numerous, rushed, unstable. The bar groaned under their weight. He lifted his foot off Shigaraki and tapped 2 fingers together while murmuring a technique name. A dome of raw kinetic force detonated from his body. It was not fire or lightning, but a concentrated burst of force that rushed outward. The Nomu were thrown back in a dramatic, non-graphic display of power. The smallest ones were undone in flashes of dark energy, scattering harmless fragments. Mid-sized ones were toppled and incapacitated as if hit by a powerful gust. Even the largest were tossed through furniture, their limbs twisting unnaturally as they flew. Glass shattered and the floor cracked, shelves rained down in the shockwave. Kurogiri's portal flickered and collapsed under the concussive impact. When the dust settled, Izuku stood at the center of the chaos, cape fluttering, the floor hollowed out in a perfect circle around him. None of the Nomu remained functional. Shigaraki rolled onto his back and complained about the rudeness of the attack. Izuku crouched beside him, grabbed his shirt, and hauled him upright to bring them eye to eye, insisting again that Bakugo's location be revealed. The intensity behind Izuku's voice kept the room rigid with fear. A slow, measured clap drifted through the ruined bar like polite applause. The dust parted enough for a tall, sharp figure in black to step through, calm and immaculate amid the rubble. Izuku's respirator could not hide the grin that crept across his face. He had sensed this arrival before the man had fully entered. His search ability painted every quirk, intent, and weakness in crisp detail. The man in black, All For One, acknowledged Izuku's display, commenting on how impressive he had become. Izuku, with a hint of amusement, noted the man's arrival. All For One stepped onto the broken tiles with polished composure, and the room's energy shifted as if the presence had tightened the air. Izuku inclined his head and suggested a less formal name, implying a familial connection by calling the man father. All For One chuckled softly and observed that Izuku seemed to grow more like him with each meeting. Izuku's fingers curled as energy flickered faintly around his knuckles, not from fear but from anticipation. The encounter had been inevitable, and both men recognized the moment for what it was. All For One raised a hand in what appeared to be a polite greeting, but the tension registered like the draw of a blade. He proposed they talk, and Izuku immediately countered by asking whether the man intended to try killing him tonight. Izuku did not flinch at the old monster's words. Instead he laughed low and amused, then reached over and struck Shigaraki across the back of the neck, keeping the confrontation tightly controlled. The fledgling villain slumped like a puppet with cut strings, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Izuku apologized to Tamura as he dusted his glove and added that the adults were talking. All For One paused, not out of fear, but genuine surprise. His head tilted just a little, as though curious about what manner of creature his successor had become. Izuku walked closer, boots crunching softly through debris, his mask hiding everything except a feral glint in his eyes. He told All For One that he had considered killing him first, before saying a single word, miming an explosion with a flick of his fingers and a casual pop. All For One chuckled, amused, and said he was flattered Izuku viewed him as enough of a threat to prompt such instincts. Izuku replied that he did not see him as a threat, only a task he had been putting off. He stepped over Shigaraki's unconscious body without looking down and warned All For One not to bother trying the family card. He said that trick was never going to work. All For One's mask creaked slightly as he smiled beneath it and asked if Izuku had known. Izuku scoffed and explained that he had figured it out when he realized Hisashi Midoriya did not exist, and that once he had seen All For One's face it had not been hard to connect the dots. All For One hummed softly, approving, and observed that Izuku had inherited his mind. Izuku corrected him, saying he had not inherited anything, he had built himself. Every quirk he took, every monster he put down, every decision that brought him here were his. He called All For One nothing but genetic trivia. All For One spread his hands, theatrically, and asked whether Izuku intended to kill him tonight, of all nights, as the most powerful being on the planet. Izuku's grin resurfaced. He said he had intended to kill him the moment he walked in and declared that All For One would not leave Kamino alive. He added coldly that he did not care about Inko, Toshinori, family games, legacy, or any dramatic speeches All For One had been rehearsing. For the first time the air distorted All For One's power flexing dangerously, the atmosphere vibrating like metal being scraped with a blade. All For One invited Izuku to come and show his father what he had become. The warehouse trembled as the first shockwave rolled out. Izuku did not hesitate. The moment All For One lifted his hand and the air warped with stacked quirks, Izuku shot forward, every muscle launching him like a bullet through reality. All For One reacted instantly, layers of stolen power snapping into place. A compression quake, a blast of hyperpressurized air, a slicing shockwave layered atop a detonating force, a searing heat spike meant to overwhelm, and an invisible ripple that pinched space itself. The entire bar detonated. For a split second, time felt like it tore. Windows shattered into vapor. The roof lifted like paper. Everything inside went white. Shigaraki, who had not regained consciousness, Kurogyari as his mist twisted away before he fully understood what hit him, and every other straggling villain in the bar were erased instantly, gone without ceremony. Izuku hit All For One head-on through the explosion, tearing through shockwaves like a missile. The blast rolled behind him, swallowing the building in a roaring fireball that climbed the skyline. He did not look back. He never looked back. All For One skidded across the smoldering pavement as Izuku barreled after him, blue hair whipping in the wind, Quirk energy tearing the air apart around him. All For One steadied himself, amused even as smoke curled off him, and noted that Izuku had made his intentions clear. Izuku cracked his neck and said All For One would not need henchmen where he was going. All For One flexed his fingers, gathering another multi-quirk attack that twisted the atmosphere like a black hole trying to form. Izuku smiled beneath his respirator, every quirk humming to life, and whispered that it was time. He vanished and reappeared in the second round. The fight stretched on like a storm with just relentless collisions. Izuku and All For One tore through blocks and rooftops, through steel beams like they were reeds. Every time All For One swung, multiple quirks fired at once: shockwaves, jagged air blades, heat bursts, kinetic hammers, dark tendrils, pressurized blasts. Izuku answered with flash step dodges, copied quirks, raw power, and instincts honed by a life lived twice. Cameras from every news chopper circled overhead. No one could make sense of it in the moment: villain versus villain, vigilante versus monster, or something else entirely. The only visible truth was two blurs colliding and splitting the air with thunder. Izuku lost his visor first when it shattered into bright blue shards. Then All For One's life support mask cracked under Izuku's strike, revealing scars and ruin beneath and a look of pure hatred. All For One staggered, rasping for breath through damaged respirator ports. Izuku stood over him, panting, bleeding, trembling, but with a small, quiet smile that said he believed he had won. All For One tried to warn him that he had no idea what he faced, but Izuku did not give him the courtesy of finishing. He grabbed the villain's head with both hands, fingers digging into the weakened metal and peeling aside the remains of the mask until his palms pressed against the man's scalp and core. All For One froze. Izuku activated half-cut and felt the quirk ignite in his palms like molten electricity, a sensation so overwhelming his knees nearly buckled. All For One tried to protest, stammering in surprise, but Izuku reminded him that he had stolen from everyone else and now it was his turn. He pulled. All at once, All For One's quirks hundreds flooded into Izuku. Thousands of powers tore free like screaming stars being wrenched from their galaxies. Black lightning, white static, crimson sparks, dozens of colors no normal quirk should ever produce all flowed into Izuku's arms, flooding his nerves, his bones, his mind. All For One shrieked and clawed at Izuku, trying to activate anything but nothing responded. Izuku held him in place and told him that he was taking everything. He took every stolen quirk, every artificial quirk, every hidden reserve, every mutation quirk he had hoarded, every ability he had used to shape Japan into his playground. They were gone, torn out at the root. When it was over, All For One collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, hollowed and spent. Izuku let out a shaky breath as the last sparks died around his arms. He did not feel triumphant or emotional, he only felt done. He murmured that it was time for the final round and stood tall over the now quirkless figure. Izuku stood over the remnant of the world's worst villain with his arms loose at his sides, breathing calm and even. Super regeneration had already mended every bruise, cut, burn, and fracture he had taken during the fight. His clothes were torn and his hair wild, but he looked more alive than he ever had. All for One lay on his side, trembling like a dying engine, his skin sagging and his breathing hitching. The tumors, scars, and warped flesh that the stolen quirks had held together for decades began to unravel. Izuku crouched so they were eye level and asked how it felt to have everything stolen from him. All for One tried to speak and summon strength, but only a wet rasp came out. He croaked, attempting to call Izuku a monster. Izuku tilted his head, almost disappointed, and remarked that it was like father, like son. All for One's form began to unravel. In a silent, uncanny way his physical presence thinned and broke apart into ash-like motes of gray that drifted away on the cold night breeze until the feared villain's body was gone. Izuku did not watch it blow away. He had already turned, eyes focused on the entrance where heroes were arriving too late for everything except the aftermath. The era of All for One had ended, and the era of Izuku Shimurazawa was about to begin. The first wave of heroes burst into the wrecked street, shouting orders and trying to secure the area while cameras flashed and sirens wailed. Reporters shouted questions nobody had answers for. Aizawa pushed through, not hesitating, not slowing, barely acknowledging the chaos. He saw the blue hair, the torn vigilante outfit, the calm posture of the kid who had just ended the most dangerous villain in history, and the settling dust of a monster finally stopped. Aizawa exhaled with a mixture of relief and exasperation and gripped Izuku's shoulders tightly, hissing that he had no idea how reckless that had been. Izuku blinked and admitted that he did. For a terrifying second Aizawa's eye twitched as if he might lose control, then he yanked Izuku forward and pulled him into a crushing hug. Izuku froze, stunned by the sudden surge of emotion from the world's most exhausted hero. Aizawa held him tight, forehead against Izuku's shoulder, and muttered that it was over, that it was finally over, that he was alive and safe. Izuku's arms slowly came up in return, careful not to accidentally activate any quirks, and apologized for worrying him. Aizawa grumbled that Izuku always worried him and declared, half joking, that he was grounded for the next decade. Izuku laughed quietly and responded by calling him Dad. Behind them, heroes and reporters paused, watching the unexpected scene, the feared vigilante being held like a son by his tired teacher. Aizawa checked Izuku over despite knowing super regeneration had already healed him, insisted that he was done for the night with no arguments, and suggested that they go home. Izuku followed, leaving behind the ashes of All for One and stepping into the future he had carved with his own hands. Life did not simply move on so much as snowball. Yue blurred past. He was no longer the problem child or the vigilante teachers whispered about. He became the standard everyone else tried to reach. The teachers managed him rather than trained him, and Aizawa took that role personally. By graduation, Izuku Shimurazawa stood so far ahead of his peers that the old categories were quietly retired. Adulthood arrived. He married Himiko, Kana, Rumi, and Rei. Once Rei was stable and free from her past with Endeavor. Rei had left her old marriage behind and was finally free. The wedding was chaotic and sweet, a total disaster in parts. Himiko even jokingly threatened the cake, but it was theirs. Children came next. The household filled with affectionate chaos as the kids inherited a mix of quirks, and the family became a lively, unpredictable blur of energy. Izuku kept going. He became the most powerful figure walking the earth, and the hero society rebuilt itself around him because he had become the anchor everyone relied on.